UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf. We're talking about a new topic this time around, guys, and this is the one that I'm pretty sure you guys been wanting us to talk about. You've been waiting for quite some time. That's so many times I've been using time. I'm a broken record. I know. We're talking about sexualization versus idealization. You know that concept of, what is sexualized in media and what is idealized in media. That whole, the whole topic of how women are portrayed in media and how a lot of people are being let's just say, what's that word?
Objectified.
Criminalized. That too. But no, I'm talking about creators and writers and artists are criminalized for daring to portray a woman in such a way that the feminist movement hates so much. And yes, definitely we're going to be talking about what's the difference between what is being sexualized and what is being idealized, because they're trying to muddy the waters on these topics, guys, and they're trying to make a issue where an issue doesn't exist, which is why are women so at times, and we're mainly going to be talking about the women because these are the ones that gets tossed up the most. We don't really get that much talk about men, but we will definitely be discussing that. We'll be definitely discussing the man side of things. And why I'm hearing static.
Uh, I don't know if that's me.
Everything's fine on my end.
Okay,
Is
we'll
it
work
me?
with it. It could be. Mute yourself real quick, Eloise. Yep, it's you.
Dun dun dun.
It's because of the air conditioner.
Yeah. It's
That'll
okay.
do
We'll
it.
work with it. We'll work with it. You know what? Since you guys are talking now, I might as well introduce you guys.
Is it gone or is it still there?
I'm going to introduce you. Just ignore it. Silence is golden, it seems. Anyways, we have with us the Bear of the North, Eloise Duado.
Hello, but when did I get a bear symbol?
Well, you do like Martin.
Oh yeah, the whatchamacallit.
I could go. I
Uh,
could go with the typical Wolf of the North. I think
nah, I'm good.
fine.
Mormonts are one of my favorite houses. So
Anyways, you're the Bear of the North, Eloise Dotto. You're now a wingman, Eloise.
Welcome to the Wolf
greetings.
Fleet.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, Eloise, again.
Oh, um, do I really have to?
No,
I'm fine.
you'll think of one when next week we do this.
It's a work in progress, guys. It's a work
Yes,
in
it is.
progress.
It is. Have with me underneath the Bear of the North is the Maverick Hunter Saint, Brian Gill Martin.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you've all had a good day so far. And yes, we will be talking about the difference between idealization and sexualization. So, to give a brief rundown, idealization gives you the ideal form, whereas sexualization is just beat off material, if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah, they like to think every idealization is beat off material, but
Pretty much. We're going to describe that not all idealization is that. And I think now will be time to introduce our last wingman. Take it away.
coming to you live underneath basement with good Wi-Fi. It's the Schooner the Tuna.
Coming at you
Schooner
live.
Tuna.
Well, there goes the good Wi-Fi.
Please.
Today we're going to be discussing, just like Brian Gilmartin says, we're going to be talking about idealization, those, heroic inspiration archetypes that inspire us to want to go out and be like, not exactly like, but to emulate the best qualities of these individuals. We're also going to talk about objectification, the real hazardous things, the real damaging things that, you really are, that kind of encourage the more of our worst nature, and how this new outlook from the Hollywood psychos are trying to blur that line and trying to say that this one idea of somebody is good and this one idea of somebody else is bad. Well, we're going to tear him a new one right now here today. So take it away, Wolf 10.
So, you brought up our justification, which is another thing that I would like to touch upon in this topic as well. They use that term with a broad stroke on every media, every picture display. Especially they use it when it comes to the way how you built the features into the character.
Hmm.
9 times out of 10, that's usually what pisses them off, is the fact that you decide to make a certain character feminine that they use as their quote unquote cinnamon roll. Yeah, they
Yeah.
do those name things. They play the name game all the time, guys. Remember that?
Oh
Oh yeah,
yeah.
they got names. They got names and they got terms for basically everything.
But yeah,
Yeah.
specifically you put feminine features on their cinnamon roll and they go ballistic, completely ballistic every single time. I'm hearing these troglodytes, but let it be a child character. Oh, they all for that for some reason, or at least in the case when the anime crowd comes in, then they want to say, oh, they're sexualizing a child. You are
Oh yeah.
objectifying, or they're objectifying a child. Yet you are doing that too with your cinnamon roll shows that you like to trot around Twitter a lot.
Do you ever notice
Yeah.
too? Do you ever notice too that the emphasis on criticism for objectification is mostly centered on male creators?
Yep,
Yep.
sexism as worse.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
And any female commentators or creators who follow the more quote unquote objectification formula are called apparently sellouts.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they tend to use they they tend to attack those for advocating for the patriarchy or being the what's that
The
word?
Uncle Tom sellout.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
basically
Gender traitor.
they have
Mm-hmm.
internalized sexism within them
Internalized misogyny, I believe, is the term.
and sexism, whatever. But yeah,
Yeah. And then they go on to say that, and then they go on and throw out these terms. Oh, you were just clearly a battered person, or that you've just
oh
surrendered because you've been beaten down and defeated. I am just like, wow, you got some, you have some very metaphorical cojones on you.
Oh yes.
yeah, you think you really want to just ascribe some sort of pain onto somebody just to
Mm-hmm.
justify why you want to say terrible things about them or towards
Well,
them.
and that's the thing. They know that they cannot logically fight back against these women. So what do? They tear them down. That's how you know you got them, when they start attacking the characterization of people.
Hmm.
Yeah, because they can't attack the ideas because their own ideas suck too badly. So they attack your character instead.
Yep. They attack the character also because they know that they can't attack the woman in general because they prove themselves a hypocrite to everything that they have been preaching. So
You
what
mean
do
they
they
don't
do?
do that right now?
Oh, they always do that, but they can't. But they can't live in a world where they're not wrong.
No, they
Hmm.
cannot.
So they find things to prove them right. So by the same token, when they talk about, oh, you've been pained, you've been battered, it's like you're basically just saying, you want to victimize me so that you can feel good about trying to s- save me in some way. Like you need saving, you need correction, you need this, you need that. What? Who are you to to really wave off what I need, what you think I need, in order for you
Yep.
to feel good about yourself, or in other words, to feel like you did something in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's the
Like,
thing and that's the thing that's horrifying about now is that this idealized woman, especially that are being pushed by the woke agenda-driven psychos of Hollywood, are these. I mean, they want to push body positivity, but they
Uh,
also.
oh, sorry to interrupt. It's just I'm looking at the chat. Um,
don't get into the chat real quick, Eloise.
what do you
We'll
mean?
get we'll get into that soon. Don't worry. It's
All right.
let it blow up some, so we have something to really chew into, if you will.
All right.
Yes, you put it right on the head. Beauty versus horny. I love it. Yes,
Yeah, I was
yes.
looking at that earlier.
Hmm. Pretty much
But
sums it up quite accurately.
yeah, and apparently, okay, you can have. There's this fits right into my point perfectly. Is that they apparently want to
Before
say
you
that all.
continue, Schooner, just to clarify between all of us, we're gonna get into the meaty ones pretty soon. Don't worry, Eloise. I know you're looking at the chats closely. You're being the arbiter or the adjudicator in that
Yeah.
regard. Yeah,
Yep.
you're
It's
doing
just
good.
I like making sure that the chat doesn't feel like it's being ignored.
Oh no, no, we'll get
Yes,
into it.
keep us
Don't
on
worry.
our feet. Yes, thank you, Eloise. Keep us on our feet. We need this.
Oh, yeah.
Basically my format is we talk at least like 20 to 30 minutes first, and then we get into the chats real quick.
Hmm.
At
All
least
right.
like up to at least up to 50 minutes to get. I'm basically following Sound Engraver's mode here, by the way, because she does that on her stuff. She talks at least like for a good 30 to 50 minutes, and then she gets into the chat. So that's what I'm going with.
She's good
But
like that.
yep, continue. Yeah, just to clarify, Eloise, that's how we do this. Schooner, continue.
But back to what I was saying. There's this now real, almost radical push to make to basically call any form of feminine beauty a form of objectification and sexualization. To the point now where they say you need that idealization is to push body positivity or to make to cover up beautiful women, basically uglify them. I mean, none more are more guilty of this than what they did to Kelly Marie Tran from the Last Jedi,
Oh
Right,
yeah.
or what they did to Captain Marvel,
or
or what they
Shira.
are doing to She-Hulk.
Oh yes. They made her another Abby Zillow with that design.
Uh-huh. Or yeah, and Last of Us. I mean, look what they did to Abby, and now look what they were trying to do to Ellie.
Hmm
I mean, by the end of
Did
the
you guys ever
game,
see the
Ellie.
early? Did you ever see the early concept design of Abby?
I
Yeah.
have not actually.
She actually
Was
looked
it?
way better than what she did in the end game.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be worse, and then
No,
the
it
the
usually starts
finished
off good
product.
until they get the finished product, which is what you saw in that game. But yeah,
Oh,
I saw the early design of Abby. I'm like, why couldn't this been Abby? You know, you could still give her toned muscles, but like, why couldn't this been Abby? Even the early trailer that showcased her was well toned, not
Mm-hmm.
over exaggerated, like she was
Mm-hmm.
in the final product. She looked like a freaking Hulk, as a lot of people keep displaying her in many of their talks when bashing the Last of Us 2 was the thing at the moment. Like they always
Right.
put her head on top of a bodybuilder, or they put her head on top of a Hulk
Those are
body
funny.
build. But yeah, like when I look at her, I'm like, this just don't look right, and I'm just like
Now,
really feeling sick about this. And then, of course, you got that infamous sex scene with her. I'm like, oh god, this is somebody's fucking their own creation, basically.
Yeah.
just to be clear, okay, I'm all about the idealization of a woman, of men and women to strive to be the best that they can. So to push body positivity is a good thing, but you got to show the positive qualities of body positivity. Don't just say that an overweight character is is not. Just don't say that an overweight character
It's
doesn't
the
need
best
to
design.
is the best design. But not only that, you see that a character is, if you want to create a character and show that they are struggling with maybe obesity, try to highlight self improvement instead of just saying, you are perfect exactly the way you are and you do not need to change. But I have a heart condition. I I have a heart condition, or my diet is so poor. Yeah, but those are virtuous qualities. No, they are not. Those are not virtuous qualities. A character can be, you can have a main
I don't want to die.
exactly. I do not want to die. And certain movies like, uh, for example, The Nutty Professor, which with Eddie Murphy. I love that movie. That's actually body positivity because he wants to improve himself, but he was looking for a shortcut.
Mm-hmm.
And he realizes by the end of the movie, he can't shortcut his way through it. Yes, he can self improve himself, but he needs people to see him for who he is, not
Smart,
be
intelligent.
exactly
And
smart.
not Buddy Love.
Yeah, and not Buddy Love, and Buddy Love is supposed to be the worst qualities of himself. That's what it is.
Buddy Love was toxic masculinity.
Exactly. Whereas Sherman Klump that's the funny thing, is that he turned into Buddy Love to be the man that his love interest, what he thought she wanted him to be. But it turns out he was already that guy
Yep.
as Sherman Klump.
Shrek is another example of that too.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And,
And the same thing goes for Beauty and the Beast, the Beauty Within.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, exactly. Even Fiona, he sees her for the beauty that she is
Mm-hmm.
in Shrek. And even Dragon and Donkey, yeah, that's an unlikely pairing, but still.
I like how Fiona brought up the fact that she echoed his words that one night when he brought up to Donkey saying they judge me before they even know me, and
Yeah.
she throws that at him in one of the conversations. I forgot what the conversation was, but she ends the final word with, maybe you shouldn't judge people before you get to know them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, huh? you know?
And yes, while he is finding people who are accepting of him, there is that little bit of insecurity within him, though. When he finds acceptance, he does have that nagging little feeling that maybe they're just humoring him.
I
Because
love you
remember,
too, Evie.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. Hopefully I don't end up like like Ishi, but I do have some images to bring up that we would like to that we know we would love to appreciate at this point.
Oh
and
yeah.
if you want to explore body positivity, let's explore other body types. Okay. If you just, there are maybe some women who actually do have, yes, they always say sexualization when you show a woman with big boobs, but there are women with big boobs out there.
Yep.
Yep.
There are also men who are like got muscle on top of muscle.
They got muscles in places where most people don't even have places.
Yeah,
Or as Geralt likes to call a mountain of meat.
exactly.
Yep.
Let's explore all body types and to show, that every body type has within it to be a hero or to be a villain. Let's not highlight, okay, because that's what idealization was supposed to inspire. They sit there, like, for
Right.
example, I know we brought it up in the past, but they keep talking about He-Man has impossible standards, but he was drawn, rotoscoped from an actual bodybuilder. There was a man who did look like He-Man, and there was a man who looked like Tila. So these are not impossible goals to strive for, and that is not. What do they call it? There's a term that they use, that the impossible standards. No, it isn't. Okay.
The unrealistic beauty standards is what they use.
Unrealistic beauty standards. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Brian. It's like, okay, you're not supposed to look like them. If your only takeaway was to look like He-Man, you took the wrong message from He-Man. He-Man is supposed to be about the inner strength within us and to have the world see us.
Yeah, and the outward appearance just reflects
Not to
that.
look exactly like him. You're not gonna go out your way to wear a loincloth in public, dumbass.
Nope.
No. And if you walk around screaming, "I have the power," waving a sword around, yeah, you're going to get arrested or shot.
That's pretty funny. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all I'm saying. It's like you took the wrong. And even Wolverine. You got to look at,
I'm not short like Wolverine. I'm a buck taller than him. You
Yeah,
see how short Wolverine really is? That man's 5'1". Sorry, 4'1".
Exactly. And you also have to realize, too, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone, all of these action stars are supposed to be in this very fictional bit of
It's
strength
larger than
because
life.
larger than life because that's what a movie is supposed to be. It's supposed to be meta reality, not actual reality.
Right.
It's like, for example, even all like everybody's seen Commando, right? You guys have seen
Hmm.
Commando?
Yep.
There's a scene in the movie where he is able to pick up a car that has been like like totaled, but he's able to basically pick the car up and move it. In real life, Arnold Schwarzenegger couldn't do that. He'd need like a bunch of guys to help him move the car back.
Hmm. He'll
Right.
only the only thing he'll ever do is rock it.
Yeah. And even that scene where he's talking to Sully, where he's hanging him off while holding him by one leg. Okay, no matter how
No
strong
way.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is, he could not hold a man like that
No
for that
way.
extended period of time. Now, I'm not saying that there are people who couldn't do that. Maybe you could, but that's the whole point of a movie. In a movie, you could do that. In a
Yeah.
story, you can do that because this is an idealization and not an objectification.
Supposed to show our best selves and help us strive towards that. Gives you a goal to strive for rather than just telling you like today's world where everybody says, "Oh, you're just fine as you are. You don't need to self improve." That message needs to be rejected.
Hmm.
Exactly. They're basically saying, I know you guys have already heard the recent released "I'm Not Starfire." They're
Oh,
basically
don't even remind me.
be that girl. I'm like, no, don't be like girl, because this whole book is basically saying that her toxic qualities are actually virtuous. And I'm like,
Her toxic
okay,
qualities are the sought after. They're basically the sought after qualities that you should be looking for. That you want in a relationship. They want you to they basically are telling you you should get into a toxic relationship. That you should be forgiving of the toxic person because sometimes that person has a hard life that brought them to
Mm-hmm.
that behavior. That does not excuse their behavior.
mm-hmm,
Everybody has had a overbearing parent to some degree. Everybody just about everybody had
Yeah.
an abusive parent or a parental figure that probably touched them in ways that they shouldn't have been touched in the first place. But that doesn't give you the right to be angry at innocent people
mm-hmm,
who are
Mm-hmm.
extending a helping hand by and large
mm-hmm.
towards you, trying to lift you up. That's in most cases showing you compassion where the person that was supposed to be giving you compassion never did. And
Exactly. And that's exactly right what you're saying, Wolf. The person who is actually listening to you and telling you the hard truths is now seen as toxic or objectified, whereas the person who tells you what you want to hear is idealized, and that's bad. This is this will set you up to fail, and when you fail, it's just going to say, well, it's somebody else's fault that I failed, instead of putting the blame where it needs to be, on yourself.
mhm,
They want them to fail upward.
Yeah, that's basically what they're saying. Fail upward. That's not.
fade in.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's well, and that's what's hilarious, and that's the problem too. Is that now uh, fail upward is now the new standard of success, and that is not success. Look, just between because falling upward works for those people who are making these movies because they're set and secure in, financially and where they're at. Okay. You and I and those listening in, we're not going to be able to fail upward. If we fail, we fail.
Hmm.
And we fell downward.
Yeah.
That goes for anybody who's not them as
Yeah.
well. That are really following their doctrine, if you
Mm-hmm.
will.
Oh yeah.
That are really listening to their quote unquote message.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear this all the time in many of my ilk when they talk about movies and stuff. They always like I got the message. I got the message. I'm like, you're not. But wait a minute. That movie was not made to spread a message.
No, that was a movie. That was a movie or a TV show that was a self-glorifying piece. That was I'm Not Starfire, by the way, is a self-serving book. This woman who says that I am cool and all this stuff and nobody can take it away from me. And the reason why they say that these are virtuous qualities is so they don't have to give up their positions to any of these ambitious young men and women who want to go up and
Oh,
be
no, no,
young
no,
men.
no, no. They want somebody else to give it to someone.
Yep.
Some of these
Yep.
people that
Mm-hmm.
they supposedly championing for, but when it comes down to it, no, no, we're comfortable where we are. I'm not going to give up anything.
Of course
You
they're
can though.
comfortable.
Feel free.
Of course they feel comfortable from them because they've had everything handed to them from birth. They've never had to work for a damn thing in their lives.
Damn, that's some anger coming out your mouth, Brian.
Oh, you damn right. I hate these kind of people big time.
These well, and another thing that bothers me is that these are not even authors or creators writing this. These are advocates. Okay,
Oh,
Mm,
yes.
masquerading as artists, and this is
Wait,
kind of
all her books are like that?
Apparently, from what I've heard,
yeah.
Then what
I
was
think a lot of it is also
Anglin
like lesbian self-insert fiction is another way to describe it.
What was
Mm-hmm.
Eglinton talking about then? That she apparently did a couple of good comics, but it was
who said that?
passable.
Well,
Eglinton. I
yeah,
think it was passable at best. Like,
I think
they
he
were
was being nice. He or she.
they were passable books because first off, she was writing them that emphasized the quote message. Okay, and she got all of these accolades from a bunch of people who wanted to serve just to show how self conscious they were now about the message.
Basically, a bunch of shills.
Yeah, but
no, I'm talking about like the comics that, like, after, like, the comics that she did a couple of them that were passable. Like,
I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
anything that woman did was passable. She ruined a good number of comic book superheroes, if I recall, from um from RJ's videos, if I could recall. But yeah, like
I,
at
I
this
need
point,
I need to watch England Team's video on it again. I don't know if I missed like
if you
the
can
start.
share it too,
I
for
need to go back
I'm
and look
very
for it.
curious. Definitely share it on MeWe sometime.
Yeah,
yeah,
if I find it, I'll share it.
but that's the thing. They're trying to muddy the waters of what it means to objectification and I'm sorry, sexualization and idealization.
you know
Wait,
what another
did she
thing that
write the? Did she write the Wonder Woman, the one that Cat said that looked like a whatchamacallit,
marshmallow.
like a heroin addict or something?
Was
Yeah,
it that one
yeah.
that she had the purple skin and everything?
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh
Oh
my
yeah.
god.
Oh man.
Oh man, I regret like looking at the young adult graphic novel section at Barnes and Nobles, because like they literally put it, like there's like a whole wall of manga, right? Like it's like it kind of forms like a rectangle.
Yeah.
Like the wall of manga forms an open rectangle, like an unfinished rectangle, and
mm,
then in the center was like two shelves back to back, that one side was comics and then the other side was like the young adult graphic novels. And then when I turn to look, I see that Wonder Woman young adult graphic novel, and it looks horrific.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pure nightmare fuel on that one.
Yep.
You ever notice too that the comic books that are pushing the message have the objectified physique that they're arguing against? Like, look at Harley Quinn now. Harley
Oh
Quinn
yeah.
now is just, my God, a mess.
hmm
Uh, she's good looking and she's preaching, the toxic man
Well, she's a
message.
problem. She's a problem woman. Problem women
Yeah.
always get the goods, like Cruella, Maleficent, the ones that are hurt, wounded, battered and beaten. They get to stay beautiful because we get to say, it's all right. You're still beautiful on the inside, even though you're beaten, you're bruised. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? They like to objectify their bruises, their scars, their quote unquote bruises and scars, because 9 times out of 10, half these bitches don't have any rape cases or any abuse cases.
They like
Unlike
to
real
fake it until they
abusers
make it.
and real rape victims, none
Mm-hmm.
of that. None of that. They always want to say, "Oh, this is just like being a battered wife," or this person was very abusive because he used bad language, or this person really hurt my feelings because he don't agree with my statement, and it's usually a he.
Mm-hmm.
Usually a he that's the worst
Yeah.
offender to them. But going back to Harley,
Yeah.
they use her as a template for beautifying abuse victims
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
to really elevate abuse
Yeah.
victims.
Ro- romanticizing trauma.
Yep,
Almost like
that too.
martyrdom in a weird
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
I
They try.
See,
remember
That,
I
see, that's an
remember
insult to martyrdom, Brian.
um
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I just remember like the early 2000s, like back when Tumblr was becoming popular. I remember that there was this whole push against like beautifying or idealizing trauma, or you know, but there was a whole push against it, but I feel
mm-hmm.
like people have forgotten about it, and
It, it,
now it's they're going back to like, rather than pushing against the whole beautifying trauma, suffering, and like pushing against it, now they're all for it. Like, but it was a common trend where they like
mhm.
teenagers would like post photos of themselves like cutting themselves, or
Yeah.
write dark
Oh, good
poetry
grief.
and all that other stuff.
Glad it
Well,
wasn't
and it's
using
because,
social media then.
and here's what kills me is that it made a resurgence and came back to stay because
Yeah.
suddenly they started pushing, well, you're just not smart enough to understand the subtext of what's being said here. And I'm like, this is a person who is cutting themselves online and saying because they are hurt and are using this as some form of a weapon to just get back at the world. And they're saying, "Oh, but you're just not smart enough to understand it," and that's how it became all of
That
that.
or
How
you're being too dismissive of their pain, bitch.
it's
They're
that.
showing it. They're showing it online
Mm-hmm.
when
Pretty
they should be
much.
I,
talking to. When they
I
should be talking to a
remember.
Exactly. They're saying
confidant about it.
It's
exactly. They're saying
gaslighting.
you're
Yeah, then
ignoring.
there was also the people who would threaten suicide or something for
Mm-hmm.
every little thing, and I could not stand those people, like, because I actually like, I actually knew someone who committed suicide. It was a friend of the family,
Oh,
but
I'm sorry to
Right.
hear that.
yeah.
Sorry for your loss.
But
Another
that's the
thing
thing. They
is,
said
I'm
I
gonna tell you right
demand this.
now. I'm gonna tell you right now. Here's the difference between fake victims and real victims.
Right.
Real victims are not easily opening to talk about their traumas and their abuse,
Exactly.
unless they have found that way to be comfortable about it. But 9 times out of 10, they do not want to put their life story out there like that, especially if their life story is about has a lot of blood in it.
Hmm.
Fake victims are so open because they're in their head. Oh, we should push for talking about our issues. Not everybody's going to be that open to talk about their issues because 9 times out of 10, their their victimizer is still around. Half the time, they're victimizers that haven't really been locked up yet. So last thing they need is for the victimizer to find them and
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
continue that trauma and that abuse and that victimization. There there are a number of reasons. There are a number of reasons, but
Um,
specifically, there are a number of reasons.
child, child, I completely agree. Like, um, the reason why this whole thing about like glorifying like the suffering and all that other stuff resurfaces is because you you can't say that there's anything wrong with people. Like, you
It's
can't acknowledge that there's something wrong with them, and that's why it's all like being
Was
pushed to be
where's it?
celebrated.
Where's it? That say? I want to read
it
it.
said it says it's only brought back because you can't stigmatize mental health.
Well, and I argue actually you can because now there's this push on there's certain rules about how you have to show mental health now. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You are at, and when they say there are rules you need to follow, these rules indirectly objectify mental health.
Pretty much.
I mean, for example, you can't even do. I have yet to see a TV show that did. I mean, there was this. What was it? This one TV show I was watching. This cartoon. It was so stupid. This character lost an arm. They had PTSD, but then lost it by mid. But then lost their PTSD by mid-season. And I'm like, that is not how PTSD works.
Oh, Yang.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yang
Yeah.
from
That's it. Thank
Ruby.
you. That was it.
Yeah,
That was
that
it. Yeah.
was
That
a
was it.
whole mess.
I couldn't remember that show because I stopped watching that show. But when I
That was
heard that,
volume 4 of Ruby, and I stopped right at volume 4 because
Volume
remember,
3
Oh,
for me was the end. It was the end for me.
yeah.
I
for
couldn't go
me,
beyond that.
I stopped volume 4 because it didn't look like they were going anywhere. And if you guys would like, we can do a Ruby stream where I talk about my rewrite of that series entirely.
I
I,
would like to,
You want me to touch on it briefly?
if you want,
well,
Because
but
well, hang on.
I'm trying to
Let me get
remember there was somebody who commented on one of the streams and asked me what would I say about Ruby's villains, and what would I've done better. And I did briefly touch upon that too, but I'm gonna say it here. For one, the Grim are the ultimate enemy, bar none.
yeah, I feel like that's where they messed up. They took the focus away from the Grim and started adding all this whole mythological stuff.
They added mythology. They started world
Yeah,
building at the wrong time.
the
yeah,
problem is
and
Mm.
that
and
the
that
show,
that destroyed like the mystery. It's kind of similar to how some people fell off of Attack on Titan after the focus stopped being on the Titans, but I
Hmm.
feel like Isayama handled it better than say the Ruby writers.
Yeah,
Definitely, Isayama definitely handled it better.
Yeah.
well, you see, and that's the thing about when you're writing. That's the thing that we're getting to with objectification and idealization. There's an idealized way of writing trauma because what's the ultimate message at the end of idealization? The trauma can be overcome, but the
Bingo.
objectification but the objectification of trauma is saying that this trauma
damn,
ultimately
Victoria, you strong.
defined, ultimately,
How did you make it that far?
You strong.
Victoria.
I stopped at 4
I
when the
stopped at
animation got a little
3.
bit
That's a
good.
strong woman there, right?
I was saying when the animation got a little bit decent, but I'm like, again, the reason why I stopped right at the 4 because they weren't going anywhere, and plus the
Mhm.
new villains were not to my
Me,
liking. I didn't care for Kairon. Was
I
that
think it was me. I think for me it was 5
was that
because
Salem was so much wasted potential.
yeah? Say oh my goodness, I have so much to say about Salem and how I would handle Salem.
but,
We,
but
we
that,
really need to do a
Mhm.
Ruby stream though one
Yeah,
day, one of
Yeah.
these days.
yes we do that. Yes, I really want to be a part of this because I
that's gonna
love
be a
the
that would be a Tuesday stream definitely.
Mhm.
but the objectification of the
Oh
trauma.
goodness, speaking of that, they like to objectify the Ruby characters, don't they?
Well, they
Oh
see
yeah.
here. Yes, they did. See, in the beginning, they were idealized. Then they became objectified.
By
Okay,
the
because
Yeah.
audience, I
That
mean,
that's
not
because of the
necessarily the characters.
shippers, because like the shippers were shipping, and since it was lesbian ships everywhere, that suddenly
Even though they
made
were
it
supposed to
okay.
be
But
friends.
yeah, but
Mhm.
say if it were like a straight couple, they would have had problems with it. But but suddenly it's okay with the you know with the lesbian couple or this and that. Like that's how inconsistent they are with the stuff.
well, and that's again
Yeah.
that right there also is another form of objectification instead of idealization because objectification basically says now, especially with your sexual orientation,
Right.
your entire identity is shaped around your sexual orientation. It all has to come back to the message, I am a lesbian. No, you can be more than
Yeah,
that. You can
child, I
be,
remember. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
Schooner. But like, child, I remember hearing about the like there was an episode where Gamergate was brought up or something.
Oh, don't even get me started
Oh
on
my
that. That whole thing was a complete shit show. I mean, the whole thing basically strawmanned all the gamers as a
I
bunch
hate
of
the
like,
Burst Neo Stars bubble. but the show wasn't. I after recalling the show when Monty was on, it wasn't really that great either.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say.
but
I'm going to say that too. The problems were always there, but this was a web series. It was never meant to be this super TV series. And I know we're getting on Ruby a little bit, but it's basically Ruby is the perfect example of how not to do a show, how not to do characters, how
Mm-hmm.
not to do a world build.
Mm-hmm.
Everything this show did, don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
the
But
mystery box never
Mm-hmm.
works.
the mystery box.
So
Mhm.
I know we're already in our high right now to talk about some really good stuff. But do you guys want to get into some comments real quick before
Sure,
we
let's do
continue?
it.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm gonna start with
Go for
Evie
it.
right now,
Mm-hmm.
and she says people are saying the new female character from the new Ratchet and Clank was sexualized for having a feminine form. She's a girl,
Oh, that change really annoyed me. She looked better in the her original
so
design,
they did
but
change her.
then yeah, but then
Damn it, they won the
they
argument.
they
Fuck.
oh my
Mm-hmm.
god. It looked
Yeah, that
it looked
was.
worse. They made it worse.
At least the
Like
furry community still keeps that image alive.
Well, that's the
Mm-hmm.
thing too, is that these Hollywood woke tards think that Twitter and social media, they're letting that those platforms dictate policy.
Hmm.
Yeah, they
No,
think Twitter and social media in general is the rest of the country, and it's really not.
no, it's not.
That's why I used that rant that one time that made Trooper laugh out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know that what that rant is.
I
Eloise.
can, I can guess. It ain't my job to satisfy. Right?
yep.
Yep. Oh,
Well,
Eloise, you probably was there when I well, you were
Yeah, I
there
was
when I did a repeat, but I'm pretty sure you were there when I first said that, right?
yeah.
It
Yeah, I
is
was
not
there.
my job to satisfy an individual's complaint. If everybody have a problem with it, then we change it.
well, and that's another.
If it's a
Mm-hmm.
physical harmful thing, then we change it. But as of right now, you don't like the way how it looks. I don't give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I didn't mean to play back that rant, but go ahead, Schooner.
That rate never gets old.
No, it never gets old, and I'm just building on what you're saying is that they just look at the surface of the argument and not take into account what the argument is, what this critique is actually saying. These critiques are saying, I want to see myself put in that situation. Me, the fan, not all the fans, just me. I
Right.
want you to put me inside. And then ultimately it becomes fan fiction, which I believe, if I'm right, is what ultimately Ruby turned into and what you guys are talking about with Gamegate and all of that. I mean, this is what it's turning into, these very bastardized projects that
Mm-hmm.
In the
are,
case of Tomaki's I'm Not Starfire, that was a diary. That
yeah,
was
Yeah.
not a book. That was a diary.
A
yeah.
A
diary that
diary.
pretty much read like
Autobiography.
a fan fiction.
Well, no, it's a diary
Auto
from her mind that she has this world in her head that she's writing this diary. So apparently she has a fake gay non-binary best friend, and she's in love with this black girl. Okay, you got jungle fever. That's fine. Nice. How how
Mm-hmm.
how how stunning and brave of you to pursue an interracial relationship, or in her case, if she's using Mandy as a template, an
As a self
interspecies
insert.
interracial relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Knowing
because
her, knowing her, if I was handling Mandy, Mandy should have been the bridge between Tamaran and Earth. Really, the union between both worlds, Tamaran and Earth. Her pursuing an interracial relationship, or at least an interspecies relationship, is not really the big deal of her character. The whole big deal of her character is the fact that Starfire is the princess, now queen of Tamaran, right?
Right.
mhm.
So that would make Nightwing, if she did marry Nightwing, right? That would be her
they never
betrothed.
they never specify who her dad is. In fact, in this book, apparently they imply it's Nightwing, but they never outright say it.
So
They don't want to because it's
where
not
is
canon. Or
Nightwing?
these,
Like,
or these. That's what I'm saying. Like they don't want to bring that up because she really doesn't have no place to fit it into
Well, they also want to
the
show
DC canon.
deadbeat dad. That
That
whole deadbeat dad objectification of men.
I'm really
Yep.
tired of that trope. I really am.
same here. Now
Same
I
here. You
now
notice
I'm
there
only
haven't been.
speaking. Now I'm only speaking as if I was writing the story. If I had to write a story about Starfire's daughter, Nightwing would be the dad. Nightwing, that's my ideal coupling, anyways. Nightwing and Starfire. That's always been my ideal coupling, which is
Yeah.
Nightwing and Starfire. Though I am a strong advocate of Nightwing and Barb too. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Dick and Barb. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I've always liked that idea of him and Starfire pursuing a relationship and finally marrying and siring a child. But
Mm-hmm.
again, like I said, if I had to write that story, that would be the union between Earth and Tamaran, a peace
Mhm.
union. So
But that's
Tamaran
not
would
the story she wanted to tell. She
nope.
wanted to tell a story about her problems and how she needs the world to tell, like objectification, you need the world to tell you that your bad behavior is good.
Yeah.
Affirmation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. It's affirmation. It's not positivity, it's affirmation.
All right. Dread 2012 death. Sexualization to make the character only sexualized, having no personality and thoughts or hobbies versus idealization, fit and healthy on top of an actual personality that fits an ideal.
Pretty
Mm-hmm.
much.
And I'm Not Starfire is not that because, first and foremost, Nightwing would never abandon his kid. I don't care. He grew up without a dad and he had a father figure, but his parents were very important to him. He would never step out.
No.
Victoria Fagball says, I saw an article about teenage black DC Power Girl, which mentions sexualization of teenage girls, which make me ask questions. Do you guys think the teenagers are sexualized in comic books? They were for a time. I will not deny that. There are
Yeah.
times that there were some designs that didn't sit well with me, particularly Mary Marvel in when she got um when she was under the thrall of Darkseid. She was still
Mm-mm.
young at the time.
Right.
But then again, I relented on that because that's evil. Okay? Evil has no boundaries. Even though we,
Right.
we do like villains that have standards, but
Mm-hmm.
evil first and foremost should never have no boundaries and no limits to how ugly they can go. Now you do have to have a tag to write that, mind you. You do have to have a tag to write that kind of story.
Right.
But I relented because I'm like, yeah, that's something Darkseid would do. At least
Yeah.
granting goodness or decide would
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
done to Mary
Big-
Marvel, dress her in such a provocative manner and have a very provocative attitude.
Yeah.
Basically, like
Um,
go
Because what is the
enslavement.
because what is the it was made to accentuate her female features in order to bend the heroes, the male heroes, to their will, the negative side of femininity.
mhm.
You know, the
Yep.
evil, the ones who will use their assets in order to get something from people. And yes, heroes have done it too in a positive way too. They're showing, that can be used in a positive way. But this is clearly, like Darkseid. Darkseid's not good. He's evil personified.
Mhm. I
Um,
also sorry,
I just
Louise, go
wanted to
ahead.
say, you know, on the manga side of things, well, you could look at it this way: like manga is divided into categories like shonen and shoujo. So
And
it's a
Seirin.
specific, yeah, and
Mhm.
seinen. So it's a specific demographic that they target. So I mean, if it's written for like teenage boys, it kind of makes sense that there's a bit of fan service
Mm-hmm.
Right.
for the audience.
Right. Yeah, it is true because the demographics do play a lot. Because if it's something aimed at kids, you don't really want it to be too racy. But then when it gets to be in adulthood, yeah, have at it.
Well, and that's the thing too. But like Professor Geek says, you have to be responsible when telling us. You can have a fan service moment. Yes, you can have a fan service moment in manga where a kid runs in when he's running and he's not paying attention. He runs into a girl and his face is in her chest. Okay, that's a fan service moment. That is a comedy moment because what does the hero do afterwards? He feels embarrassed. He feels humiliated, and he jumps back and waving his hands like, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that." It's
Pretty
God
much.
supposed
forbid it's a
to go,
tsundere.
yeah, exactly. And what does the female's reaction is? If they're the tsundere character, they get up angrily and punch the hero. If they're the sweet girl, they just basically pay it no mind. They say, "Oh, it's
That
okay."
or they act like the princess in the that has been taken. They act like the noble woman whose maidenhood has been taken. Her maidenhead
Yeah,
has been taken, and now she's, or at least she was, her maidenhead was taken by someone who's not a noble, and now she's no longer desirable for marriage.
exactly. See, but they play it up to the character. See, that's what it does. Idealization. It's idealization masquerading as objectification for comedy and to tell us about a character. Okay,
Eloise,
and
you want to add
that's what
anything to that before Trooper finishes? I mean, after Trooper finishes.
you just said. Trooper twice. I'm Schooner.
Damn it, that means I miss him. He's not here today, guys. He's got to deal with some
I'm just
things. Right. He's got to deal with his own business, but I miss him.
Yep.
yes. It's perfect that I'm a great little stand-in because if you ever lose Trooper, I'm a great little replacement.
Yeah.
Eh.
Sorry, Schooner, but yeah, Schooner, continue what you're saying. Eloise, if you got anything to add, follow up after him.
Alright.
Well, and that's all that I'm saying is that little bit of fan service is not just that, is yes put in there, but there's a reason why it's put in there. Okay, it's supposed to tell us that the hero is clumsy, makes mistakes, but he's not one to. He or she is not one to. What do they call him?
He's not a pervert, is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah, he's not a pervert. Okay, this is the stalwart hero, an idealized form of what we should be.
And there's a case you can make. Sorry, actually, you know what? Go ahead, Eloise.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say the demographics is something to keep in mind. Who is the entertainment really targeting? What's the audience and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
So it also depends on like the scenario. Like
Yeah.
you were saying and mentioning earlier about the character you were talking about in that evil has no boundaries and stuff like that.
Dark side,
That's
yeah.
Dark side.
yeah. So that's the scenario, and then what scenario is this other situation happening in? So like it depends on what you're really talking about.
What are you trying
And
to say, basically?
yeah,
Okay.
Exactly. I mean, in manga, yes, they get away with a few more raunchy things, and well, what is considered raunchy? Because manga is not afraid to say, "Yeah, we're going there."
Mm.
Pretty much. Well, that's true of anime as well.
Yeah,
Well, they're the same. Well, uniquely the same thing.
yeah. I mean, did you guys ever, like, for example, uh, uh, well, there's a lot of examples. You know what? Hang on, give me a sec. You guys go on. I'm gonna
I'll read a
I
comment
was
there.
gonna mention it also happens in light novels as well.
Yeah.
So Evie says, I've only seen lesbians get called out for this once, and only because it's a female they're after. They also only get a slap on the wrist for it. I need a little bit more context to that, Evie.
I know what she's talking about. It's that when lesbians do toxic behavior, they get a pass.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Katra
yeah.
is a prime
Yeah.
example.
Yeah.
Prime example is
I mean,
Katra.
there was that character from Bleach too. The one of the classmates.
Soifon.
No, the I'm not. I don't remember if Soifon did that to
She
Yoroichi,
was,
but like I remember whatchamacallit, like one of Orihime's classmates, the girl with the red hair and the glasses. She would always get behind Orihime and start like groping her, like.
yeah, but that's not the same category as to what Katra does to other people. See, that character was she
Oh
she
wait,
only
wait, wait! I just remembered something. Tatsuki would always smack her upside the head when she did that to Orihime. So she didn't. she actually got repercussions for
Yeah,
that. Like Tatsuki would defend Orihime's honor against like the other character.
Ichigo and
But,
and
but in more Western media, I would agree they get more of a pass.
Yeah, that's true.
well,
Oh
that's the
yeah.
thing though. Again, it was done in all in good fun. She didn't slap Orihime. She didn't tell her how much of a bad friend she was. She never
Mhm.
said anything about her, always abandoning her like Catra does to Adora.
Oh
That's
no
the
no,
thing.
I was talking about the girl that would grope Orihime. Like
Yeah, yeah,
Tatsuki would like smack her upside the head for like groping Orihime. So
yeah. But I'm
there
saying
was
like,
repercussions.
yeah, yeah, there was repercussions in that regard, but that's only for comedy's sake. Like even if Tatsuki wasn't there to punish her, we know she's doing it all in good fun. Even though she's, yes, we. That's not to say I'm going to excuse, inappropriate behavior by touching somebody's areas that they should be touching, especially in school. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, at the end of the day, she doesn't belittle Orihime. She doesn't slap her around. She doesn't call her a toxic best friend, or she doesn't do all the things Catra does to Adora. Is what I'm saying. That's why I'm going with that argument. Is that even though she's doing things that one definitely considers inappropriate behavior, her behavior is consistent as to you believe that that's her friend that's doing that, and not some.
And that's another thing too. Is like they don't. It's like they would call that toxic behavior in Western civilization. But I'm like, come on, okay? Friends get a little, I don't know, roughhouse and touchy feely.
Yeah.
Hands.
They get
Yeah, they
hands
get
I
on.
handsy.
I'm
That's
kind
it. They
I'm
get
a little
handsy.
bit I'm a little bit like I get what you guys are saying, but I'm kind of a little bit lost on the whole whatchamacallit Shiro stuff, Shiri, the new one stuff, because I've
We
never,
call it.
I've never seen that show, or
Yeah.
nor do I plan to
I'm just
watch
giving
Neither
it.
have I. So
I'm
you're
giving the
we're
full context. I'm giving the full context as to what Catra does in that show, as opposed to the character that you bring up, the redhead girl that you bring
Yeah,
it up. I'm saying, in her defense, like I said, in her defense, the redhead girl who grows Orihime, you believe that they're good friends.
yeah,
In
yeah,
the
yeah.
case of Nura, they want you to believe that that's supposed to be Adora's friend and later lover. I'm like, none of what Catra does tells me that she cares about her friend
Yeah,
in that regard.
right.
That's where I'm going with that. That's why I'm trying to give credence to the differences. In the case of anime, you know who's a friend and who's a foe. In
hmm
manga, in that same regard, I like to bring up uh I like to bring up Griffith. What makes Griffith so interesting a character, and I still call him a villain. He's still a
yeah,
villain, but
Yep.
at the same
yeah,
time, you still believe Griffith is Guts' friend. You know,
yeah.
over
At least
those
it.
years. But the thing is, when you get inside Griffith's head, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you there, Brian.
No problem.
Where I'm going with this, in the case of Griffith, when you get inside Griffith's head, he don't see Guts that way
No.
at all. He sees him as a means to an end. He sees everybody as a means to an end. Everybody wants to believe that Griffith is their friend because of the things he does. He has
Yeah,
this winning smile about him. He does care for his men. Don't get that twisted. He does care for his men. Think back to that scene with the kid with the night toy that
Right.
yeah,
died in battle.
yeah,
He but the moment he lose into despair, gives into the despair, that's when all bets are off at that point. They're now, you know,
Yep.
it that's
apostle.
basic. That yeah, exactly. It's that Griffin's. You want to believe that he is this one guy, and I think even Griffin himself wants to be that guy. But the
Yeah.
but he does, like when you see Guts going his own way and he wants to leave and Griffith wants him to stay. You think, oh, he wants him to stay because they're friends. You realize no, Guts was Griffith's most valuable asset. He was the most powerful swordsman there.
Mhm.
And if he loses him, and Griffith is very possessive of his people. That's the dark side of him.
Yeah,
He's
when
very.
you see it at another angle, if you
Mm-hmm,
will, like I said, the way how Miura wrote him, I don't mean to cut into you, Schooner, I want to
Go
add
ahead, go ahead,
credence to
go ahead, go ahead.
I
Go
want
ahead. I
to
want
add
to hear it.
credence to what you're saying. Basically, I really want to add credence to what you're saying.
Mhm.
Is that again on the outside perspective, the surface level, when you see it, it looks like they are good friends.
Right.
But
Mhm.
again, that perspective changes when you get inside of Griffith's head.
Yep.
When
They
you
are
realize
his
that.
swords and shields. They are
Mhm.
his armor. But the moment you relinquish the sword, he knows he's nothing without that sword,
Mhm.
which is guts. Guts is technically his sword, unlike Casca is, and that's the thing. Even when you think you have Griffith figured out, he throws this line in: where you fight and how you fight is what I say. You die as I say.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Something like that. Basically,
Yeah,
that
he basically says, "I own you. I possess you." I mean, how did Guts come into his service? He lost a duel to him, and now he
mhm,
says, "Your life is mine."
yep. And even before that fight, he says, "But you do know I will have what I want."
Hmm. And you try to see the noble side to that. And the irony is that it was Griffin's own words that made Guts want to leave, because
Yep.
he said, "How can I? How can I? I could only call somebody my equal if they were willing to uh, have
Go
a
their
dream
own
of
way.
go their
Have a
own
dream
way."
their own. Or yeah, let me follow the quote real quick. He says, "They are my friends, and they do die for me, and they do follow me, but they are not my friends. Any man who subsists on my dream is no friend of mine. Any man who has a dream of their own and will die by it and push against me for it, I will only then I consider my equal."
Yeah,
Hmm.
and that's the thing. Guts wept because he realized that what he saw Griffin as, Griffin will never see him as.
Quick pause, guys. We would like to introduce the late Valor, Leia Plus Size. Thank you for joining us.
Hey everybody, how are you? Sorry I'm late, but the day was very busy and I had to get the air conditioning going. So
Oh
I had to
wow,
take time. Yeah, it's
That's understandable.
steaming here in
always
Michigan this
understandable.
week. Steaming here in Michigan. So I'm glad I could be
What can I
here
say?
and
You're at the top of the earth at this point.
yeah, you could say that.
The literal top of the world.
Yeah.
Leia, what time zone do you live in? Because I was asking Wolf earlier if it was Mountain Time or East Standard Time or Midwestern Time.
I'm
Like,
Eastern Standard Time.
oh, okay, yeah,
Pretty
that
much
Yeah.
same
makes more
as us.
sense.
Yeah.
That makes more sense because like I was kind of confused. Like I was confused a bit
She
because
said
I'm
five
like,
o'clock
is
her
that
time.
yeah? I was wondering like how does isn't Mountain Time a bit ahead of everybody else? Like that's what I was kind of wondering. Yeah.
I thought so too. I thought Pacific. I get it confused. So excuse
Hmm.
me, I get it
Let me see
confused.
something.
So
They already been idealized since the
yeah.
dawn of time. Victoria, sorry,
Yeah.
Leia.
Oh no, that's okay. It
Yeah.
looks like you got a good conversation going. So
Well, even like, I'm trying to think of
Well,
to
and
what
I'll,
teenage
continue.
characters were idealized. I want to say the
well,
Power Rangers in that sense.
that's an yeah, exactly. Idealized teenagers are like those who can overcome the transitional period of being a, because why do you think the young adult novels are
Isn't Sailor Moon idealized as well? Like
Hmm.
Good
that
point.
actually walks a very thin line of idealized and sexualized, because on the one hand I would agree there are virtuous characters and traits, but on the other side, I mean, that transforming sequence, come on, that was, they say that that's fan service, but that is objectification. And aren't they supposed to be teenagers?
Hmm.
I mean, my God.
Well,
Hmm.
it sounds like the teenagers. Well, for my generation on, teenagers have been idealized for years, even now. And I don't know if I'm on the right page here, but
No, I
I,
think you are
do
on the right page.
do you mean idealized is sexualized or
No, no,
just
no, no, no. I'm
Like
saying that,
idealized as idealized as opposed to just wank fantasy.
yeah, and I'm saying that Sailor Moon walks that very thin line.
Rivet, Rivet looked more beautiful. That's
Yeah.
like It's been a while since I've
I have to
seen the
draw up
images side
the
by
con.
side, but she
Yeah, I have to
definitely
draw up the
looked more
concept.
beautiful before they changed her.
Well, when I think of idealized, I think of the Cruel Intentions movie. Teenagers thinking and acting like adults, thinking they know everything. I don't know if that's the point you're trying to make, or having, if I'm seeing correctly, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong here,
Um, I
but
just wanted to. Sorry, Leia. I'm sorry for
that's okay.
interrupting. Evie made a good point. She says, Victoria, it's hard to do an idealized teenager because by default, teenagers are in a no, the part one, yeah. It's hard to do an idealized teenager because by default, teenagers are in a transitional stage. An ideal would be closer to the final and best version of a person. So I'd have an idealized adult over an idealized teenager, especially if it's aimed towards teens. That way they can look forward to who they will become and not get lost in the current awkwardness. And I think that's a good point.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, that's
and that's why young adult novels and comic books are focus heavily more on teenagers because we all know we have all been teenagers, and that's why it can span from teenagers to kids to adults is because at some point or another we have all felt the transitional period of being a teenager, and the whole hyper reality that they're going through are just the realities of life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
correct. I would agree with that, and
Mm-hmm.
also the fact if the teenager learns a lesson. I don't like it when they have the teenager knowing everything because you're not going to know everything. You're not going to know
Nope.
everything at 15 and 16.
Yep.
I'll even admit I'll call myself. I was stupid when I
Mm-hmm.
was 16 and doing things, and so long as the teenager. But that's okay because once they learn from that, they learn and they grow and they like we all do, like we all do.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, on the
Mm-hmm.
one hand, I can see what. Yes, you're right. I do agree with all of that. An idealized teenager would be to me a teenager that knows so much at such a young age when you don't have all the answers, and you're not
Yep.
physically as perfect as sometimes Hollywood would make you to be. Sometimes you may start off you're the ugly duckling, but eventually you become the swan.
Mm-hmm.
So I like you said,
Yep.
we've all been that way. So those are the
Idealized.
stories
I
that I like.
I agree with what you're saying, Leah. Idealized teenage stories are the ones that show the teen having to grow up and or come into their own as people.
Right.
Objectified teenagers are those
Coming of
who
age story, basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Yeah.
Is this
Yeah.
what they're talking about? That's the new design for Rivet, or is that the original design? Can y'all see it?
I see it.
It's been a while since I've seen the characters, so I don't even remember.
I
I just
don't remember
remember.
either. I'm like lost. I'm like because
I'm tr-
this design is fine, but I don't know if that's the new design. I
I
mean,
thought you
it's
guys were
feminine.
talking about. I don't
Mm.
know if Ratchet had. I can't remember who was who. Oh my god, it's been
I
like.
think the older design had more of a
So
chest to her.
Ratchet's the raccoon, Clank's the robot.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Like it's been so long since I played the video
Raccoon.
games. Like I was a kid when I
He's a
played
freaking
that.
marsupial.
He's a fox or whatever. He's got a tail. He looks like a little raccoon.
He's a species in that world, but I forgot the name of that species. And supposedly the first game was about him being the last one, but technically he's not anymore, considering that we've seen more of him in later entries. So he ceases to be like this interesting character. It seems like a lot of people were raising a stink about that when Rivet came into picture. Like they were a little bit worried that his importance was going to be nullified because she's
Mm-hmm.
now you've seen a lot more of Ratchet's people when
Mm-hmm.
when really the whole story about Ratchet is the fact that he's the last living his species. A lot of people were slowly becoming receptive of Rivet though,
Mm-hmm.
until now they're raising us to think about her features, and there's been some back talk about they're trying to quote unquote desexualize Rivet.
Yeah, and that what that comes with is indirectly or intentionally objectifying.
Yep.
Ironically enough,
Yeah, that's the ultimate that's the irony that they just can't see, or maybe refuse to see, because their definition of objectification has to fit a certain criteria, aka women who are clearly much more prettier than they are.
There.
Mhm.
I don't know who this Rivet is, so you have to excuse me. Is that a video game character,
Video
or
game.
Yes.
Yes, it's
is
video
that character
games.
is that character human?
it's an
No,
anthropomorphic
it's
animal of some
yeah.
kind.
So how in the world would these wackos know the character is objectified?
Like
Sex-
anything for them, anything that has a pair of breasts is objectification. That's why they focus so much on getting rid of the breasts.
I
Basically
see.
anything, yeah, basically that makes them look feminine in any way.
Yes.
Basically, if you look like a woman, you're objectified.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
basically, what God gave the human, God started. I'm not preaching, but what God started in the Garden of Eden by creating the beautiful
Mhm.
creature known as Eve and giving her. God must have known something. Like I said, he ain't dumb because he gave her breasts and hips and so forth. They want to. They want to get rid of because. Um, like you just said, guy, it's ridiculously stupid. The people, the women who are doing this are insecure because they don't have breast or hips themselves. They feel like they don't look like Playboy bunnies or they don't look like centerfolds. So now they want to punish other women to make themselves feel
Yeah.
better about themselves instead of accepting themselves or improving their own selves. This is absolutely ridiculous, and that's not identification. That is trying to influence young people, particularly because I think us as adults, we know the difference between objectification and sexualization, but some of the younger audience may not. So they're trying to put in their
They're trying to
heads,
change the standard of beauty.
yes, yeah, they want to lower it.
Yeah, lower the standard, because if you lower the standard of beauty,
I just
everybody
remember what
will.
Ratchik is.
Yeah, okay. What is
I
he?
just remember he's a Lombrax.
Oh,
Lumbricks. Mm.
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna
Neil Star, for jogging up that memory. But he says Ratchet looks some kind of lynx slash lion. That's why it hit me. He's a Lombrax. Just like Daxter from Jack and Daxter is an Oxito or
He's
not
an
Oxito.
ottsel.
Also, yeah. But yeah,
and Jack
that's
and
Mhm.
Daxter are based off of Banjo Kazooie.
yep. I don't know where you guys were continuing on, but I want to inject something else into the whole Rivet thing.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this: I'm very happy that Tawna from Crash Bandicoot still gets her feminine features. Yes, people
Yeah.
may raise a stink about the hair, but at least she's still feminine. At least
Mm-hmm.
now she's the wrong. Now, what
Um,
concerns me?
you know,
What
sorry to
concerns me?
interrupt.
Her. Go ahead.
Um, no, I was just gonna say I think I'm confusing the characters because like it. Oh man, I can't remember the name of the character. There was this new character that she originally had a beautiful feminine form, and then they like got the shaved head and stuff. Like I forgot what the name of the character was though, but oh man,
Was she a video game or a film character?
no, it was from Ratchet and Clank. I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
It was she had orange hair and like the tips were dyed blue, something like that. It was a recent change.
That's Tawna.
Yeah, that was the character that
That was
I
Tawna
think I
Bandic
was.
Tawna from Crash Bandicoot, not Ratchet.
No, wait. Oh my god, I'm confusing. Uh, right now I just gave myself a headache because I'm confusing the characters.
She
If
still
you guys
got
ever,
feminine
Was
features.
it?
Yep, it's Tawna.
Was it?
I'm gonna bring it up real quick because there's some credence to what you're saying. I just think you had the wrong character. But
Yeah.
let me bring her up real quick so you'll see. We'll see what Eloise is talking about, and I'm gonna post them up as we speak. I'm moving as fast as I can. Don't worry, guys. Radio silence. I know.
Mhm.
Well, if I can say, first of all, I want to say that I'm not against. I do think society has to accept there is all types of beauty in this world. I do still feel in the United States there is a one size fits all standard of beauty. Women come in shapes and sizes and so forth. So just
Yeah.
because they come in different shapes and sizes doesn't mean they're not attractive. So I'm not going to rack
Exactly.
down on
Yeah.
anyone who is full figured like myself. I refuse to do that. However, the SJW woke whatever philosophy they have is wrong
Leia,
because
that's where you and I differ.
on what?
That's on the full figuredness and stuff like that. My
Oh,
my
go
main
ahead.
concern is your character. You
Well,
can
and
be you
but
can be
again,
look,
yeah.
look hang on,
Yeah,
Schooner.
just
Hang on, Schooner. You can be beautiful on the outside, but if your personality is ugly on the inside, you are ugly to me. You can be a lamb whale, but if you have the sweetest, gentle giant personality, I will find you beautiful on the inside because despite your outwardly appearance, depending on how your character displays itself, that really defines whether or not you are beautiful or ugly to me. So you can have you can have that shaved hairstyle, but if your character is beautiful, you're beautiful to
Owen
me.
Lister's in the chat.
We were
Hey
just
Owen,
talking
what's
about you,
up?
dude.
um
Yo, finally watched Tomorrow War and had a ton of fun with it. The white spikes are cool and the action sequences were entertaining, says Owen.
Glad you had
glad
fun with
you
it, man.
glad you enjoyed on Wister. Wolf, can I reply back to your comment? I agree with
Go ahead.
you. I agree with you. I was just about to say that. I do agree with you on that because
Hmm.
like last week when I talked about that I'm not Starfire, that's a beast. That thing, that character, that girl is
Hey,
is
Louise, is
is,
this
is
what
a
you're talking
beast.
about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think,
Man,
yeah,
that
that's the
Mandy
character.
character was
Yeah.
ugly.
Oh my god, they destroyed it.
That's Tana.
They were like full friggin' punk rocker with that shit right there.
Again, I'm not a look. At least, again, like I said, at least Tana get to keep her feminine features.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
Hairstyle,
that's true.
hairstyle is one thing, but another thing to add to it that I'm most concerned about is her personality.
Hmm.
Hmm.
If you remember original Tana in the original Crash Bandicoot games, she loves Crash. She loves Crash to a lot of degrees. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But if she's like all bashing him and belittling him, and she's taking too much charge, and you're majority of the game you're playing Tana instead of Crash, then we have a problem. What's the point of calling it Crash Bandicoot when you're playing majority of it as Tana, and
Well,
we
Hmm.
that's the
get to
whole
see
point.
her
They don't want to make a Crash Bandicoot game. They want the name to push the message. They don't care
exactly.
about. They don't care about the content.
So is the
No,
latest, is the new Crash Bandicoot, is that still about Crash though? Or is it,
Hopefully, it still is,
it's still in
but a lot.
production then?
I don't know if it's out now. Somebody tell us in the chats if Crash 4 is out now because I heard it released, but I remember people raising a lot of
Hey,
stick about Tana's design, mostly them freaking out at the fact that she had that neon blue shape head style, and they were wondering
yeah.
if they SJW'd her, and a lot of people who are defending the design was like, "Hey, don't let a hair stop you."
well, that's an early warning sign, though.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can't blame
I
you can't
definitely agree.
blame us for being that apprehensive because those are early warning signs that
Thank you,
Hmm.
of
Evie.
what's to come. Because they always come out and say, "Oh, don't knock it till you see it. Hey, don't worry about it. We're just giving a little bit of an update. They're still going to be the same." And then, of course, they sneak in the message afterwards. This whole that's why you're apprehensive, given the history of what's happening.
Yep. Once
But
bitten, twice shy, as they say.
yeah, but I think
Just to
one of the
clarify,
same
Evie,
things.
just to clarify, Evie, what I meant to say is I differ on her approach because actually now that we're bringing it up, we're both on the same page, right, Leia?
Yeah.
I was explaining my perspective on the body types. It's like I don't care look. I don't care what
I
you
agree,
look
Owen.
like.
I agree,
Your
Owen.
character is what matters all the time.
Hmm. I agree.
That's
Hmm.
all I care about. There are times people can be badly hygiened, but they have the sweetest personalities.
Hmm.
I can almost overlook bad hygiene, but if you got a good personality,
I, I,
I
I
can.
don't I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you're a really nice person, but I'm not going to shake your hand.
Exactly.
Yep.
Like
You
like
have no idea how many times
like Pigpen.
what's your yeah,
Yeah,
but
come on.
you
Yeah,
have
exactly.
no like I work at a grocery store, so there are times when the oddest people just walk right in, and I'm just like, what's going on? Like there
Yep.
was this one time when this one lady, she looked like she had like fallen into a bucket of flour, and when I started talking to her while I was like, scanning her grocery, she was saying that she works as a construction worker, which that actually surprised me. And she was like,
Good to know, Dominic.
we just finished I don't know what they do with like construction where they
Let's
polish stuff.
just say they finished the construction.
Yeah, but yeah, you know.
But getting back to what you were saying, Leia, what were you saying?
Beauties
I
come
would,
in all shapes and sizes.
yeah, I was agreeing with Commander, and I got the point that he was saying. And like for instance, for me, that I'm not Starfire is a beast. That creature is
She's a
that's
mutt and a
that.
mongrel.
Yes, that thing.
Creature is an appropriate word for that one.
Yes, yes. You're right.
Yeah,
That
because
thing is a
that is
creature.
the first. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and that is and also think it's the reflection of the author who wrote it. I think that the
She's as
person who
ugly
created it.
inside as she is outside.
Correct. It goes back to what Wolf was saying. Yes, absolutely. She's ugly. Now, Wolf, the what I was trying to say is the woke crowd have misinterpreted that. They're trying to twist it. They're trying to say, "Oh, you just don't like plus size women, or you just don't like women with full figure." No, I just don't like your attitude. That's what I don't like, and that's what
Bitch,
they're
I'm
not
dating a full
getting.
figure woman. She happens
Yeah.
to be Filipino. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. There's the point, and they are exactly. So I agree with you.
Or let me take that back. Bitch, I dated full figure women in my past. Who are you to tell me I don't like big women? I talk about
Well,
big women
and
all
that's
the
another
time
thing
in
too,
my time.
and that's another thing that I think Leia was bringing up with the woke ideologues drinking the woke juice, or in this case,
Mm-hmm.
injecting it into their veins.
Yes.
Um, they want to say that having standards of beauty is somehow sexist or racist or something like that. Look, we
Exactly.
all have different tastes and qualities. Now, what's interesting is
There's
that
a
this,
there's a reason why they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
yes, and there is a special emphasis, especially on men. Okay, I mean, yeah, you have women talking about somewhat about the standards of men being, somewhat yada yada, all that. But the woke ideologues are heavily pushing it against men because there is an agenda out to get men every single way they can.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Now more than
And they're
ever.
saying, and they're saying that we're paranoid. Oh, you're just paranoid, or you're freaked, or you're from a bygone era of thinking. No, I'm in the here and now. They're coming. They want
Mhm.
me. They want me gone.
Oh, absolutely. I absolutely agree
Mhm.
with you, Scooney. It's particularly white males, particularly, and they don't like men who
Oh,
are
as much as we want to
muscular.
push the whole white males are being targeted, what they're really saying all men.
Yes, I'll
Yeah,
take that back.
they're
Yes,
Yep.
putting it.
all
They're
men.
putting it.
Uh, for
They're
example,
putting.
there's a series out that's called A World Without Men.
Oh
God,
yeah,
help me.
Oh God,
that has
why?
been in the news a lot. But continue, Wolf.
There
But
was
I
this crazy person on Twitter that said she was gonna cast a spell so that men would disappear for a day.
Yeah,
Like
For a
that's weird.
I'm
day?
going to say this. I'm going to.
society would
You're
collapse.
for a
Mhm.
for a day?
Oh
You're
my
too
God.
kind there. That's being
Say this.
I'm gonna
That's
take
being
that as
nice.
being merciful.
Can I say this?
For a
Can I just say
day.
this?
Go ahead.
go
I'm
ahead,
going to say
Scooney.
this. If men were to disappear forever, I shudder to think of all the women who will be out of work. I
Society
mean,
would collapse.
we are literally their bread and butter. And as much as they're trying to not make us their bread and butter, how many careers have been jump started from this?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely agree. And
There
they,
is. Sorry, Leia.
Oh
no,
God.
please go ahead, because
No,
I've been hearing about this,
Oh my
and you
God.
guys,
That's gonna go. I'm sorry, Leia. It's just like that's gonna go wrong so many ways. Like
Well, for one,
oh,
I
I
agree with you
agree.
there, Eloise, but
Um.
my perspective is they're not going to do it right because Why Last Man is a
no.
good read.
It's a
Yeah.
great, great
I.
comic book. I love it. And they're going to not only neuter, butcher, bastardize. I can't talk. Oh, this hit hard.
It's a
This hit.
feminist wet dream to
Oh,
be
this hit.
had, but it's really telling the truth of the folly of the feminist movement and women in general and how they would react if all the guys would die. It is a
It
real
wasn't
life.
just that.
It's
It's
a real
men.
life
Not only that.
case
Not
study.
only. Not only that. It's men could no longer produce children, and that's another thing too. Exactly. That is a study of what happens, and I love that comic book.
What I was
And
gonna
I
say
know.
was what I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say was is that there is
Hmm.
actually a short video of Why the Last Man on YouTube.
I bet you it would have been better than what these buttheads would have created.
Now, my only criticism of that short video, I did not like the way how 355 was designed.
Yeah.
I did not like 355's design. Now, I don't mind it particularly, but I wish they would have went for. I mean, they got York's design right, but they never. But I'm like, that's my only issue with that was the way how 355 looked. Like I didn't care for. Look, I didn't care for the actress. The actress was fine playing 355, but 355's design should have been her in that suit that she wore,
Yeah.
not some leather pants and thigh high boots or
No,
whatever.
no, her comic book. Okay, from what you're describing, this
Um.
no,
You
it would have
guys.
been better if it
I'll
counter.
be. If you guys are still online later, I'll be back. It's just I have to go do something real. Um. I have to
Are
go
you
walk my
saying you're
dog.
going away forever?
hmm
Let's gonna go
No.
walk her dog.
Yeah.
we
You know,
understand.
you know how long we go for these streams. You can come back anytime.
All right. Sorry.
It's okay. You don't apologize. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Back to what I was
Yeah.
saying. My only criticism was I just didn't
Mhm.
like the way how 355 looked in that one. I
Hmm.
kind of wish they would have went with the a more comic book accurate. And how hard was it to really get a freaking at least a $50 suit for her to wear?
Hmm.
Can we get a motion comic instead? I mean, motion comics are way better faithful adaptations than most films or TV shows we get of these comic books.
Oh yeah.
It is going to be
This,
butchered.
I
Ugh.
believe it's going to be. I've seen previews of it. It's already causing controversy because many people, and I've already heard some rumors that
Hmm.
the women are going to be, itched up and looking more masculine.
Yep.
And is there a lot of lesbians in this book or something? Because
So
the, the
there is a lesbian couple that there is a lesbian couple. Like, you know the story, right?
Mind you, they do the trope of I was straight first. I didn't know I was lesbian until I met you with one of the characters, which is
Mhm.
not always bad because she's not my favorite character to begin
Well,
with, anyways.
and it's also he has a kid with her, and what was yeah, he has a kid with her, but it wasn't really a relationship that
Surrogate.
they were really going to have. It was more of like the heat of passion,
Yeah. A
and
lot of
in the
things happen
moment
in
they
that
just
book that you probably don't agree, that you probably wouldn't have agreed with. Leia. It probably would have turned you off by the time of book 6, maybe.
I have never read this book or comic book, so it's a
Please,
is it like The Walking Dead? Is it a graphic novel or
it's a
yeah,
is
it's
graphic
it
a
novel. It's very
okay?
graphic, very
mhm.
graphic. Like more graphic than not let's just say this, not nearly as graphical as Crossed is, but it's more graphical than Walking Dead. Walking Dead at least
It's like
don't show no
Saga.
tits.
It's like Saga.
Yeah, basically.
well,
And
if
even
I were
Saga is very graphical.
Hmm.
well, if I were you guys and you guys in the chat, I think ABC, if I'm correct, is doing this miniseries, and if they're going to do it, You're in trouble because ABC is owned by Disney. We all know how the Disney
Who says I'm
people
gonna
feel.
watch it though?
I'm not watching this. I'm going back. This is a stuff. If they're going to promote this, this means we're going to get a re-release of the comic
Hmm.
book. They're not going to change or doctor the comic book, which
Assuming
means
that
you
they
can.
don't do that.
Well,
They're
like I
not going to
said,
do that.
I
They're
heard
not going to do that.
I heard rumor that most of the women on the in this miniseries will be in a lesbian love affair. So I was
Too
wondering, was
many
there
to
going to be
count.
more?
Too
Yeah.
many that wouldn't have made sense because these are some of these characters are still straight women,
Mm-hmm.
and none of them ever pursued a lesbian relationship. Not many of them. And then they do have the they do have the straw feminists in this book called The Daughters of the Amazon.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but that's another
Oh
thing too.
goodness.
They deem this book so problematic because Why the Last Man is heavily sought after by by most of the characters. Okay, why? It's because he is one, immune to the disease, and two, he can produce children,
And
and
women
that's
Hmm.
need
why.
women needs to be
And they use
fulfilled by having children. Most women
and they use
in this world.
well, and that's the thing. 355 has to protect him because they're gonna turn him into an experiment.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, most of
Some of
them
them will
don't
use
even.
them as a breeding tool,
Mm-hmm.
much like
This
how they, much
what
like
is
how
the
like they did the women as vindication for women in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And of course the Daughters of the Amazon. Well, the leader of the Daughters of the Amazon wants him dead because if he survives, that means the return of the patriarchy
Yep.
in her view. So he has to die in her view. So she wants women to rule the world.
And the
Obviously, that's
irony
never going to
is,
happen.
is that his motives are actually, well, not the purest. He is trying to find his girlfriend.
That's the whole plot of his character.
Yeah. That's the whole plot of his character. He's trying to find his girlfriend in a post-apocalyptic world.
I was just about to ask, was there some sort of apocalypse and all the men were wiped out? And
Yeah,
it
Yep.
sounds
it
like
did.
there.
Hmm.
It
And the only reason
society
why,
collapsed hard in the first freaking book, Leia.
Hmm.
I was laughing my ass off throughout that whole first book. Mostly
yeah,
because, mostly because, as tragic as it was, it did come off as dark humor ish.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, and that's
There are
what
times there was some dark
I
humor in that book.
Yeah, that's what I loved about Why the Last Man. The writer of the book already had he had a fixed set in mind. He knew how it was all going to end. His humor is like, oh my god, it's like
Hmm.
it's so bad you can laugh at it. You have to laugh at it.
Okay, I don't want to spoil too much of the whole story, but I'll give you what goes on in the first book and only the first book.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So all the men start dying, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the ladies is approached by a cop, and the cop is she pauses because she got on the horn by the events that's happening, right?
Right.
And she's asking, officer, what's going on? And she says, all the men have died, and she puts a gun to her own head and pulls the trigger.
Oof.
This is a
Oof.
lady cop, by the way.
Yeah.
She straight up pulls the trigger.
And this is why you want to know why The Last Man was so good. It was knew how to write people. These are human beings. I mean, it doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman in a post-apocalyptic world. You're going to revert to savagery, or you are going to. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You're,
Hmm.
they wrote them as human beings. Okay, they have the same flaws as everybody, and this is something that that feminists don't even want to push.
Hmm.
They even have a strong female character moment in one of the characters too.
Oh,
Um, she was a practicing pilot, and one of the pilots, a man, of course, dies, and she had to land the plane herself. I'm just
mm-hmm.
on the second book.
Why do all the men die? Is there a disease that
Yeah,
kills
there was
It's
a
a
everything?
virus.
disease.
Yeah.
It's a cancer virus. Oh, and the main character actually survives because he has a pet monkey.
Well,
Hmm.
we won't get to why he survives.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta read it. There's some nitty gritty, but just Leia, save yourself. Don't watch the series. Read the graphic novel.
I'm not because I don't plan to, Scooney, because from the way you guys sound it, that's not the way ABC is going to do it.
Mm.
No.
So
All right.
ABC is going
And
to
also,
uh,
Agent Also, Agent 355 kicks ass.
Agent 355 is best girl.
Yes, best girl.
Is she
Second,
supposed to protect him or something?
yeah. Well, that's her
Yes.
job.
Okay.
She was ordered by the guy's mother to keep him
Mhm.
safe, to get him to a certain location, to a certain somebody. But
Yep.
that's the big
And
deal. The big deal is that she has to protect him, and she is good at what she does. She basically works for what amounts to Shield in that world.
mhm. Yep.
And
Mm-hmm.
there's another I'm going for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to call him Hydra, to oppose
Okay.
her
Mhm.
too, that wants him as well. Then you got this straw feminist
Right.
Iraqi woman
Mhm.
telling his
Mhm.
ass too, but she doesn't go around she doesn't go around spreading out feminist rhetoric. She's basically what a feminist would like to see herself, trying to take on a man. She's basically just a woman that wants to be a man so bad, in a way.
And the thing about Agent 355 too is that while she does like chastise him, she chastises him. He deserves it because he does stupid things.
Hmm.
Okay, but she's not like she like Wolf said, she's best girl.
Yep. She's the best representation of a black woman too, that I
Mm-hmm.
like.
Oh, she's a black character in the
She's a
book.
black character.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So that's two, like right there. You got one strong female character done right, and a minority. Bam! Why can't we get more like this? And it was written by what's that? A white
A
guy?
white dude.
Exactly. Exactly. It doesn't matter if it's a guy. It doesn't matter who is writing the character. You just gotta get the character right.
Yep.
Exactly.
And I
Well,
sound like a broken record when I'm saying this in all the streams, but it's like, come on.
well, no, because that's the question that has come up. Yeah, the Owen Lister skipped the because from what I've heard and seen by ABC, they are totally going to wokeify this. So what you guys are describing is not going to be seen on the show. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Wokeify.
Sounds like
I've
that
already
old
heard
saying,
rumors.
the book was better.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I've
The book
heard
was better.
rumors that. I've heard rumors that it's going to be totally opposite of what you guys are telling me. So I keep her black. I guess so. You know how it is. I want maybe they'll waste swap her for someone who's nah. They're not going to do that. So they're going to. From what I heard, it's going to be totally different from what you guys
Also,
described to me. It's going to be
I'm gonna show you.
women,
I'm gonna show
more
you
women,
why she's best
women
girl.
power.
I'm gonna show you why she's
It's gonna
best
be
girl
good.
in a bit.
Because I'm going to say after what you guys are telling me, it sounds like a reverse version of A Handmaid's Tale.
No, no, Brian.
It's
Say it in your best way.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be good.
but it,
Exactly.
Now,
It's
now
basically
y'all
the
ready? Are
handmaid.
y'all are y'all ready? Are y'all ready for why 355 is best girl?
I'm
Yes,
ready.
Sure.
we're ready.
The bitch knits. That's what I love about her.
Nice.
What is that? Her girlfriend?
Hell to the no!
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
That right
sorry.
there is that right there is the nemesis.
Oh, okay. I'm
Well,
sorry.
don't
Forgive me.
spoil it.
Did
Oh.
somebody say Nemesis? Stars.
No, 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 no. She's best girl because she's knitting, and that's her closest friend right there. That's why
hmm
she best, and
Yep.
they have interesting conversations. But what I'm saying is that 355 is a lethal weapon, bar
Mhm.
none. But she also enjoys the simple things like
Yeah,
knitting. She
I
still
think
and
that
the,
I think they're gonna make
she has humanity to some
hmm
degree.
I
Yep.
think that, I think
exact,
they're gonna make those two lovers on the show. That's what
I
I
hope
heard.
not,
That's why I asked.
because
If
that
they
because
would.
Dr. Man, mind you,
okay.
Dr. Man,
We can't say
the
anything
lady.
without we can't
What you
say
say?
anything without spoiling it. But that would just defeat the whole purpose of the character.
Mhm. But the
Very
lady
much.
next to her is a lesbian, mind you.
Mhm.
But she's
Okay.
that's Dr. Man. That's her name, Dr. Man. She's introduced in the first book, so I can say her name. She's introduced in the. But yeah, knit one, pole two.
Also,
Yeah.
here's the thing that I love about Agent 3. They even inject
Hmm.
American patriotism in this because Agent 355 is named after a character George Washington depended on in the Revolutionary War.
That will be different on the show. There is no
Yep.
way they're going to have a black
Yeah,
woman
And,
that's
named
why I
after
and the
don't want
re-
to.
the character.
That's why I
and
don't
the
want to watch this
reason
shit because it's super patriotic in this book. Very very patriotic. Very America first.
Yeah, and the reason why George Washington called the agent 355 is because he wanted the British to believe that there were 355 agents.
Oh, they're going to
It
change
makes
that.
sense in they make sense in context.
Mm-hmm.
I get it, but
There's
I
context to
guarantee.
that, Evie.
Mhm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You guys are very familiar with this, but I can guarantee you ABC has already made plans to change a lot of stuff, and I guarantee you that will not be in there. That
Mm-hmm.
it's probably going to be some speech about, well, in one time we had a female president, or we'll name her after Kamala Harris or something like that. It's going to be something
Mhm.
like that. I've never read the book, but what
Oh,
I've
they're gonna make
seen,
Uric a come. They're gonna probably race swap Uric, the main character Uric. They're gonna race swap him just so that they can make his mom look like a Kamala Harris, or worse, they're gonna try to make her look like Hillary.
Oh my god.
yeah,
Okay. All right, let's get off this topic because I'm worried I'm going to say something. I'm going to spoil it for Leia, and I really, really want her to read this.
you don't have to. I'll read the book, but I won't watch. I am not watching the show. I'm not subjecting myself
And
to that.
the fact that see, and here's the thing: you're going to think that the writer of the graphic novel sold out. No, he actually sold the book rights back in like 2000. He sold the television and film rights a long time ago after the series had long completed.
And I think someone made a video. There's a couple of YouTube videos out now about what is the intent of this show. What you just said.
Oh, I already know what the intent is. It's just
Yeah.
man bashing. It's
Yeah.
woke.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
man bashing woke ideologue. So they basically took a psychological study, and yes, it is a psychological study of human nature. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's men or women. It's a psychological study of human nature, and they've just turned it into a woke ideologue message.
I'll give you the woke makeup that it will be definitely. For one, Dr. Man might be Mexican. They might make her Mexican and not Asian because stop Asian hate. Um, Obviously I'm gonna say this. Yurick most likely will be race swapped. He'll be the effeminate male.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Hero, his sister. Oh my goodness, what they're gonna do with her? I they're gonna shave her. They're gonna shave her side head. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
She's probably gonna be race swapped too, but she's gonna be this super. Now, mind you, Hero was part of the Daughters of the Amazon, and she went through the conditioning that the Daughters of the Amazon put her through. But oh, it's gonna be turned to up to 11. She's probably going. They're probably going to stretch out the Daughters of the Amazon completely because they weren't really that. They weren't really the general focus of the villains.
They were a villain of the week antagonist. I want to say.
Yeah, yeah. They weren't really. They were like they still existed for a while, but they were not the main villains of this story as the story continued. But they're going most likely they're gonna elevate their quote unquote elevate their importance when they were just minor villains. The leader of the Amazon is gonna be fat, obviously, but this and of course she's gonna be black because the chick that's the leader, she's a redhead.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. The war against redhead.
Right.
And remember,
Stop ginger hate.
yes. And remember, the ABC network is doing this, and ABC is owned by Disney. So you know it's going to be a trash dumped in woke fire. You know that's exactly what it's going to turn into. Exactly what's
They're
going
gonna
to
give they're gonna give an answer to the ending when the ending was left ambiguous as to how they fixed the problem.
Yeah, and that's another problem too. I don't want to watch this at all. I do not want to watch this at all.
Don't. You're not alone, Scooney. Yeah. When I saw the preview, and then there were a couple of YouTube videos into the preview, what this is about, I'm like, I'm not even going to waste my time on this trap and this woke garbage. I have had enough. I really have.
There's a
I am
preview
just
to
Yep.
it.
about tired of it. Hmm?
Yep.
There's a
Yeah,
preview to it.
well, the ABC network on one night or one of their shows ran a preview
Yeah.
of trailer, you could say, of it, saying coming soon to ABC from the popular graphic novel. Is what it says
The
when it gets
title
started.
only.
Coming
Basically,
soon
the
from
title.
ABC, from the
No,
popular graphic novel that we are going to butcher to death.
and then it shows
Yeah.
scenes of women looking like men strapped in leather, lesbians all over the place, um, uh, women beating up men. I don't remember all of it. And then
Yeah.
I just saw a
Oh,
lot of
oh,
that going on.
I got,
If I
I got.
find the video, I'll post it. I'll try to
Here's
look for it
another
and I'll
thing they'll
post it to you
probably change,
guys, and
Wolf.
you can see.
Here's another thing they'll probably change, Wolf. They'll say that the virus that
Mm.
killed mankind was actually manufactured and distributed intentionally.
Hang on, it's
Yeah.
gonna be
But
on
they won't say it
FX.
came from China.
Wait, wait,
Mm-hmm.
wait, wait,
They'll,
wait. It's gonna be
they'll,
on. Wait, there's a trailer for it that's gonna be on FX and Hulu.
no, no. The answer is no.
Mm-hmm. Right. I forgot.
It's got some. It's got some Hispanic lady covered in blood.
Can I
I have
say
to
this
look at it
too?
later.
Is every sense of the word, just tying us back to the theme here. This trailer will be the very definition of objectification, masquerading as idealization.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes.
Well, see,
Yeah.
this is the
Okay?
thing I don't like, that Scooney, that being feminine is somehow a weakness in a woman to be what she is, which is feminine. But the woke nuts, or the woke snatchers, I like to call them, want to put masculinity on a woman, because I think the more the woman is more masculine, less feminine features, the more stronger or empowered she is. And I'm just getting about sick of that BS. I am getting sick of
Yeah.
these pink hair. Excuse me, I understand what, these pink haired, half bald, eagle bald headed looking,
So
green haired, rainbow bright,
I know this is
Captain Crunch
kind of
looking.
derailing the stream, but do you guys want me to show? You guys want to watch this short film
Um,
Well,
of Why the Last Man?
of the fan film?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, sure, why not?
How long is it? How
It's
long is it?
21 minutes.
Oh,
oh.
no.
It is
That
a.
takes too long.
Yeah, that
We,
might go a little
We've
bit too.
already.
y'all want to go? Y'all
Yeah,
want to go 10 minutes then?
We'll go 10 minutes.
yeah, 10 minutes will be fine.
Yeah, because this topic is already eaten part of the stream as is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of got the idea of what
I'll
this
link it
show
into the
is about.
chat too, so you guys can watch it on your own time for the people in the back, and for you guys too, if you guys want to watch the rest of it. Like I said, my only criticism of that film is the way how 355 looked. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
Everything else was superb.
Well, and another thing too, what made 355 Best Girl is that they were not afraid to show her feminine qualities. She could kick ass and take no prisoners, but was also not afraid to be a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You're not going to get that in this Hulu, Fox, ABC. I don't know who's winning this thing because I didn't bother to watch it, but you're not going to get that. So you guys know by now, your expectations are going to be subverted. So I
I
would
mean,
not
Mm-hmm.
watch it. If you really like this graphic novel, I would say stay away. That's not what you're going to see.
these
Okay, y'all
feminists.
ready?
Yep,
Mhm.
yep.
Ready.
And after this, we'll cap off this topic of Why the Last Man. So 3, 2, 1. Oh wow, y'all can hear it.
Yep.
I can hear.
Hey, is the closed captioning on?
No.
Oh.
Okay.
Should I turn it on?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I can hear it now.
Is this copyrighted or no?
I don't think so. It says nonprofit.
No, okay. Because Evie was wondering, and I was like, oh crap, I don't want this video shut down.
Yeah.
It just said in the beginning. It says nonprofited. Shit, that's too loud. So it's ringing in my damn ears. At this point, I'm not even fucking monetized, so I don't even give a fuck what they think about my fucking stream.
I hear you.
Hmm.
This starts exactly how the comic book starts. Ooh, nice rack. Kidding, kidding.
You didn't offend me.
Known
I,
right
w-
there.
I wasn't offended.
I'm saying that's the first thing I noticed when she walked in. I guess I'm the bad guy, right?
No, no,
I don't
you're
think
human.
so. You're a
You're
red-blooded
human.
male. Don't be ashamed of that.
Hmm. You know you're saying
She
though.
calls him a pig.
Well, because this is going to set up perfectly. Is like there is always that time in the moment where women and men, I'll say this too, because equal opportunity, have always wished. Sometimes I wish they all would just disappear. Well, here it comes. You're gonna get your wish.
Gets
Uh oh.
right to the point.
Gets right to the point.
Pumping up blood.
Yeah. And that's the thing that I loved about Why the Last Man is you never really know how the virus, like, how it happened. It
I
just
guarantee
happened.
you on the. You're right,
Yep.
Scooney. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I guarantee you on the show they're going to try to explain it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to try to explain it.
He's like, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding internally. I'm bleeding internally.
Aren't those doors open from the outside too?
Those doors are made to open from the outside. They do. There are ways. Yeah.
Okay, we can just. We don't need to watch this bullshit.
Uh,
Yeah, the
nope.
ads.
Thank you though.
Oh,
Uh,
the ads. The ads.
No, that's BS because that HBO that Titans is garbage.
Oh yeah,
mm-hmm.
tell me about it.
And that black I'm not Starfire. No, that's crap. It's BS. It's garbage. I'm trying to mince my words, but it
Like
is.
I said, I don't
No.
mind what race you decides to pick Starfire in. That should never. The audience should never say, "Oh, from now on she's black." So any other, it's invalid now. Which I'm gonna get into when we're done watching the. How far are we into it? 3 minutes.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
talking. A little girl
Yeah.
is
I guess I'll
talking.
stop at the first five.
Can we just say we should have given a budget to the guys and gals who made this little short video, because already I like this way more.
Mm-hmm.
That was Hero.
Mm-hmm.
Now this
Okay,
is not.
another criticism. I didn't like that. Okay, actually no. This is actually an improvement for Yurik because Yurik is not my favorite character, by the way.
No.
She's actually my most hated character. So this is a vast improvement of her character.
Mm-hmm. This is Hero, his sister, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's
And
Yurik right there,
yeah, the one she's on the phone with is Yurik.
the
Yep.
brother.
And then, yep.
They're supposed to be twins.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and there's Amper. I can never say his name right.
Ampersand.
Yeah, Aperson.
Ampersand.
Amper.
However you pronounce that symbol.
Yep.
Well, you just said it correctly just now. Ampersand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 5 minutes is good enough. So I'll just stop it right there.
Yeah.
But this right here, we got like this right here sets up the whole thing perfectly about why they're never going to do that with Yurik. Yurik only proves in this one opening sequence, especially in the graphic novel, that he's kind of what's the word I'm looking for? A performer.
Yep.
A performer.
Okay,
Okay,
off. We'll
he's an
now get off this
entertainer.
topic because
Yeah.
yeah. Well, he's a practicing illusionist, escapist,
Yeah.
like Houdini.
Okay.
which by the way,
And
which by the way does makes sense when you watch when you read the graphic novel, especially the ending.
it was a skill set that, well, it's a skill set that a lot of people were worried, especially in this family in particular. A lot of people were worried that would never go nowhere or amount to anything. But in the case of a crisis, apocalyptic event, it actually does.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
It's,
yeah, and I that's
so by that regard, where I'm sorry, Schooner, where I'm taking from that regard through Uric in that story is the fact that in the case of a time of crisis, when society collapses, all those useless talents that you build up over the years that amount to nothing will come in handy in the apocalypse.
and that's an
Mhm.
arc, and that's the thing about creating a character creation and archetypes and idealization. Okay, yes, he has a series of talents which in the regular world would be seen as kind of a handicap, but in the context of the story in which you're telling, the handicap becomes the unlikely advantage in the new world.
Hmm.
So refueling. Oh, okay. So I think when it comes to this, since I will tell you guys now, it's not going to be what you guys just described. It will be
Nope.
wokeified. I think the men will have the balls chopped off, and they're going to be demasculized. And I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
but from what I've seen, it's not what you guys described. So
Yeah.
um,
That
I
little
wouldn't
short
watch it.
video that short little video right there is the closest thing you'll ever get to a true blue adaptation of the graphic
With some
novel.
minor changes.
With
Because
minor changes, obviously, when you're adapting something, minor changes can be made and improved
what I'm
upon.
saying is, because Hero, yeah, I was going to get into that. What I mean by vast improvement on Hero in the book, she's a harlot that
Mm-hmm.
turns into a lesbian. She sleeps with a lot of her colleagues at the work that she's in. She's displayed as a smart, responsible person, but she makes the most irresponsible decisions in her life,
Mm-hmm.
which makes her a hypocrite compared to her
Mhm.
Yeah.
brother, because her brother is it in the very same vein at the start of the first book. He was getting ready to propose to his traveling girlfriend,
Mm-hmm.
whereas I guess that was the writer's way to contrast the twins, because they are twins in the story. And so, the most irresponsible is actually making the most responsible decision in his life, whereas the
Mm-hmm.
responsible one is making the most irresponsible decisions in her life. Even though she's made a few she's done a lot of responsible things in her life, which is get a job, you know, get an education. Both of them got an education, by the way. All both of them do have an education. Like Yurik is a very well educated guy. He's book smart,
Yeah.
just like Hero. Both Yurik and Hero are both book smart. That's how they were raised. But the contrast between those two is the fact that Hero, despite her maturity, she does a lot of immature things. But
Mm-hmm.
she's receiving no repercussions of it
Yeah.
until the quote unquote plague happened.
Mm-hmm. But
Uh, Owen asked what kind of virus was it, or was it Owen that asked that?
Um, that's one of the things that I think maybe they did reveal
Yeah.
in the series. I can't remember, but at some point, I do know why Uric is immune. I do
Okay.
remember that.
Let me explain the virus, because they didn't really they call it the genocide virus, or they call the pandemic genocide.
Mm-hmm.
But wow, you guys are really interested in this book. I'm gonna drop it as soon as possible. But the virus is, I will only tell you its function. Its function is that it kills the Y
Mhm.
chromosome, which what makes up the male gene, right?
Mm-hmm.
So by that token, every male on planet Earth dies, and by every male I mean every human man and every male animal on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
As in, dogs die, bitches live.
Mhm.
Wow.
SJWs are. I can see why they want to adapt this.
But
They
that's
are
the
going
Y'all
to.
use look, y'all use that as a tagline for how y'all explain this to your friends. Why the last man? Dogs die, bitches live.
Yeah.
that's basic. See, here's the thing, though, and that's the problem that the feminists are basically. They're taking that basic outline and not looking at the literal context of what why the last man was supposed to be showing. Okay, it like you were saying, Wolf. It is a very in-depth psychological study of what happens
There's
when.
context there, Evie. There's context.
Yeah, it shows how society comes apart when a piece of itself is permanently gone.
And but the SJWs aren't going to see that. To them, this is their dream. No more
To them,
men.
this is how they get to their utopia, which is, hey, Wolf and Brian, we gotta hide.
Yep.
Wait, we're not gonna warn Trooper either? Oh, who cares about him?
I'm gonna get
Oh,
me a shotgun for the occasion.
are you kidding me? Cooper's already there. Cooper's already there. He's fine. Cooper's there. He's fine.
So yeah, check it out. Be wary of the hijinks and the dark humor.
And yes, it is
Definitely check out that. Yeah. Definitely check out that short video.
If anybody watch in the chat watches it,
Okay,
I don't know what.
Eloise, be safe out there.
But
Okay, Sheila,
that
Louise, take
also
Take
care.
care there, Eloise.
Yeah,
take
take
care,
care.
Halloween. But what was I going to say? This even why the last man is idealization and not objectification, which is kind of interesting because what we're getting is a very rarity of the opposite side. This is male objectification slash idealization. Uric is this. He's not the perfect man, but he's an idealized version to strive for. He's not a bad person.
No, he's not. he he'll say some things that'll make you kind of like, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah.
And there are times I'm like, all right, shut the fuck up. Not necessarily like oh, Oric, shut the fuck up. It's more Oric, if you want to live, shut the fuck up right now. Please shut the fuck up.
Mhm. And yet so many people, which is interesting, uh, both are ready to objectify him. I mean, like you were saying, the Daughters of the Amazon want to destroy him. Other people see him as just an experiment. I mean, the very few. I mean, Agent 355 sees him as a person.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that that's not how they're going to interpret it.
And this is why I want to get off the topic now because
Okay.
Evie has a question
Yeah.
for. I'm pretty sure it's directly at us, but she highlighted me just to get our attention. But she asked, "Could you talk about how you would idealize a feminine character? Like, how would you draw her face, her body, her clothing?" Well, Evie, didn't you see all the furry girls I draw?
Well, you see, here's the thing. If
Mhm.
I was, if it's all right, if I step in.
Go ahead, Skinny.
If I was to draw an idealized feminine character, I would first not immediately say, okay, how do I see a woman? This is more of how would I craft a hero? Okay, how would I craft a hero who just so happens to be a woman? Okay, so first you'd have to think of, all right, what virtues do I want to have? Do I want them to be an aspirational hero, cathartic motivational hero? Because there are multiple subcategories and characterizations that go with that. But just for simplicity's sake, we're going to say, all right, this is an aspirational character. All right, aspirational character. Let's say they have a loving family, or maybe, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're going to have that. They have both parents, loving parents, and let's say goes to school. And if we want to make her relatable, maybe she's not the most. She's both not the smartest, but also not the most popular. She's like somewhere in between that. So she's an average character, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
Girl next door type, right?
Girl next door type, but is not in the, if we're going to be quote unquote modern, she's going to be more of the subtle girl next door type. Anyway, so
Just a quick aside to just to give a final word on Why Last Man. Thank you, Ishi, for helping me feel better now that I've read the series in its entirety and not feel bad because majority of whenever time Why Last Man brings up, people always lambast it and deride it.
No,
Mhm.
what it did, no, what Why the Last Man did, as everybody derives it, is that it held up a mirror and showed people that it doesn't, there really is no difference between us.
Hmm. But
Mhm.
move on. Continue, Schooner.
Okay, so we're gonna make her like Wolf said, girl next door. So now, just like in the hero's journey, there has to be a call to adventure. She's gonna discover, maybe she finds there's a car accident. In the car accident, it's the car accident being taped off by police officers and stuff like that. The suspect is nowhere to be found. They're saying that, there's a curfew in effect, yada, yada. She's walking home from school and she just happens to stumble upon a blood trail. We see a blood trail of the suspect. She sees the suspect and she sees that the person's hurt and the person's asking her for help. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Right.
So
Exactly.
so she sees a person asking for help and she's not sure of what to do. This person is possibly wanted by the police. This person could be a criminal. This person could
Yeah.
possibly take her hostage. But she decides, you know what, this person is hurt and needs help. So she decides to help him.
Right.
Okay. As she's helping him out, or her, I mean, we could just, anyway. So as she's helping him out, the
Mhm.
guy confides in her that he had stolen something from a research facility. Okay. And
Mhm.
she says, "Oh my God, you stole from the research facility. You're a criminal." And he goes, "No, this information that I've stolen, I was going to take it to the authorities. However, they caught me, yada, yada." She doesn't know what to do. He basically tells her that, you know, to help him, but she says, "I can't get further involved in this." And she's going to leave. And just before she leaves, he puts something in her backpack, whatever that information is, as she leaves.
Mhm.
Okay, so leaves, guy gets found later on and is killed, but whatever he had was not on him. So now they find some way of tracing it back to her, and now the bad guys are chasing after her. Okay, so that's how I would do a character. All right, you don't write a character with the idea of them being a woman in mind. You just write a character who just so
Yep.
happens to be a woman.
Yep.
And along,
Correct.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead, Scooney, and then
no, no,
I'll
no,
chime in.
no, that was all. It's just, I now that I'm just struggling to write that down because I was like, that's really good. Um, and because I just thought of that right off the top of my head.
Mhm.
But that's
Uh,
what. But that's how you draw. Okay, that's how you want to draw an idealized aspirational character. Don't make it aspirational woman. Just write, create a character who just so happens to be a woman. Don't let that be the whole driving force.
with
Yeah,
all the
because
storms I'm hearing about, I'd rather be over
Mm-hmm.
there than here, where it's perpetually hot, or at least not where Trooper is, where it's
Mhm.
continuously hot.
Yep.
I would welcome those lightning storms in a
Yeah.
heartbeat.
Yeah. I hear you.
What you gonna say, Leia?
oh, I was going to say that I was going to agree with Scooney because when Scooney was describing his character, it kind of reminded me of Buffy the Vampire
Yeah.
Slayer on the TV show. Now,
Mhm.
when
I was
Buffy
gonna get
did,
to that, Evie, but continue,
oh,
Leia.
Buffy,
That's what she was saying, but
well,
Schooner went on a good tangent.
Yeah.
um, but I do like the point he's making. The problem with SJWs and females and their rewritings, they don't get that a female has to have a hero's journey. They're writing their females as knowing all, or as they describe, best is ever. So they know all, need all, and say all and do all. They don't need
Yeah.
guidance. They don't need. They just
Omniscient, omnipresent.
yeah.
Yeah,
They just
but
Yeah.
are. They have
Basically, gods.
yes,
mm-hmm. Now
exactly.
getting back to the story that I was describing, that actually does fit into the category of idealization of an aspirational archetype. Of an aspirational archetype, because she is
Can I
not.
touch on? Did I say this briefly in the beginning of the stream when I talked about my comment towards Professor Geek in one of his streams?
You said it behind the scenes, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll bring it up now. I thought I was going. I thought I brought up earlier in the beginning, but now that I mentioned it, I didn't. So Leia, I'm not sure if you were there when I made that comment on whatever stream he was doing, because he mentions Wonder Woman one moment, and I brought up
Mhm.
this comment and I said, drawing Wonder Woman with her hips cocked to the side is idealization. Drawing her laying down with doing the spread eagle is sexualization.
Hmm.
Yeah, I remember that he was showing
Mhm.
three different examples of Tila. He was showing the
Right.
correct way to draw Tila and the sexualization of Tila. He was trying to compare the two. So I do remember you on the stream, and you did talk about that with Wonder Woman, and I agree. I agree. That's the difference. SJW
So
nuts don't
Yeah.
see that difference though. But that's a good argument to bring up to them. They don't see that difference. They think sexualization is I can see your legs and your breasts and your hips, but that's not what
Yeah.
sexualization
they
is.
think
Yeah.
they're thinking in the Puritan prudish type of way these days
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
They
Oh
that's something
become
like
no.
very
Islamic shit right there.
There's the irony right there too, is that the feminists have become the religious Puritans.
Yes,
well. Even then, they welcome it. Well, have you noticed they welcome Muslim women nowadays? Have you noticed that? Pretty soon,
Yep.
all these
I
white
was
girls are
just
gonna be
going to say.
wearing those hijabs, and they'll
Oh
think
yeah.
they'll be stunning brave. Like we're doing this for the Muslim women that are being oppressed by the men in their own country. Yeah, you're gonna do that, but
yeah.
you're not gonna do that in
Yeah.
their country at
Yeah.
Well,
all.
I'll give you an example. It may not be a big deal, but it was a deal to that country. When the live action Aladdin had come out with Will Smith, one of the plot lines that they did with Yasmin is that Yasmin wants to be a sultan.
Hmm.
Well, in
Yeah.
that country, they do not have female sultans. They
No,
do
they do
not
not.
have female queens. They don't have that. Even to this day, a female does not have that authority. But good old Disney decides it's going to empower these movie women by saying we're going to have Yasmin be a sultan, when in reality, she wouldn't have been.
They
But
didn't
in
make
the
her a
live action
sultan.
movie, I didn't see it. So did they do that? Because I didn't
No,
bother to see it.
no. What
Well,
they
she,
did was they gave her more singing lines in that movie because apparently basically what the writer has said, all she did was sit around and wait for a dude. No, the fuck she did
no,
not.
she didn't.
No, she didn't.
Yasmin was
Well,
one of the
he
coolest
also
Disney princesses. She wasn't like
Yep.
that at
Girl, she
all.
ain't Mexican.
right,
It's Jasmine.
Yeah,
the writer said that
You
only
calling her
so that
Yasmin? I'm like, she ain't Mexican.
Jasmine or Jasmine.
Jasmine. You pronouncing the Mexican way.
Oh, some people in my family and on my job, everybody is saying Yasmin. I've seen a few YouTubers say Yasmin, so it's
I'm like,
Jasmine.
why?
Mhm.
Like, why is she Mexican?
Okay.
Yeah.
She named after a jewel.
Yeah.
It's Jasmine. Okay,
Yeah,
tell me.
Jasmine.
There's some YouTubers that have messed it up as well. I'm gonna tell them you're saying it
She's
wrong.
named after a motherfucking jewel, not a Mexican
Yeah.
person.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
She's Jasmine, not Yasmin.
I think
I
one
got
of my sisters had a friend named
I'm
Jasmine,
not,
so
look,
that's how I
I'm
know
only
yeah.
that.
teasing you, Leia, but I'm
No, I
teasing you,
want
but
I want to pronounce it right, so I'm cool
hmm
with it. I want to
I'm
pronounce it right.
gonna.
I'm cool with it.
like
Now
who
go
was
back.
this Jasmine you keep talking about? Like,
Now
I know what you're talking about. I was doing it all in fun.
that's okay because I do want to pronounce it right. But go back. Who was talking? Was it Schooner or you that
It
was
was
talking
me.
about?
I was
Okay,
bringing up the fact that
continue.
like I
Continue.
said that I know it's Schooner probably followed in after me, but I'll bring this up. The writer said all she did was rape for a dude, so now we're gonna give her some more dynamic moments in this story, which is
Hmm.
so I'm like, I seen your movie bits and pieces, mind you, and all she did was sing.
Right.
Very empowering, guys.
Well, see, the writer had
And all she
Jasmine
does is
drumming,
write with Aladdin on the magic carpet. Okay,
but she was not.
She tried to get out of the palace just to seek freedom, but then when Aladdin was supposedly
not freedom. She just wanted to see what the world looks like
Yeah,
yeah,
outside the castle wall. She wasn't there for freedom.
well,
She wa-
close enough.
cause,
she
no
wasn't.
sorry. Leia. Let me give
Go ahead.
context to the story itself, or at least her arc in this story.
Continue. Yes, go ahead.
Remember, the Sultan wanted her to get married.
Right.
She's not opposed to getting married. She was never opposed to it.
She wants it to be
The
for
pro-
love.
there you go, Brian. That's the problem she had. It was arranged. She never
Hmm.
met the guy. She don't know who the guy is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But the only reason why she left the palace was to get some downtime, some alone time to herself. She wasn't there as a prisoner in her own in her father's home. She
Right.
wanted to go out there, see what the street life is like in Agrabah.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you get that scene where she takes a where thinking as a princess she can take whatever she wants.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's forget about the you know you f- she forgets that she's dressed in rags, so she takes an apple from
From the cart,
Stand.
and then
Yeah.
tries to give it to the little
the
boy who was
merchant.
hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yep.
merchant, which shows another part of her character. She's willing to help the poor people, which was another interesting character dynamic that she had in the show. Which I don't know. I like Rat Jasmine, but I don't think that episode was needed because again, this is coming from the movie. But I
Mm-hmm.
digress. Um, she's willing to help little kids feed the little poor kids, but she almost got killed. Well, she almost lost an arm for her troubles until Aladdin jumps in,
Sadly,
and
yes,
Aladdin.
she's my sister. She's a little crazy. She said she knew the sun. I remember that whole scene, man.
Bruh, how she play off into that was really good. She transitioned
Yeah.
from sane to crazy real quick. They did
Oh
that
yeah.
animation really good.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love that scene. That
I do
when she
too.
makes that face, I start cracking up because I'm like, good on you, girl. Good on you.
Yeah.
When she catches on to what, yeah, Aladdin is doing, yeah, yeah, I absolutely agree. I love that. That's what made her so cool.
Thank you, Evie.
That's what made her so cool was
Hmm.
this Wolf. Did you want to continue? Or
She was
were you
able
done
to
with the scene?
improvise, is what you mean, right,
Mm-hmm.
Leia?
But it shows her intelligence. She wasn't like,
She
take
wasn't a
your hand
snotty
off me, you
princess.
peasant. Yeah, she was like, oh, I get it. Okay, I'm gonna follow right along with you. I don't know who you are, but you're trying to save my life, so I'm gonna
Hmm.
fly along. I'm gonna fly right along with it.
She even goes to his house.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
What counts as his
Oh,
home.
he invites her over to her house.
Oh yeah.
He
but
doesn't even, and the thing is, he doesn't even invite her over because I'm going to score. It's
Mm-hmm.
He invites her over because she barely don't have no place to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He at this point he still thinks that she's one like him, and
yeah,
she's giving him shelter. Oh, sorry, he's giving her shelter.
yeah.
It's like,
Right.
hey, you can crash at my place for now until you go about your day. And they're there to talk, not necessarily there to again you know get the kiss for the girl and stuff like that.
Yeah. He's doing it
But
out of the
but
goodness of his heart rather than just trying to get some opportunity with her.
and she
Yeah.
liked the fact that he was kind to her, which is why yes. Oh, and Lister, that's great. Good thing. It highlighted both their intelligence
A
and
rarity, a rarity
Well,
nowadays.
that's the thing. Yeah, too. He was treating her as a person, like as an equal.
exactly.
Before he even knew she was a princess, too.
Yeah, exactly. He was
So
exactly.
I don't know what in the world this writer's talking about because, like you said, she wasn't against getting married. She just wanted to marry for love and she wanted to get to know the person and choose the person for herself, not be treated like a prize, like she
Well,
told
that's
them.
the
I'm
thing
not
Oh,
a
about
bro,
prize to be
let me
won.
add
the writer.
this.
The
Let me,
writer
let me-
said that. The writer said that just because he was trying to defend his work.
he was a male feminist. Let's just say that.
Exactly.
Let me
Hmm.
point out this. Oh, by the way, guys, while she was sitting in the castle,
Yep.
she wasn't waiting for no dude. She was thinking, "Oh my God, I got that guy killed.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah.
Dear Allah, it's because of my treacherous treason that a guy got killed, got executed on my behalf.
Because
Because
Jafar told her he was executed when all he was really doing was using him to get the lamp later on.
yeah, she thought that her actions got somebody killed. She wasn't there waiting for a guy. She was there lamenting at the fact that an innocent man was killed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I
After that, she didn't even know that Aladdin was even alive or not
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
until Prince Ali comes in,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
that's where she says, "Oh, you look kind of familiar."
yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
That's another sign that of her intelligence is
Well,
yeah,
and
he's
that's
Yeah.
wonderful, but
yeah,
I know you, and I think I
yeah,
know who you are,
It's a shame Abu had to admit this. Nah,
Yeah,
he hates
boom,
fireworks. Doesn't really
boom,
like flying either.
and
boom.
that
And carpet's like, oh my god, you walked into that like
yeah.
Yep. Trust me, I
Uh-huh.
watched that whole thing a lot as a kid. It was good
Mm.
stuff.
Yeah, it was a
Oh,
good film.
God, God forbid we put her in the iconic outfit that she wore.
Uh, the red one, when
Mm,
she was captured by
no. See, that's the
both
thing.
Jafar.
outfits. Both outfits.
In
Her
Jafar's
default
case,
outfit.
that was
What
in
was wrong with
Jafar's
that outfit?
in Jafar's case that
It's
was
not.
a
Hang on,
station.
Scooter. Hang on, Scooter. Let me answer Leia's question. It's non-existent in the live action. Oh, and they gave her a friend who ends up becoming the Jean's love interest at the end, a handmaiden, because God forbid she becomes a character by herself. Now you got the Bechdel test being proven right again, where there's two girls in a scene talking about a dude. God
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
forbid.
I hate
Hmm.
the fact she's not wearing wolf in Disneyland and Disney World when the actress dressed us with Jasmine. They're wearing that outfit from the cartoon.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So now in the live action movie, they put her in this potato sack. I
Mm-hmm.
know. Don't want to have the male gaze. God
Not
forbid
potato
if she's
sack.
pretty.
Not potato sack. It's a dress
It's
that covers her midriff.
oh my
Hmm.
Well,
goodness
and that's
gracious.
the thing. That's the thing too. That you got to avoid the male gaze. But I'm also asking, well, what about the feminine gaze? They just dressed him up in a feminine gazed appropriate outfit.
And whose idea was it to give Jean a girlfriend?
Yeah, that was stupid. Yeah.
Look in the
Hmm.
Oh,
cartoon, he got
because
a
he's
girl.
Will
In the
Smith.
cartoon, he got a girlfriend.
Yes.
No, he don't.
In the
That
TV
bitch ain't
series,
his.
the Aladdin TV series.
That genie bitch ain't his, Schooner. Schooner, read my
Not
motherfucking
will
lips. That genie bitch ain't his.
he will be in
Oh
the
man,
series.
this is
Not
funny.
yet, not yet. Watch the episode and you'll see.
I don't see that bitch hanging around his arms in later seasons. That bitch ain't his.
Oh man, this is
See,
hilarious.
that one because you got to remember, he finds the other genie. They hit it off, get romantic, and then the kid by accident wishes that they would always be together because the kid's an orphan. And what?
Read my lips.
Oh, here we
I don't see that bitch hanging off his arms. That bitch ain't his.
Oh, for crying out loud!
You can say it's canon all you want, but
Okay,
I don't
it's
see that bitch anywhere near him. It ain't his. She fine as a motherfucker though.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. But last time I checked, I don't see that girl anywhere near him, so that ain't his.
canon.
I know. I know.
but the that
But canon to the movies, that bitch ain't around him.
but the Jasmine, I was just about the Jasmine trying to get it back to Jasmine
Go
in the
ahead, Leia.
animated. That was
Oh, it was great.
hilarious. Yes, gamer. That midriff is her
I'm gonna
iconic
clip this
outfit.
rant, dude. I'm gonna clip this rant. I'm
Yes.
gonna tell it that bitch ain't his.
Yes. That
Oh
midriff,
man.
That's
guys, in
some.
Disney World and Disneyland, when Yasmin walks around Disney World and all the little girls go up there and say, Princess Yasmin, she's in that midriff is showing. That midriff,
Mhm.
I don't see any of the parents going, oh honey, hide your eyes or close your eyes and showing her midriff. Nobody made a big deal because that's what she looks like. That's what made her
Mm.
cool. She had two iconic outfits: the blue, and then the slave girl outfit she was in when she was a
Not
slave
slave
girl.
girl, concubine.
Can we also
Okay.
the way Jafar dressed her up was objectification. What
Hmm.
she was earlier is idealization.
Yep.
Ah, interesting. Yes, it was. It was. It was to objectify her. I definitely do agree with that. Someone is jealous of
I,
Jeannie.
I mean,
look,
he was the one who literally had her in chains, and then he pulls her up with the apple and says, "Oh, it pains me to see you this way, Jasmine."
Mhm.
yeah, and then I think he tried to make the move on, and she's the one that threw the glass at him and told him,
Oh
"Ain't
Oh
no way
yeah.
you ain't never gonna have it. So ain't no way with
He's like,
By the
I
way,
hate
hi,
bitches. I
hi,
respect
Bacon.
yeah."
Jamaican.
And also, guys, yeah, that so I didn't have a problem with it. That scene is when she sees
Aladdin.
Aladdin trying to help her. She has to play into the role. When she
Mm-hmm.
has to play
It's like,
into what
Hmm.
yeah, even as the genie's trying to tell Jafar that he can't make anyone fall in love. Like,
Yep.
Massa, there are some puzzles, quid pro quo. Don't talk back to me, you big blue lout!
yeah, sounds
Yeah.
just like that,
And,
Brian.
and then what I love is when she starts putting the moves on Jafar, Genie's face, just mouth just drops. I love it. It
Yeah,
just goes bing.
Yeah, like the
yeah.
cash register sound. That was great.
Yep.
That was great. That was really great. Yeah, but and we know why she was doing it. She didn't mean it, but she saw that Aladdin is trying to get in there to rescue her, and she's not gonna stand there and she's not the damsel
Well, at
stretch.
that
She's like,
point, Jafar
I
is a
got
powerful wizard because
Well, and
if
not only that,
even if
she
the
used
Aladdin will attempt it, Jafar would most likely would have vaporized him.
Oh
exactly,
yeah.
yeah,
and that is Jasmine using. That's not an objectified trait. That's Jasmine using her feminine trait to lure Jafar into a false sense of security.
so Aladdin
That's
doesn't.
Hey
Jasmine
Schooner,
and
what's that?
Aladdin.
What's that
That,
saying? Hey Schooner, what's that saying? Cersei said to Sansa in the Battle of Blackwater.
Hmm?
oh yeah. Oh, what was that thing? Crap. Um. Oh, wait a minute.
Power is in the
I think
mind, but there's also another
yeah,
power in between your legs. Use it
yeah,
always.
Yep.
exactly. And that was, but that what I was going exactly, Wolf. But that was also another form of teamwork. Aladdin and Jasmine are working together to get the lamp away from Jafar.
Right,
Mhm.
exactly. So I understood why she had to use her feminine wiles to get after Jafar. Like you said, Schooner, it's a
Yes,
false sense of security to
yes,
take
it would be
away.
Evie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it would be. Yo,
Yep.
and Jafar was a creep, but she.
Yeah. No, he's a gay icon now.
Like Scar.
Oh yes, of course. Oh yes. Oh, I'm gonna love this with the LGBTQ community is gonna pull this. That Jafar secretly wanted Aladdin.
Oh, seriously? Oh my
Say what?
god.
They're gonna
Oh,
pull this. No, I'm saying they will. I'm saying they will. They're gonna pull this at some point down the line.
Yeah.
While he was dressed up as the creepy old man, he actually
yeah.
secretly wanted to do
So,
things to
guys, let me
Aladdin.
let
Oh,
me
he's
ask you this
16.
question: Do you guys want to talk about what y'all got out of every what you got out of every Disney princess? Because somebody brought up
Mhm.
the attack on princesses, right?
Mhm.
Was
Mm-hmm.
it
That,
you,
that was
Leia?
last week. That was Trooper who brought that up
Mhm.
last week. That there was this article by one of the woke nuts that was attacking the Disney princesses because she feels they're objectified and
Mhm.
they're damsel in distress
No.
and other than Elsa, they're all damsel in distresses and they're waiting for love and they want
Yeah.
Prince Charming to come
Now
get
that I call
them.
bullshit.
And this person is okay. And this person is willfully ignorant of Mulan.
Hmm.
Is willfully ignorant. Oh, let's see. Of Brave. Let's see.
Merida.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, let's see. What else? There's
Sorry,
more.
Merida.
Jasmine, like we just
They're
said,
also
is
willfully ignorant of
Let me
Rapunzel.
piggyback
Mhm.
on Schooner. See, that's the thing that we're missing the point on about the Disney princesses. We keep tossing up
Yeah.
Mulan, Rapunzel, and Merida, right?
Mhm.
Hmm.
What
Well,
they
that's
tend,
Mhm.
that's just to name to what the objectionists that's just to ease them in because yes, go on, Wolf. I know where you're going with this.
so what they really overlook when it comes to the Disney princesses
Mhm.
before we got Mulan or Elsa or Rapunzel is the fact that they weren't just there for a guy to save their asses. They actually assist the hero too in some way.
Mhm.
Now, you can
Mm-hmm.
argue that Sleeping Beauty, Aurora, was the only one that really didn't do anything much of what she does
Mhm.
other than sleep forever until Prince Philip comes to save her. But that's the archetypical hero's tale.
Mhm.
Even though Aurora was majority telling the story, or at least the major focal point of the story until Prince Philip comes in. Same thing with Snow White. Snow White is actually not necessarily a damsel in distress until late in the final act, and she's not even saved by a prince. She's technically saved by the dwarves
Yes,
Hmm.
yeah.
Yep.
And I
in
want
a
to make a
way.
book about Snow White, but I'll come. You go ahead, finish. I'm going to come back to that. But go ahead, Wolf.
Um,
Mhm.
in the case of Cinderella, again, she didn't wait for no prince.
There's the mice to
She
give her the key.
Yeah, she was saved
Hmm.
by her friends, but even then, if you were to remove the mice out of that, she would have probably broke down that door anyways.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and you guys
Probably.
Because
have to
she's not
remember.
because she's not going to sit there that long. At that point, when her stepmother locked up in that door, that if we were to say the mice were her figments of her imagination,
Yeah.
that was her having none of it anymore. Like, okay, bitch, I'm done with this shit. You gonna treat me like a gilded cage in here? I'm gonna bust down this door and get up out of here. I'm done. I'm
Did you
fucking
Mhm.
done.
did you
Oh
Yep.
hear her
wait,
screaming? She screamed, "You can't keep me here." You know, I did. You
that
have to
was
hear it in her voice
that was
that
her fighting defiance of,
yeah,
of her stepmother right there. If you were to
right.
remove the mice and say they were a figment of imagination, her inner strength, if you will, she was done at that point with her stepmom.
That was
Like the
my
mo-
favorite
Yeah.
part too. That was my favorite part too of the movie when they said that the prince was coming. She just smiles and she just drops what she's doing and walks off.
Right.
Mhm.
Like I'm through
Yeah.
Yeah, I
here.
like that.
We're
And
done
that
here. We are done here.
So in my head, can she bust down that door? If you want to remove the mic, she bust down that door and got the hell up down that stairs.
Yep.
Calmed herself down, fixed herself up. Okay, hi, I'm here.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm still here. Hey, I got a spare. Okay, bye, bitch. I'm about to roll with my man.
well, it's
Yep.
better. It's better than that
Yeah, and that was
live action version. She's in there singing through the window. She's singing through the
exactly.
window, and
Yeah,
then yeah,
she's willing to give up in the live action version.
yeah, she
Whereas
basically did.
the animated version, she fought.
Hmm.
Yeah, she's like
And
Commander.
if you want
She would have kicked that door in, like you said. In her mind, she would have kicked and punched that door right right
Yeah.
through there.
Going back to Snow White,
well,
she's
yeah,
in her
but
case. She wasn't really. She was thinking about the prince. She wasn't waiting for him. She was
yeah,
basically out and about, playing around, smelling the flowers, enjoying a bird's company until
Mhm.
till the huntsman chased her away. Now, mind you, he was supposed to kill her first, but of course, that man has more honor than the queen.
Oh yeah.
He's
Right.
not, he's not gonna he's not gonna kill a child. He even says it right then and there when she
I love
says
that
you will.
bit too because she looks right at him and her eyes are not conveying terror. Her eyes convey why.
Yeah, that's it.
And
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
he stops himself and he just goes, "I can't do it."
Or before that, the queen tells her you will kill her and put her heart in here. But my queen, she's just a child.
Yeah.
Like he outright says it, and I was like, yeah, she is a child. Though in my childhood mind, when I look at Snow White, she don't look like no damn child.
And
Mhm.
what gets me about that queen, because when I was young and I saw that, the Wicked Queen scared the daylights out of me because it's the whole setup. She says, "Take her into the forest, let her pick the berries and the flowers. Like she has, let her go, let her sing her song, let her do whatever she wants."
Premeditated.
Yeah, but when you
Yeah.
take her deep into those woods, take her, let her be doing all that stuff, and then you're gonna kill her, and then you're gonna put her heart in this box. I'm like, oh my god, she wants to kill her and bring me to put her heart in this box. Like we've got those big
Yeah.
eyes and says, put her heart in this box, and it's like you said, Wolf, he doesn't want to do it, and then she's out. But you're
She's
right,
a cow-
guys.
and the queen is a coward. She won't do it herself. She'd
Hmm.
rather
Yep.
hide behind a hired hand.
And good
Exactly.
and good
A
on that
thug,
and good on that
basically.
huntsman to tell her what the queen the why. He told her the why. It's like, why would
Yeah.
you do this? Like the queen, she's mad. She wanted me to kill you and put your heart in this box. You must go. Do not come back to the castle. Run. Run. Like you hear that urgency in his voice
He's
on
not
that second
joking.
run.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Get as way as
Because
fast
he
as you
knows that
can.
because he knows that if he brings her back, the queen will just bring in somebody else.
Right.
She'll probably have him executed too for not doing his duty. And of course, we all know what happened. What he does after that. He doesn't come back empty-handed. You know, he kills
No.
a pig, cuts his heart out,
Yeah.
and of course, smart on him to use a pig because pigs are
Yeah.
no. They we basically have the same. I wouldn't say the same. That they're closely genetic makeup as to our human body. So of course, a
Mhm.
pig's heart would basically look no different than a human heart.
Saying,
Mhm.
So that was enough to convince her, of course.
yeah.
But then again, it wouldn't really take all that much to convince her, anyways, because there's no forensics in that era.
You're right. So she
Mm.
Well,
believes it until she confronts the mirror. The mirror
Hmm.
I love,
tells her she's been tricked.
which I also think is really cool how they don't have to show the heart. Instead, the lock on the box is a shape as a heart shape.
Well, to me as a child, when I first saw it, they didn't because the tension from that scene of her into
Yeah.
the woods and the queen asking for the heart, that was enough in my mind
I'll address Owen real
to
quick.
know. Sure.
We don't see him. I'm going to assume Owen saw this movie just as we all did in our youth, but
Hmm.
we don't see that huntsman ever again after that scene.
We don't.
Hmm.
We don't.
Now
Mm-mm.
my headcanon is he got the pay and got the fuck out of that country.
Hmm.
That's what
Yep.
I'm thinking too.
It's like the moment he got his pay, boom, he just. I'm making gapping noises. That's what I'm doing.
That's
You know,
okay.
Mhm.
I hold silver. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
I will
He
still
just
get the.
Mm.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
just
Dwarf. That's gonna go on your list. Go ahead.
you know the Lone Ranger theme song. Think of
Yeah.
that one. He's just getting the fuck up out of there. He's like I'm not gonna be spending my next moments in this castle with this crazy bitch.
Before she
Yeah.
finds out that's a pig heart, he probably knows about that mirror, so he gives it to her, like you
Well, it
said,
doesn't
Dwarf.
even. Well, it
Got that
doesn't even
money
matter
and
whether he knows the mirror or not. It's the fact that once it will be a matter of time before she figure out that she's been had. So he's not.
right,
He's
Yeah.
he's he's leaving with his dignity. Is what I'm saying. He left with his dignity.
right,
Oh. Yep.
right. But
And
I
that's
was gonna.
how I assumed it when I was a kid. When I the more times I watched it, it's like you don't see him after that. I'm like, I like to think he the moment he got his pay, he got out of there. Just don't pass go. Get your behind out there. Get back to your family and take another occupation.
I
Yeah, I'm also going to say that I actually did think Snow White and the Huntsman was actually pretty interesting.
you like that version,
I thought
Skinny?
it was interesting. See, it was because it went way deep into the fantasy.
What
And
movie
it,
or what show?
uh, Snow White and the Huntsman.
I thought it
Yeah,
tried to turn Snow White into Xena, and I don't
I
think
know,
that's
yeah, I know, but it went all out on that, in my opinion, and they didn't, and they weren't pushing the feminist message.
I wish they had a different actress.
me
Yeah,
too.
yeah, yeah.
Me too. I agree with you.
The sequel, though not the greatest,
It's one of the
did a
worst things
much
that.
better job because we didn't get to see Christian Stewart throughout that whole movie. Instead, they used the body double.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with
Yep.
you. I agree with you on that part.
Now, one thing I don't like is the fact that they gave him a love interest in that second movie,
Yeah,
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 that was. Well, there were a lot of
and
things
they
that
didn't
they
do
did.
enough with the with Emily Blunt's character as a villain. They kind of shorthanded by bringing back and trying the ultimate being, the ultimate evil, whereas
Yeah.
the trailer suggested that both of them were gonna fuck shit up.
Yep.
But all she did was sit around and just basically train what essentially is child soldiers,
Hmm.
hmm
and that's where the huntsman came from. But like again, like I said, I was hoping that you get a combination of the queen's power and you got her sister's power, which she controls eyes. I'm like, oh shit, this is gonna be some interesting stuff. But unfortunately, it just boiled down to the huntsman versus the queen, and she ends up getting killed by the queen.
Hollywood
Yep.
writing, stupid Hollywood writing.
That's
Exactly.
why if you want to be a great artist, don't go to Hollywood. That's where
Yeah,
dreams go to die.
yeah,
Yep.
exactly. But what makes, if I can go back to the cartoon, I just want to say, as a child, when I first saw it as a little girl, like you said, this is why Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is a classic. and I think it has stood the test of time. It's near 100 years old, and the reason it stays for so long, and why that was such a masterpiece from Walt Disney, and why I think that who in their right mind would rather be dead or being asleep a long time than get a true love. If you got that, Victoria, if I don't want to be dead, so if I got to get a good smackaroonie to wake me up, it's cool. But I just want to say the reason is
And if it's a
because
fat dude,
well, he might have a good heart, and if his heart is good, then it doesn't.
what if he slobber all over you when he did it?
Oh God!
Would you thank him still?
Why you
I
think
know you
it's
would thank him
funny?
still, but like, damn, why you got slobber all over me? Did your mom ever touch you? Like, oh, wait, don't answer that.
Oh,
Victoria has a question for us, real quick, before you continue your statement. Leia. Speaking of
I
Snow
didn't.
White, what's your thoughts on Mirror Mirror? I didn't want to watch that bitch crone, Julia Roberts, be
Yeah,
a
I didn't
queen.
either. I didn't either.
Hmm.
She
I
looked
thought it
so
was
out of place in that movie, completely out of place.
Yeah.
And I actually
right.
did got around to watching it because my wife put it on, and I was like, I'm so glad I didn't
Mhm.
watch this the first time. Thank you, by the way.
But when I was a little girl, real quick, why, and again back to why I think Snow White has stood the test of time, and why that was such a masterpiece by Walt Disney, is the fact that you guys is the fact that even when I was young, that sense of macabre was still in my head. Like I didn't have to see the pig's heart to know there was a pig's heart in that box. I didn't have to see that. I didn't. I didn't because I knew my mind already. This is what great storytelling does. You don't have to show everything. You just got mood, you got tone, you got the emotion, and I knew that as a little girl that
I don't even know why I said. I don't
that
remember
there was
why
a
I
pig's
said that was
heart.
so twisted.
And I knew that she was beyond evil. She was macabre because first
Hmm.
she asked for her heart to be put in a box to prove that she's dead. Number two, she turns into this old gangly
Which
hat witch that scared me as a girl and puts a spell that's in which if you
Look,
hear her, she
my
yeah,
says
hands, my voice, ah, my voice.
different, different episode,
Such a
Jerry.
perfect.
this old
Basically, basically, she turned into what she was on the inside.
there it is,
Basically,
Scooney.
yep,
That's what she
As
was on the
ugly outside as she was within.
a
and then
hag.
a hag, an old, ugly, bald, yeah, just deathly hag. But her spell is it's supposed to put her in such a deep sleep that the that the dwarfs would bury her alive. So I'm like,
Look, it's a
first she wanted her
possibility.
heart,
Any random dude could have woke her up with a kiss. Is what I'm saying.
right? But it had
Well,
to be the one that loved her the most, though. It
yeah.
couldn't be just
A
any
total
random dude.
stranger, by the way.
Well,
Well,
and that was the thing
they knew each
about
other at the beginning. She saw him, and he sung to her on her
Yeah, but she
balcony.
still met the dude for one day. Doesn't mean she knows the man.
Well,
the
we all
point.
know
Well,
that.
The point.
I'm not gonna pull that. Oh, she was violated by a random stranger. I'm just saying the truth. Look, truth of the matter is they only met for one day, and suddenly he has true love's first kiss.
Well, I knew that. Even as a child, I knew it didn't go that way. I
Nah,
mean,
nah,
let
nah.
me
If I
tell.
was writing that, Dopey would have got the true love's first kiss. It would have been Dopey. Dopey would have kissed her.
Well, Dopey
Well, that
really
was
did.
the thing
And
about the scene. That was
hey,
the thing
hey,
about the
here's how I would
I just,
frame it. Here's
oh,
how I would frame it. Here's how I would frame it.
oh
This is how
God.
Dopey would have
Oh
worked.
God.
scene.
This is exactly how Dopey would have worked.
Oh God.
All the doors are leaving, right? They they having the funeral procession, right? In
Mm-hmm.
the glass casket, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Open casket, right? They're leaving. They're going. Dopey's the last one, with the flower too in his hand to boot. He's the only one that doesn't talk, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Hey Al.
Hey,
Yeah.
Al.
Hello, Al.
Well,
But
Continue.
that's what.
I'm not done yet.
No, all right.
Hmm.
I'm not done yet. But look, he's got the rose in his hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's
Mhm.
still sniffling. He's still crying. He's about to walk with him too, but he turns, approaches Snow White, and kisses her on the forehead. Sneak wakes up. Oh, hello, Dopey. And he does that little celebration dance and stuff like that. And everybody's happy ending. And then the prince comes in, and then he walks up. Then he takes her, and Dopey waves goodbye to her. Friend zone. Kidding, kidding.
Well, go ahead, Schooner, then I'll come after you.
Well, that was the thing about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is that it wasn't trying. It's
It almost implied that you're going to come after the wolf commander for implying that Dopey is the better man than the prince.
no,
Like, why you always gotta ruin the prince ending for all his women, Wolf Commander?
no. It's just
Continue,
basically
Spooner.
Prince Charming is supposed to be not so much because people take him in the literal sense. Prince Charming is the sign of better things to come. Why? Because there's a
Exactly.
better future now.
I'm about to shut that down, Owen.
Oh, Owen, I'm gonna respond to that in just a second. Scooney, you're absolutely correct. Let me tell you what I took away from Snow White and why she's still on my list of favorite Disney princesses. The thing I took away from Snow White, what I found her beauty was her kindness. It was
Hmm.
how when I was asking the little girl, why do you like Snow White? I said, Mommy, she was kind to those dwarfs. When those dwarfs took her in, she just busted the door and said, well, I'm the princess, so bow to me and clean up and feed me. She said, if you hide me, first of all, she's smart. She says, but the queen, she says, but the queen doesn't know I'm here. I should be safe. So that shows Snow White is thinking. True, she said, I'm not just gonna be a burden. I'll tell you what, you keep me here, I'll make a deal. I'll cook and I'll clean for you if you allow me to stay here. It doesn't make her weak. It's an act of kindness. It's not she's just not mooching no
Common
fun.
courtesy.
Yeah, it's
It's
common courtesy.
compromise.
It was a
But not
compromise.
only
Right.
the dwarves, and here's the thing: the dwarves are even like they know how evil the queen is, and they are basically saying we can't just turn her out,
Exactly.
hand her over to her. We need, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. You're right. You're absolutely right. I agree with you, Scooney. It was the
Grumpy is a
kindness.
sensible one. You
Well,
know, nobody hates on Grumpy. Grumpy is actually being the sensible one too. He's also being a bit of a realist. Like she will come after us if we keep her here in a way. He may not have said that. It's more of a kind of like a sexist. Women make us weak and all that stuff. Kind of, but if you put it
no, but
to another context, he's saying if we keep her here, the queen most likely is going to come after her and find us, and that might be trouble for us.
I
Yeah.
get your point. I do. I do. I understand that, and that's a good point to make, Wolf. But I was going to get at what what calms the beast here is her kindness she shows towards Grumpy, because Grumpy's like, huh, I'm not going to get this woman ain't going to tell me woman, and I'm not going to fall like little puppies like you all are doing. How they had to drag
Well,
him to take a bath. That was a funny scene. Get the soap.
yeah.
But yeah, but it was her kindness that wins him over. She doesn't beat
Hmm.
it into him. She shows kindness to him, and that wins him over because he is just affected by her being her death as Dopey is. But
And
he's
he is,
so
yeah, exactly what you're saying, Leia. To and just to follow up on Wolf's comment, he was
mhm.
being a realist. He was laying down the queen is going to come here, and I think maybe, and he is delivering the counter argument. It would be better for the seven dwarfs if they just get rid of the problem. But he's outvoted the other
Hmm.
dwarves. He's outvoted. The other
Right.
dwarves say, no, we need to keep her here. And he warms up to the idea. And don't tell me, I know everybody, don't you tell me you didn't cry when you saw Grumpy crying. When
Hmm.
all
Oh,
of the when all of the seven dwarves are mourning over Snow White, and then you see Grumpy, you're going like, no, Grumpy, you are the strong one. You gotta stay strong for us. Don't cry.
I cried too. You're right, Wolf. I certainly did. I cried too.
I like this comment by Owen Lester. Grumpy. I ain't no simp.
Nah.
Because I remember seeing it as a girl, and when the scene comes where she bites I'm a little girl going, "No, wait, don't take a bite out of that apple. Don't take a bite of that apple." And then she bites into it, and
The
then you start
sounds that she
the
makes.
sounds that she makes. Yeah, the sounds that
Mhm.
she makes. And I'm going, and then I love how when she falls, you just see the hand and the apple
Hmm.
roll from there. That was great. Because as a
Beautiful roller
child,
scoping, by the way.
yeah, that was beautiful roller scoping of the hand. Because as a kid, I never forgot that the bite of the apple, and you don't
I'm
see her.
taking a dig at Owen real quick. When I mentioned the roller scoping.
You don't see her. You
Mm,
don't see the whole body fall. You just see the
Mhm.
hand and the apple leaving it. And I
And
thought, oh no, she's dead. As a
Hmm.
mhm.
kid, that got me.
Dude,
It worked,
dude,
and I
real
thought the
quick,
queen had won.
real quick. how many of y'all got hyped up when the dwarfs ran after the queen?
Oh, we were
I,
all hyped up. We were like saying, "Get her, get her!"
I was too.
Like
Yeah.
Mhm.
the first, who's the first one that led the charge?
That would be Grumpy.
Grumpy.
Mhm.
Grumpy.
He
Yeah.
hopped on. He hopped on Bambi's dad. Yes, that was Bambi's
That,
dad. He hopped
that
on.
I'll say that. Yes, I will say that too, because that would explain why Bambi's dad is almost never shown until the middle of the movie. He's off at work with the seven dwarfs.
No, I'm just making a crack that Disney uses their models all the time. In almost every movie, you see
Oh,
two Baloos in two movies, or a new Baloo in another movie, or the same dancing animation from a previous movie, or same animation from another movie in a different movie. But what I'm saying is,
not
he
only
hopped
that,
on Bambi's dad and he says, "Come on, men."
yeah, he
Hmm.
basically says, "What are all the animals doing here?" And they say, "Well, maybe the queen." And then they all say, "Oh God, it's the queen." And Grumpy's like, "We got to save her. Let's go. Come on."
Yeah.
He's the first. He's the first one running.
And I love how they chase her up that mountain. They keep going at it. They keep chasing her up the mountain, and they won't
Mhm.
stop. There at that point, even though they know she's the Wicked Queen, they don't seem scared of her. They just we're ready to go and get her for what she did. And if I could
Mhm.
go back, the thing that got me in that scene is before he left. Grumpy tells Snow White, don't talk to strangers and don't say anything. But what the Wicked Queen does when she said, "Oh, ugly hag," is she took advantage of Snow White's kindness because she
Mm.
knew Snow
Yeah,
White. She says it. I can't let this old woman, even though the animals are warning her, don't they sense something isn't right? Don't take this one in. Don't take this one in. And she shoots
They
the
even
animal.
attacked her for good measure, and she
Yeah,
shoots them away, and
yeah,
she feigns a near
a
a
heart
heart attack,
condition.
heart attack.
a heart, yeah, a heart
Yeah.
Yeah.
condition.
Oh, my heart, my heart, some water.
Yeah,
I need some water. Please
yeah.
let me in, girl.
And
Yeah.
unfortunately she takes advantage of her kindness, and of course the queen would know that she's this kind person, so
Can
she
we
uses her
also,
kindness as a
not to
weapon.
not to cut you off, Leia? Can we also appreciate how she got the apple in her hand?
Mm-hmm.
Can we
Yeah,
really appreciate how, like the first attempt, she's like, go on, have a bite. Of course, that would never have gotten. That probably would not have succeeded. It may have had not the birds and the animals attacked her. But the second time,
she
she
tells her.
it's
Go
a
ahead.
wishing apple.
It's a wishing apple. Mm-hmm.
And that's
Mhm.
that's why that scene is, you're right, Wolf. I can appreciate it, but it's
Yeah.
Ah, he saw, he knew what I was saying when I said I was taking a dig at Owen.
I knew what you were saying about rotoscoping.
Mhm.
I'm just taking a dig at you, Owen. I know you don't like the roscope and he, man. We
I
all know
was
you're
just
infamous. You're infamously known about that.
I was gonna go back to that scene. Well,
Mhm.
it's a frightening scene because the music gets quiet at that moment when she
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
tells her it's a wishing, and
Well,
it
and
gets her, and she start. That's the thing that makes the scene frightening and sad because she's thinking these happy thoughts. She thinks these wonderful
yeah.
things are going to happen to her. These wonderful,
Mm-hmm.
glorious promises that this woman
She
is not
baited on her naivety.
right.
Mhm.
Yes, just take one.
And you see the dwarves running, and you're hoping like it's a race against time. I mean, come on, I still get goosebumps when I see the dwarves running there as fast as they can to get there in time.
Exactly.
Mhm.
I feel goosebumps too. And then she just it's one bite. All you got to do is take one bite. And she's talking about all these wonderful things that will happen to me. And then she takes the bite and it's all quiet. And then, like you said, well, if you start to hear her voice, she's probably happy. And then she starts to say, oh, something isn't right, you know. And then it's like she takes her last gasp of air of life. And then, like I said, she falls with the apple. And and I remember as a child, just like, I took her as dead. I said, oh, she they didn't get to her in time, you know. And then
I
they
thought
do
she was
into
asleep.
yeah.
Yeah.
She probably I thought she had died because of the way it was done and how
Plus the
somebody
way
Mhm.
the queen was gloating about it too.
Well,
yeah.
that's the
Well,
thing
the thing
too, is
is
that
that
because earlier, yeah, just like what Wolf was about
the
to say. Go
book the
ahead, Doug.
book the book entails that they will fall into, she took another glance at the page, that they fall into a deep sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Because originally she read the first lines of the book of the entry, which is a death, a death like sleep,
Yeah.
and that's why I keyed in on death like sleep. So she goes back, she goes back and double checks. Oh, until true love's kiss breaks the spell. In other words, she'll be asleep until somebody breaks the spell. So she'll be in hibernation of the
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
body.
Or she thought that I think she says the dwarfs will take her as dead and bury her alive. So I don't think she was worried about a true love. She think they will leave her to be dead and put her in the ground, and so there's no chance of a true love's kiss because she's thinking the dwarfs will put her in the ground. They didn't do that. They put her in a glass coffin. So the queen was confident that those dwarfs will think she's dead. She'll be in the ground, and none of that will happen. She'll be dead.
I think she just wanted her dead. Period. I don't think she
Yeah.
she would have cared what happens afterwards.
Should we just appreciate the dwarves' craftsmanship, by the way, with that glass casket? Holy smokes!
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a beautiful casket,
Not
and
bad
that,
for a bunch of minors.
and that's.
But
But
Hey, I was thinking the traditional thing, which is niggas. Oop, excuse me. Negroes be digging for that gold
Yeah,
and jewelry.
Get down.
but that's why the film, and so what we're getting at, you guys, that's why I think I have to give it to Walt Disney at that time. That the year that came out so long ago, it was the biggest film. I think it was either 1935. I forgot when. It was their first live action animated film,
mm-hmm.
and
It was
I can
the
see
first full-length motion picture animated.
animated
Right.
picture, and I can see why it has lasted so long because
Mhm.
all of us.
Check out. Excuse me. Check out heavy metal.
Yep.
Owen.
Oh,
That's mostly done in
if you want some good
sales.
work, yep,
I'm pretty sure they use rotoscoping for that one too.
Oh, they had
Just
to
yep.
use it for that one. Yeah.
And before
that
anybody
and
says,
Wizards and the Lord of the Rings,
"Ooh,
which was
wizard,"
pure,
Ralph,
which is mostly rotoscoping too to some of the humans.
yeah, Ralph Bakshi was a huge dependent on rotoscoping. He loved rotoscoping. In fact, did any of you guys ever see Hey Good Looking?
Mm-mm.
There's a sequence in there where it shows these two gangs getting ready for a fight, and it's really
Mm-hmm.
cool because the other gang that's approaching is live action rotoscoping, and it's really good.
To derail the topic real quick, or at least to derail what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of heavy metal, what's your take on Tarna dressing up for battle?
Okay, I'm going to have to say it. This was in many respects. Okay, first off, it was traced over an actual model, so that was an actual person.
Mm-hmm. The
Um,
movements suggest so,
the movements, yeah.
especially when she moves her hair.
I did think that the armor was a little. If you look at the concept art, it was actually supposed to be leather armor that went over her skin, but in this one, they just decided to remove the leather completely. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say it. It was objectification.
Are you sure?
I'm gonna say it.
I
I'm
like
gonna
to
be
think
that
it's
guy.
art in motion.
It's
We're
art
just
in
basically
motion
watching
in
a
the
woman getting ready for battle.
Yeah, but the armor and the armor,
Well,
the way
I
it
will
was dressed and
concede
the way
there are
she
some
was.
times there is a tingling in between my nethers. As much as I'm appreciating the art in motion, I do
Mhm.
get that little tingle, and I try to resist. I'm like, stop, stop,
Her
stop it.
dressing up in the costume, I thought was art. The costume itself, objectification. However, I will say idealization when she fights because no way in hell
Or
would
how
she
she
let
stands.
or how she stands. That's idealization. The armor
Mhm.
itself. So I'm going to say it. The armor itself, objectification, but the stance and the way she fights is idealization. So I don't know. I jump back and forth.
It's a
It's a,
it's a debatable one. It's a definite debate.
like
Leia, have you seen heavy metal?
Many times, yes, I have seen that one. When it first came out, it was revolutionary because it was a mixture. You could say, in my generation, it was MTV like because it was the mixing of animation, imagery, and music.
Hmm.
Because they used rock bands to do the music
Hmm.
for the soundtrack, and the songs were to
And
reflect
then we
the
got a pulp
story.
action, mythical,
Right.
sci-fi movie at
Science
the
fiction.
end.
Right. They put it into the sci-fi. So at that time, but as years went on, heavy metal has become a cult classic because each generation has seen heavy metal, and
Guys,
then
quick aside,
recognize that.
Leia, guys, get your copy
Mhm.
of Heavy Metal because they gave her full body armor this time.
Oh
Yes, you
no.
get your copy of the original one, which I have seen many times because it's I watch it because
And
it
Julie
was based on
and
sci-fi
Julie's not
stories.
far off. And Julia's not far off. Fact two, anybody?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Anybody remember Fact
Yep.
two? Did anybody see
Yep.
the Heavy Metal 2000, by the way?
I did.
I
No.
Now
Yeah.
that was objectification. Now that one,
Mhm.
that version of the
Mhm.
dress up scene, that was, I would say that was not art in motion. You got those two ladies just
Mm-mm.
filling her up as they remove her old outfit. Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
Oh my, I'm like, bruh, this is too much. My child brain can't handle this. This is too stimulating. You got them
Oh,
falling down all around her butt hugs, trying to remove the leather the leather pants off of her. And then when she gets to swimming towards the thing, right? It's zeroing in on her boobies. Tarna on the head, you get a far away shot of her swimming across the thing. You know what I'm saying? You
Mm-hmm.
don't see
Mhm.
nothing
hmm.
up close. She's just swimming. You're watching a woman getting towards her bow armor. That like
Hmm.
that's why I disagree with Schooner on that front. Like that was art in motion. As far as fact two on the hand, bruh, that was objectification.
Yeah. All right. I'll say that the
They
first
they
heavy
wanted to tease
metal,
a they wanted to tease
first heavy metal,
a lesbian scene there.
the first heavy metal blurred the line. So the envelope's been pushed to objectification and idealization. But I will concede to heavy metal too. That is objectification.
A lot of people felt Heavy Metal 2 did not live up to 1. They
See,
didn't
so
get it.
Evie,
You
it,
could,
it's it ceased
it's
to be
because
an anthology series. It was a
they
full
should have
length film.
Yeah.
exactly. They should have stuck with that anthology.
But
That
hey, the music was
anthology.
good.
Oh, of course it was.
Yeah, the music was good, but they I have to agree with Scooney that they missed the point of really what they didn't get it when they did Heavy Metal 2000. I saw it because I was curious to see if lightning could strike twice in the same place, and I said, "Yeah, you missed the point. They missed the
Well,
point." That's why the first one is still a
Yep.
classic. That's why the first one is the
that's the thing. That's the thing that I loved about the first heavy metal is that all of these stories seem to end right when I want more.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like,
Well, I
we got
love the
two
ending.
pulp movies and two mystery movies
yeah.
in one, I believe. The one with the zombies. In
Hmm.
in the case of the
Mhm.
pulp, you have Din and Tarna's
Right,
stories.
right,
Yep.
right. Yeah, I remember that one. The stories were written by I don't know the whole story, but I think Heavy Metal was actually at the time it
Magazine.
was a magazine. I think
Yep.
it was in France or Europe, and
Mhm.
those were the writers who wrote it. But the soundtrack was by at that time the popular heavy metal bands of that era.
Yep.
So
Hmm.
they were all
Also,
doing
the only movie where you're gonna get the great voice talents of Harold Ramis, Bill Murray, and John Candy.
right. You're
Yep.
right. I was trying to think who did some of the voice work in that film. So and over the years, it's just
Who was
become
John
like
Candy?
John Candy was the robot who was hitting on the woman,
Oh,
basically telling her that he couldn't come back, he couldn't go
Hmm.
back home. And he was also the voice of the nerdy kid who got teleported to that world, and
Din.
now yeah, and then he turned into like that Hulk guy.
yeah.
Yeah, he turned to Din.
Hmm.
Ball. Big.
Now on, he is John Candy of Eternia.
I'm not gonna walk out here with my dong hanging out.
Hmm.
It's
That's
one of my
why.
favorite lines of that segment.
Yeah.
It
Talk
was
about a
actually.
total embarrassment. Plat, just hands on boobies in the
Mm-hmm,
dark, no less. He just straight up walked into a manga scene, and she
mm-hmm.
just stood there and took it, just yep, I caught you.
Hmm. I do
It's
remember
like
that.
you caught them, but I caught you.
I always make the funny joke because she always says, you have saved my life. Allow me to repay you by offering myself up to you.
I'm not
I
talking
always
about
make
that chick.
no. I'm laughing because I always make a joke at that scene. Because what if he actually said, "I like," and he just basically says, "Okay, John Candy, like your eyes."
And that
Should I
was
should I
when
slice his neck? Should, should I cut his neck, Your Grace? Yes, cut his neck. Wait, I have a different idea. Oh, I hate when she does this. Look, she's the queen. She do whatever she wants.
that's
Crickets?
no, that was
Y'all
gonna
remember
say.
that scene?
I do remember the scene. Yes, I was just
Like,
going.
dang, you changed your mind on that real quick, lady.
I remember that one. I was trying to think of were there any others of the anthology stories. What I liked about the film
I,
was that they were little.
I
They
don't.
were all little bitty stories rolled into one film.
Yeah.
That's what made heavy metal work
The
the way
Loch
it
Nard's
did.
mine. No, stupid bitch, the Loch Nard's mine.
My favorite, believe it or not, my favorite story, other than the very last one. I mean, because I did as much as I say, yeah, that armor and all that is totally impractical. I did enjoy it
Hmm.
for what it was.
Well,
But
she
I thought,
survived, so I'd say it is very practical.
yeah,
C- uh,
I
uh,
like,
Consider
I love.
the metal clad dude, and I'm using that term as in that's metal.
I loved the
Continue what
zombies
you're
on the
saying, Schooner. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off.
I loved the zombies on the B-52 bomber.
Yeah, I liked that one.
That was my
Yeah.
favorite one, but I was kind of, but
Oh,
it just
goodness.
was way too fast. I would have loved to have seen a zombie story like inside the B-52 bomber, that tight space and how you know he has to move around the B-50. That's amazing.
Yeah, that one was a good one. Yeah, and bloody
Jeez,
too. But I
you're
forgot
actually
that was for
horrifying
adults
me to
only.
this,
Yeah,
The
especially
because
that
zombie
the
dude
one.
one
with the exposed intestines.
yep,
Yeah, it was like a little horror movie squeezed into this sci-fi anthology. That was a good one.
yeah.
Stephanie.
That's because that was the one that one stood out to me. I don't know why. That one above all else.
That one stood out to me.
Well, it stood
The
out to you
ending,
because it was a horror.
right?
Yeah,
Exactly. The end, the last story with the warrior, because it got really dramatic
Hmm.
as it went on to fight the battle she had to fight. It wasn't
Oh,
a piece
Trooper's
of
in the
cake.
chat now.
Hello, trooper. Hello, trooper. And the one where there's this trial and this nerdy guy is nerdy, and then all of a sudden he turns into this giant monster.
It's a sin.
He turns into this giant there's this trial for this like total dorky guy, and this guy comes in and sits and talks, and he seems like he's a simpleton, but then he turns into this giant thing, and everybody runs for their lives.
guilty. Hanging's too good for him. Executing him is too good for him.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta take him down.
Slay.
And everybody and then we find out in the end it was all planned in a way, but in the end he
Don't
doesn't take out the
worry,
guy.
I have an angle.
Yeah, so that one was a good one as well. I think I finished if I want to go back to the Snow White one, I think I covered that, but the point I was trying to make is that these people that are criticizing these businesses don't know what they're talking about, because
No,
all of us, and except for Brian, perhaps Brian's not a Snow White person. That's okay. But
Alright.
I'm teasing Brian. You're all right.
Dang.
But who's ever writing this doesn't know what they're talking about, because I was going to say, even with Cinderella, Cinderella wasn't. Everybody remember, she wasn't looking for the prince. She just wanted a
no.
night out. She
That's
didn't
the thing
say,
I've been saying. If you want to break it down simplistically, Snow White wanted a night out.
yeah.
Cinderella.
I
Cinderella
mean,
wanted
Cinderella. Wow,
it. It was the
Cinderella.
it was the
Pretty
ugly
much.
sisters that were desperate for the prince, but she just wanted to
Hmm.
go to the prom like everybody else. And even when she
Yeah,
got there, she didn't even know who the prince was. She just
yeah.
was. I just want to go put on a nice dress and just have a night out. She
So
just was.
Leia, are you saying she wasn't like other girls?
She
I
kind
would
of
say
isn't like
yes.
other girls.
That was the no. See, that was the thing too. Is that what? Yeah, exactly. And if you want to break it down simply, Snow White was just the story of a girl who was trying to escape abusive, an abusive parent.
Yeah,
Abusive
yeah,
step parent, to be exact.
yeah.
Yes, abusive step parent to be exact.
And in Cinderella, it's a similar story. But see, the thing what I think about Cinderella is that Cinderella needed help to get to where she needed to be. You're not weak if you need help. You guys remember the scene, and this really got me, where she makes a dress. The mice help her make her dress. They're all going out the door. She comes downstairs and says, "Wait, I can go too." And the wicked queen is green with the stepmother is green with envy that she sold this dress, knowing that every man's going to be looking at her. So she revs the girls up, and they rip the dress apart off of her. I don't
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
remember that scene where they
Oh
tear.
yeah,
She
I
basically
remember.
stated
Oh yeah.
that she stole from the girls and to make that dress.
Right.
The
Which,
Yeah.
jewel.
by the way, is a lie because the girls just threw those
It-
things away.
Right.
yeah. And the mice
Yeah.
just took them.
Yeah.
But yeah, but the wicked queen
They
had to. I mean,
basically Gregor could gained her without the fire.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yep.
that's basically what they did. But the wicked stepmother had to do something because
Yeah.
you got to remember she wants to tear Cinderella's spirit. She doesn't want Cinderella to get confident.
Mhm.
She's coming down the stairs. She sold
She's
this
looking to
dress
break her
herself.
spirit. Mm.
So
Yep.
I've got to break
And
her
that's
down.
yep. And that's the thing too. She gets that. She does break Cinderella's spirit,
Yeah,
but when it is at her lowest moment, she is the most open to the possibilities, and that's what conjures up the fairy godmother.
right, exactly. And that's what makes it work
God
because
got involved.
that's a good way of looking at that, Commander. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. To help her, she needed help to get to what she wanted. You're not weak if you need help. The stupidest, foolish things people can do is not ask for help. Asking for help doesn't make you weak, it makes you stronger. And that fairy
Mm-hmm.
godmother had to help her to get what she wanted. She didn't say to the fairy godmother, I want to go marry the prince. She just says, I just want to go to the ball. That's all. Okay, well,
Mm-hmm.
dear, I'll help you get there to it. But there's it won't last forever because
At the stroke of 12, the
Can I
spell will be
can I
broken.
explain this to Owen?
go ahead,
Yeah,
go
sure, sure.
ahead.
So outside of the universe, it's the older woman versus the younger woman. The older woman fears the power of the younger woman because the younger woman will pull in all the guys. It's the hyena
Mm-hmm.
mentality.
Mm-hmm.
In the context of the story of Snow White, Cinderella, um, that was not her daughter. That was not
Nope.
her blood daughter. She was doting on her blood daughters, which is the two daughters that came with her when they married the
Married
father
her father.
specifically for money. Let's just let's
Mm-hmm.
just
Mm-hmm.
let's just be real. She was there for money,
Mm-hmm.
um,
And for a
and that's the reason
time,
why.
for a time, she was indifferent towards Cinderella because the father was there to protect her.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But
So
then,
once he
and then the
died,
father died.
that
Yeah.
facade was eroded, and she was put into rags and to work. But the aim for the stepmother was to get her daughters married into royalty. That's where the real money comes in because once you marry into royalty, you are in good graces of the royalty, which
Mm-hmm.
means you're basically set for life when profits come in, or at least in the case of the child,
She's a
she
British
is,
social climber.
yeah, in that way too. Anybody want give your thoughts on to why the don't let mine be the end all be all. Y'all give your thoughts why she
Um,
don't like her like Snow White. Snow White,
Cinderella.
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 Cinderella. It's this. I
Cinderella,
do.
Cinderella, every day a Cinderella.
I
well,
I actually agree with what you're saying, Wolf. But I think. Go ahead, Leia. Go ahead.
well, first of all, I want to tell everybody I'm thinking of the animated motion picture, not the crappy live action one because that didn't get it right. The
Right.
animated motion picture is pretty much, I was pretty much thinking on Wolf's Land, because if you listen to the movie's narration, once Cinderella's father's died, the narrator says that the stepmother's real personality came out,
Yeah.
and that she was
Cold,
cruel
cruel, and bitterly jealous of Cinderella's charm and
and
beauty.
beauty. Yeah, that's yeah, that's what it was, and it also could be, yep, she was jealous and greedy. But I do think that the thing was, she wanted her daughters, Drusilla and Anastasia, to get married off, and not only would they be wealthy, she would be wealthy too. She wouldn't have to worry about cooking or cleaning or duty, because look what she did. She turned Cinderella into a servant, and
Hmm.
you know, once it
She's
was
a
when
gold digger.
yeah, she made Cinderella do cooking and cleaning and ironing, and if it's not done right, you're going to go back and do it again, and you're going to keep doing it till it's done over again. And that's the reason stepmother didn't like it's so I think that's reason. Yeah, not just pretty, but yeah, because if you're thinking of that context, it's I've got to get these daughters married off. Cinderella was a threat. And if
Hmm.
Cinderella stays around and she's beautiful, my daughters will not get married into some rich, and I won't be either. So that's why, and also I think it was again to keep her spirit down, to make her think that there's nothing good for you out there. You're no good. You're nothing good for cooking and cleaning. So I'm going to make sure that you stay that way no matter what. That's why when it
Hmm.
comes to the invitation for the ball, the Wicked
I have a
Queen
question for
had
you guys,
to.
but keep talking. Brian, take over after Leia, because I haven't heard
Sure,
you talk in a while.
That's why
sure.
she had the scheme to make sure that Cinderella does not get the confidence
Hmm?
needed to go to that ball. Because if she goes, if the prince marries her, is that's it for me and my girls. So it's a combination of everything: greed, jealousy, but most of all, ambition. So Wolf is not totally off at the wicked stepmother's anger and abuse. You got to
Yeah.
remember, I think she was
Hmm.
abusive to Cinderella,
Oh yeah.
because she made her live in a in the attic. She didn't have
Mentally
a
and
room. Yeah,
emotionally.
mentally and
Hmm.
emotionally, she was abusive to her. Made her live in this
Physical,
way upstairs in the castle.
the physical aspect, more chores. All the chores she made her
Yes.
do.
Yep.
Not
She made
her
her.
daughters.
Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing. The daughters basically treated her like a servant. You have to, even though they were her stepsisters, now you're a servant around us, and you're going to do
Hmm.
everything we tell you to
Has
do.
to make
And like,
3 meals for 3 people.
yeah, and she
Yeah.
tells her if it's not cleaned right,
Which
you'll go back and do it again. And one time she told her, and when you're done with your other duties, then you have to do my, I have a list of duties you have to do for me. So she was,
yep.
yep, all of those.
Also, don't
Yep.
forget when a Gus got under one of the cups and then the sisters freaked out, and then they
Yeah,
blamed that on Cinderella too, even though she had no knowledge of that. They
right.
just
She,
Hmm.
immediately blame her for everything that goes wrong, everything from that all the way up to like her getting the stuff for
Get
her.
your ass in here, trooper.
oh, trooper.
I
What were you saying, Brian?
was saying, like, yeah, they blamed Cinderella for just about everything. She was not only a servant but a scapegoat as well.
Quick,
Yeah.
quick aside. Let me introduce another member that just joined us.
Yeah.
Endless Nocturne, dude. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet. Definitely, dude. Nocturne is also another regular from Ishi Stream. So
Yeah.
having
Nice
him
to meet
here,
you.
welcome him, everybody. Victoria
Hello,
knows who
Nocturne.
he is. Eloise knows who he is. Basically, everybody who's ever been into Ishi Stream know who Endless Nocturne
Oh,
is. So
oh,
nice to have you here, dude. And his comment was, "My favorite beauty myth is narcissists." I haven't seen someone more in love since Narcissus discovered himself. Oh
you
wow, that's
want
a
to know
metaphor for
what Zeus
narcissism.
Well,
said to Narcissus? You better watch yourself.
but in regards to also the other Disney princesses, just jumping off of this, I mean, heck, even well, we all know Belle was strong in her own right too because
Oh, I was going to mention her as well.
she
Because
didn't
she
want
wanted to read. Oh, go ahead, Schooner.
she wasn't going to conform to the societal norms. Okay,
Right.
Right.
because they always because everybody was saying that she's odd but beautiful. I mean, heck, in the morning everybody said bonjour. Even the one guy who was in prison. I love that.
Yeah. Well, she was odd because she was reading at a time when women weren't expected to read.
Mm-hmm.
Or she'd
Right.
rather be reading than doting over some dude.
Yeah.
Well, it was also what was funny is that everybody kind of expected the good-looking guy Gaston and the good-looking Belle to get married, and Belle's like, no.
Yeah. She's
Well,
like,
the
he's
No,
basic.
thank
handsome,
you.
all right, and rude and conceited.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Toned her
yeah.
on pretty
She
nicely.
she in a way had Jasmine's traits.
Yeah,
She's not gonna
Yeah.
marry some dude because her somebody arranged it for her.
it's
She's
nothing
gonna
with it.
marry somebody out of love.
She was also not gonna. She also was not. Everybody kind of expected it, and she's like, "Well, did anyone ever think to ask me what I felt?"
Well,
No.
I agree, Scooty. Well, first of all, her rejection of Gaston is not his looks; it's how he is as a person. She says it:
Yeah,
rude, conceited, and
Uh,
I don't care anything
boorish,
for him.
brainless.
Yeah,
yeah. She sees him for what she is, and she's not afraid to call him out on it.
And guess
right.
where she learned that idea, which is marry out of love, right? Where she learned that from?
A book.
Well,
Exactly.
yeah.
What was that one book that what was that one book that she was breaking down in her song when she
Oh
got
yeah, she
the
goes.
hill?
He goes. That one, but you've read it twice, but it's my favorite. Uh,
Far,
dashing.
A
far
prince,
places,
well,
daring
that's-
star fights,
it's
a
a
magic
prince in
spell, and a prince
disguise.
disguise. I
Yeah,
memorized that at the top of my head. Yes,
yep.
that's what she says. Yeah, magic star fights, the prince in disguise, and she loves the book so much.
Yeah,
And
And the
like you,
librarian
God
lets
gives
her
it.
keep it.
Yep.
and that makes her day. And like you guys said, all the pretty girls there in the village are just drooling over Gaston. The men even
Mm-hmm.
sing a song about great she is, but she's like, I don't care anything for this guy. I want to go off and read my book. I don't want anything to do with you.
Did you not hear what I said? What was the one part that she was singing about in her book on that hill?
It was the
Oh,
thing where she's
that's
like, she meets the prince, but she won't discover that it's him until the next chapter. Chapter 3, I believe.
Is that the part of the song?
Yep.
yeah.
Yes. It's like,
Okay.
oh, and here comes Prince Charming. And she's
Yes.
met him, but she doesn't know who he. She's basically narrating the plot of the movie itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she says, this is my favorite part, and you'll see. Here's where she meets Prince Charming, but he won't. But she won't discover that
That it's
until
him
chapter 3.
until chapter 3. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, she's basically she eventually
And you
fixates
know
over
the
him.
only thing that everybody cued on in that song, the Great White Nothing.
Hmm.
Yep.
Wait,
The
what was
great.
that Great White Nothing that she was looking for? To all she did was fall in love with a man. Did she not? Like, the Great White Nothing is that void that he filled in her life.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget that she lived in a village. The
Mm-hmm.
castle is elsewhere in her land.
Well, she even
Okay.
says there must be more than this provincial life.
Hmm.
Yes, she
And
wanted more out of
that's
life.
what they also keyed into as well. I'm like, yeah, she did find something more than that provincial life. She was talking about her village
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she wanted.
specifically. Go ahead, Leia.
Go ahead. Well, I said she wanted more than what the village was offering for her. She wanted something more. It's got to be like you guys said. Got to be a whole world out there. I don't want to get married and pop up babies just yet. I want to see what else is out there in the whole world. Which is why when the beast imprisons her, she takes it hard because she says, "I've gone from one prison to another."
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. When he tells her,
And
You
go
guys
ahead.
want to shove this for a princess talk?
yeah,
Oh,
We
yeah,
were
definitely.
way
yeah,
off topic. Well,
yeah.
we
Well,
kind
no,
of
no, no. It's
bounce
actually
off
no,
topic.
it's actually right on topic because this
Yeah.
is idealization rather than objectification. These various women fought against these objectifications of themselves, and people saw not the princess but the women inside.
I want to go back
Exactly.
to Victor no Evie's comment about how you design an idealized female.
That
And
is that depends entirely on, like Brian said, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Hmm.
so I'll just share my views on how I design my characters, female specifically,
Hmm.
which is I take more into Frank Frazetta on that design, and
Mm-hmm.
you can.
Hmm. Trooper. Yeah.
What I was gonna say was if I wanted to inject a personality in my female characters, the beauty that I use for them will idealize that personality. So if
Mhm.
you have a if you have a even if it's a muscle built female, right?
Right.
You can kind of see the intelligence using out of her personality by the way how I make her stand. So if
Yeah.
I have her standing in a more academic way, maybe put a book in her hand, you'll see that even though she's muscle built, she has an intellect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you say if a girl prides in her beauty, I would definitely design a woman that accentuates her beauty and how she grooms herself to look beautiful
Right.
Mm-hmm.
in a way. So long flowy hair will be one way of doing it, and
Right.
also decent makeup or heavy makeup that looks like that looks really that looks to accentuate her femininity. Clothes will be another example too. How to dress your character, especially if you say if you want to make a mechanic character female wise, right?
Right.
Would you
Mm-hmm.
put her in? Well, would you put her in a librarian outfit?
Nope. You put her in
No.
a mechanic's outfit.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that will tell you
Mm-hmm.
that this person is an
Well,
engineer or tinkerer.
well, not only that too. I mean, if we want to show also how maybe not just if she's not just a mechanic, but maybe even how much she's conform. If you're going to make it depends on where you're going to take the character. Breaking out of her traditional life, we can show that maybe she's a little more uniformed in her day to day activities as well.
Hmm.
I was gonna bring that up because Owen has brought up his character from his Bill Blaze comic, and I
No,
wanted to
yeah.
give him a suggestion real quick. So he says, with Jenny, I want to design her in a way that shows off her kindness and compassion. Hence, why she's a nurse. Also, she has long red hair. I will also say, hey Trooper, I will also say,
Jeez
Yeah,
Louise.
no, he's idealizing. He's absolutely idealizing.
Oh.
who?
Guys, all right. So to take it back to Cinderella, and I'm not anywhere quiet. I'm actually at a really nice coffee house, enjoying my drink, in occupied Balmora with a 108-degree heat. But you got to remember, like, this is a period film when it comes to these old bags. Like, women, success is a man's game. Literally, the only way women get ahead is through high society and through marriage. So, you know, she hasn't come to terms with the fact that at one point, her that's as high as she was going to go. So, yeah, she takes out her frustrations out on Cinderella, as Cinderella was not her key to the Golden Land. But the irony is that it is. But
Hmm.
so
Bingo.
yeah, so there's that. In terms of, I don't know what else you guys were rambling about. You guys were talking in circles. So,
We
but I
I
was
know
talked
where you
ordering
about,
are.
drink.
yeah, we talked about
But
the movie.
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
bring up Owen's character from Bill Blaze. I was gonna suggest to him also design a casual form of her.
Hmm.
Like he already
Oh
has her
yeah,
in.
casual forms.
Yeah, he already has her in her work uniform. That's good. But if you want to accentuate that kindness too, if she's also kind out of the outside of her workplace, present it that way as well in her casual day to day life. Like one way of doing it is yellow would be a good color to accentuate the kindness. Maybe a
Mm-hmm.
blouse to start with, or a dress of
If you want to do warmth, do like a cardigan or a sweater. That usually
Well,
works.
that
well,
too.
facial expressions work
If you
too.
if you ever have to go to court, and that's for anybody in the chat, if you ever have to go to court, make sure you're in a cardigan or a sweater. I don't care how hot it is. It makes it look like you're a warm person. It's
Hmm.
a
Hey
little
there,
trick I
Tripper.
know.
Duly noted.
It's a trick. I know it works. It works. Trust
Hairstyle
me.
wise, of course, long flowing hair works as well. If you want to put it up to some degree, no, actually, don't put it up. That doesn't work
Just,
to accentuate
just
highness.
don't do the femme mullet that's going around or the side part that's like all super popular.
He don't want that. Of course, he's not going to design her that way.
Like, I don't do that.
Um, if you're
Did you
going to do
check out the link I
ponytails,
sent you, Leia? Did you look at it
we
at
can't
all?
click on the dude from StreamYard.
Okay, so go to Big Bad Toy Store and search Captain Carter.
No,
Peg,
Okay.
Oh, Peggy.
I don't think I want
No,
to
no, no,
see
no, no.
that.
Just search Captain Carter when you get to BigBadToyStore.com. And I'm not endorsing it, although that is where I get my Marvel Legends figures from. And yes, I actually do have a pre-order. So, but I'm sure Leia will love that.
Yeah.
Captain Carter. I don't like the fact they're doing it for the TV show, but I'll give a look and tell you what I think, Trooper, because I hate it for what if. I
Mm.
absolutely abhor with the. I
Well,
hate to go on a tangent here.
if you
Yes.
look at the shoulders, she has man shoulders, she has man biceps. You can take the hair, you can get rid of the hair, give her like some buzz cut, take away the makeup, and it's a dude. That's the I
I would
mean,
you. Okay, I'm writing this down right now. I'll take a look at it.
You
but
said Captain
yes,
Carter, right?
yeah, Captain Carter got her own action figure, 6-inch action figure for the What If run.
Let me know if this is the one. I'm gonna link it right now.
And it
You'll see it. You'll see it because it's from Marvel Legends. It pretty much is Peggy Carter in her Captain Faux America outfit. Or I'm sorry, she would technically be. She would
Captain
be.
Britain.
Yeah, more or less.
Captain
The outfit's
Man.
not that bad, but yeah, I don't.
I'm sure
Looks
Leia will
can
love that.
only
I'm sure Leia will love that because
looks can only go so far. It's the
all
personality
the
behind it.
I don't
all
want that in
the
my house.
all the what if figures, or rather all the what if characters are getting they're getting their own action figures. So you have Star Lord T'Challa, you have Zombie Hunter Spider Man, you have gosh, you have I forget what version of Doctor Strange you get, but you do get a version of Doctor Strange.
I'm already linking it right now.
I see
You
it.
I
you get
see it.
Heist, Nebula, all that stuff. So in terms
I
of
am not bringing Zombie Cap in my house. That is
so
not going in my house. No, I
oh yeah,
see
I
it.
forgot to
No,
mention that one. I think I forgot on purpose.
no, Zombie Cap is not that. That did not.
That's ridiculous.
That's a
That is
nightmare for
so.
me.
That is
They
so
just
dumb.
want. They're just telling you that they want him dead. That's all they. That's all
Well,
they're
that's
Yes,
telling you.
that's from Secret Wars 2015. There was like a zombie comic run for a while
Like,
there. But
he has
I don't
in
appreciate
terms of
how they.
idealization, they do have a lot of inclusivity with those action figures, if you will. So
the
I'm
only
not
thing I'm
liking
going
how
to keep track
lanky
on
the
is
child
see
looks.
if these will sell. I'm going to see. I'm going to
oh
keep
no, they're definitely
tabs
not,
on
they're
them.
definitely not. Like I'll probably get Zombie Hunter Spider Man to go with the rest of my Spider Man action figures, but normally, since Captain Marvel, a lot of those figures do not sell very well.
I'm going
no.
to see how well these line of toys sell. I'm going to keep tabs on that. I'm not buying that crap, but I'm curious to see just how many fans really want that.
Leia,
I'm
go ahead
keep
and
that.
share how you would design a female character, or share us how you would design a male character as well.
Oh, a male character. Well, let's see.
If you were
I
designing
would.
your own story, your own character, if you will.
Well,
Well, I want a nice physique. He doesn't have to be Conan because I don't like the Conan physique. It has to be like
Really?
natural.
really?
No, I don't. I've never been attracted. And there's no offense to you guys who are Conan fans. I'm not putting you down. But when I saw the Conan
Family
movie,
will not be offended. Trust
I
me.
was I was like Belle to Gaston. I was like, I'm just not into the Arnold Schwarzenegger big. I don't mind muscles, but not that big. It's just not a turn on for me.
Mm-hmm.
So that would not. You can be muscular because I want masculinity, because masculinity is beautiful to me. It's not threatening. I don't find it threatening. I admire that because masculinity means you can care for me, you can protect me, you can protect those, and you'll protect any of those around you. So that's what I
Mm-hmm.
take it as. If I was designing
Great.
a character, it's kind of like muscles that will come naturally. Maybe it's according to what period I'm writing. If I'm
Yeah.
writing it in ancient times, maybe he got muscles because he's been working out in the fields, or he's been working out. He's been doing yard work or yard work, groundwork, or whatever, or maybe he was a soldier, and that
Mm-hmm.
came naturally to be. So I don't want you to be too muscled, but I want enough to show the masculinity because I'm not afraid of masculinity like other people. I don't find it threatening. I find it to be admired. Back in
Mm-hmm.
ancient times and tribes, when women were looking for a mate, they looked for the man that looked the most masculine because they knew that masculine mate would take care of them, and would be, take care of them and protect the family and protect the home. So that's
Mm-hmm.
what I would design physically as, and be control of that masculinity, meaning, he's strong, but it's not to show off. It's to strike fear, but those fears are only when I'm threatened, not because I want to
Mm-hmm.
bully people around. It's just that I'm being threatened, and
Yeah.
I have to. Does anybody here there? I heard somebody say something. Not to is it to protect, not to, which is why I drift towards the hero, because the hero to me is someone who protects, but when threatened is ready to fight, to protect and defend,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and also
Yep.
with the female also knowing how to be compassionate, and yes, you're strong and physical, but can you be gentle as well, and that not be afraid
Yeah.
of that gentleness, because that gentleness does not mean your masculinity is not there. It's just that you know how to treat the woman. I want that difference between the beauty of the
Mm-hmm.
masculine strength and the beauty of the feminine strength.
Yep.
Well, now if I was designing a feminine woman, I would make them more curvy, because again, feminine curves are not something to be ugly about. There was a time when curves were. I think back to um, Botticelli paintings, and there was another artist, and he slips my mind that fast. I cannot think of him, but he was known to paint voluptuous women, but I can't think of his name. God, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't because I studied his artwork. Um, I would look to art. I don't know if you guys looked at, but I would. I would look to art because back then
I
the
would.
full of figure woman was used as models, but they weren't designed in a grotesque way. They were signed as a thing of beauty. But I cannot think of that artist, Rubenesque. Excuse me, I had to get it out. Not the actor, but Rubenesque.
Rubenesque.
Yes,
Hmm.
yes. Look that up, Wolf, if you like to. And all of his models were plus size women. We call them
What
plus
character?
size today. The
What person?
artist, I think his name was not the guy. It's Paul Rubens or Ruben is not
Mm-hmm.
the guy that played Pee Wee Herman, but there was an artist, if I remember his name,
Right.
and he would always use large women as models and coined the phrase Rubenesque because
Hmm.
Mm.
he would use plus size women in his artwork, and but the way he drew them and the dimensions and the lines, it was like a thing of beauty, but he brought out the femininity of it. And they said he did like large women. Yeah, let's just say it. He did, but
Yeah. Yeah.
it's no lie. He was known that. But to him, it was because he made a picture of his wife. I'll try to look it up for you, Wolf, and
Owen
show you some
asked
of his
Ishi.
work.
I could
And
give you my answer. Hang on, Leia, because he's
sure.
asking me. I
Hmm.
will give you my answer, Owen, but I prefer you ask Ishi since he's the expert on this. Continue, Leia.
Well, to this
Go
artist
ahead.
Rubens, or you can look up Rubenesque. I'm not a good speller. Wolf, I'll try
I
to
heard of that.
search it for him. Yes, he did like larger women because to him, larger women meant pleasure, and he loved pleasure to an excess.
He looked at that
So,
Hmm.
fertility statue too long.
well, that's what he drew. If you see his artwork, look at his artwork. Those were the only models he
I'm not
used.
gonna knock on a man for preferring to draw women like that, but I like to think that he looked at that fertility statue and thought it was the greatest thing he ever saw. And more the power to you if you prefer that fertility statue, man. If you like that, good on you. You're a man that actually loves what he loves instead of some confused soy boy who thinks he knows what he loves.
Yep.
Well, that
By the
must have been
way, they have a problem with this bad bitch now.
Yeah.
I guess, dude. I guess.
They trying to find ways to hate on main depictions of women, especially quote unquote indigenous women. I'm like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
bitch, she the one that saved Tulio and Miguel's lives when they got
Yep.
to El Dorado.
Yep.
You know what they would have done to people like him? Like
Yep.
them? I mean, they
Yeah.
Execute him.
even Tulio said, I can see us being sacrificed or stuff.
Oh,
You got a
gee.
point there.
It sounds like there's a war on princesses, just like I said there was.
Hmm.
Yes,
And she was
because
the
Yep.
baddest princess of DreamWorks before Fiona even came into the picture.
Yeah.
DreamWorks, yeah, they had a different take on how drawing their princesses compared to Disney. They had a different
Yep.
take on it.
I'm surprised they didn't bring in Sapor.
But I would have them
Yeah.
He was about to
per
look. Moses was about to release her. She released herself out of that mess. She was
Hmm.
about to get caught again, but Moses saved her. He that's a good thing
Saved her
about
from getting captured again, and then he rescues her sister from a bunch of bandits.
rescue. You
Mhm.
mean bullies?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, from bullies. He says, "Excuse me, are these your camels?" And he just lets them loose.
Almost got a
yeah.
question for you, Leia.
Hmm.
All right, guys, I'm
Yes.
gonna go ahead and peace out. I will probably
Hmm.
catch you on Thursday. We'll talk about more of this stuff then. How about that?
Yeah, we'll be talking about princesses next time too.
Mhm.
Cool.
Not next time, but like somewhere down the road.
Yeah, we'll get back
Soonish.
into
Take
that.
it easy,
Yes.
man.
All right, yeah. I will. Talk to you guys
Troopers.
later.
Enjoy
All
your
right, bye.
evening. Enjoy your eating, troop.
Yep.
Yeah, no, for reals. All right, bye.
Yeah,
Hmm.
he looked at this lady too much.
Yeah.
That's why he drew a lot of thick women. He liked that. He liked her too much.
Yep.
Somebody asked me a question. Did the artist?
There
Yes,
was
Ruben.
Owen.
I'm thick.
Yes, Ruben did like thick women. He did. It's all he
Eh,
drew.
I wonder if he
That's
would be a fan of the Queen song "Fat Bottom Girls."
it. Might have been. Might have been. Might have been. He had his wives. He had two wives, I believe, but they were both thick. So and he would paint them. He painted nothing but thick women. So
Hmm.
he probably
Brian,
would.
how would you
Well,
design your idealized female figure?
well, they would probably be more athletic for one thing, and also
Hmm.
as far as personality, they'd be like the ride or die chick. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, but how would she look?
Good question.
You
I
can
think
be
the
honest.
one of them would probably be like one of the designs I have. You're looking at right now is this a little redhead girl that I have as my avatar.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
They also have one that's a blonde chick as well. You know what? Why don't I just you know what? Maybe later. Why don't I feed you one through a VWe? Take a
Okay.
picture of what I got. I think I'll do that.
Okay.
Damn it, dude! You're not inviting her to a dinner date.
No, I think I get an
Share the
idea.
wealth. I'm
So
kidding.
you're looking at athletic. You're looking
Yeah,
at
look at.
athletic.
I've been looking at like hoping to me like heroes like Schooner was talking about earlier.
Hmm.
Now, when you say athletic, do you mean athletic and a woman who's athletic but still knows her femininity?
Yep, damn right.
Okay. Okay.
Should be showing up on MeWe in a little bit. Most love the bitterheads. Oh yeah, Owen knows what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
So I'm trying to think
I
of
think,
examples of redheads. And
I think they're like, well,
athletic.
to be honest, I could even do any kind of like hair color, redhead, brunette, blonde. Doesn't matter to me. I think there's like
Can you get well? Your picture gives me example. I was going to ask you, can you give me an example of an athletic redheaded woman? But I mean, an athletic feminine woman. But I think your picture kind of says that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I thought it would be something interesting for you.
yeah. You don't mind that
I'm
she's.
sorry. I'm sorry, Neil. We didn't even get a chance to read your Riser Man theme.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought you already had done that because he was already in there.
Well, we were too busy talking, and I when I didn't want to just
well, I
slow
think
down the talk,
Mm-hmm.
and freaking StreamYard ate up the damn comment.
yeah,
After so long that we go long, the comments get ate up, and you go all the way
yeah,
up, and it's gone. It's gone.
yeah,
It dead. It got ate up. It
yeah.
died.
It's hard for me to put into words how exactly I would design them, but I think you got a pretty good idea from the picture I just shared. Listen, you notice the blonde girl in there is actually smiling and waving to you in the picture, right? Like I want to portray a friendly personality rather than somebody that's going to be difficult to work with, like these woke bitches you see in media today.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, whatever happened to just be? When did nice suddenly be objectification?
Yeah, it's weird how they think about that. They think that you have to be some sort of a bitch in order to be strong. No, the
Right.
bitches are the ones that are weak. Those are the people that are trying to show off. They're covering for weakness when they're doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It's the nice, the strongest ones will be strong and they'll be strong enough at heart that they yeah. Let me put it to you this way: if you're big enough to push people around, you should be big enough not to. That goes for men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yes. And that's what the woke crazy nuts don't get. These fembots think that bitchiness
Just
is strong, and it's
hey,
not. It
yeah.
is
Quote the
not.
old Motorhead song: "Just because you got the power doesn't mean you got the right."
Exactly. I agree.
Because at some point you got to treat people the way you want to be treated. You want kindness,
Exactly.
you got to show it. You want people to extend the olive branch, well, you got to extend one too. And
Precisely.
So we're coming into the final hour. I
I,
want to show off
Yeah.
some art, if you
yeah,
guys will allow me, and you guys tell me which is idealization and which one is kind of shirking towards the objectification or sexualization.
yeah,
All right. Yeah. Let's do this. I'm interested now.
And you guys can participate too in the chat, even though we can't hear you. Kidding, I kid. And I'm also
yeah,
going to share also some ways how the Japanese treat their female characters to some degree.
right,
And
Mm-hmm.
I've already brought up the image of Griffith just to start with the male depictions, especially when it came
Yeah.
down to Kentaro Miura's designing of Griffith.
Yeah, but I
Angelic.
think he took a
yeah,
unique design too. He designed Griffith with definitely masculine features, but there are traces of feminine.
Hmm. His actions are pretty masculine too, especially his fighting
Yeah.
style. He's not just because he looks like that doesn't mean he fights in a flowery
mhm,
form.
No.
right,
He's swift. He's precise. It really illustrates how on the money he wants to be, or he basically fights for what he wants. He,
yeah,
like we said earlier, to quote him, "I will have what I want." So when you see how he fights, especially when he deflects Guts's attack the first time he meets, he parries it. First
right,
he catches the blade with his sword in attempt of stopping his blade. Then he
Mm-hmm.
parries it, and then he swiftly hits him in a spot that puts Guts out for good.
Yep.
So that illustrates his "I will have what I want" message.
right.
Mm-hmm.
We got
Ah,
Vixen.
Vixen. Ah,
Plunging
Vixen.
neckline.
Yep, and that right there is idealization, not objective.
Listen, look to how she stands.
Mm-hmm.
Sass,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
demure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
But it's also, but what is it designed for? It's to lower the guard of her opponent.
Hmm.
yep,
Right. Yeah. I agree.
The ever so classic Wonder Woman.
That
Yeah,
is a cool
that,
pose.
Yes.
that's a cool
That
pose, but that's still idealization.
yeah. I don't
Mighty.
see any. Yeah.
Shows her as
Powerful.
shows like she's ready to fight.
Exactly. That's what she is. Yeah.
That's like heroic
She's
montage
Amazon.
pose. Yeah.
Mm.
Yes.
What's
There's
that?
nothing upification rat about that pose. I don't see anything objective about it.
But the SJWs will say, "Oh, her breasts are high up in the air, big."
Oh well, good.
Uh,
Shoot.
No,
Good.
no,
It's like stomach in,
no,
chest out. That's how you
yeah.
portray strength.
And
Yeah.
also, you want to know, by the way, most women who make that comment, you're only saying that because your boobs are sagging.
Yes.
Mm. Oh, she's showing off her legs. She shouldn't be showing off her legs. Put her in some pants. No woman can fight that good. Uh,
Have you
there's a lot
seen
of
a
WWE women
gymnast?
that like to know. No, I'm saying there's a lot of WWE women that would like to know your location.
Oh
Yes.
Can
yeah,
I also say that
just for
MMA
me.
fighters, women, do wear something similar to that
Yep.
when they're
Yeah.
fighting?
Yeah. Yeah. Gymnasts wear leotards.
Okay, that I'm gonna have to say is more of objectification,
It's
but
Catwoman's
You think
wear.
so?
but
Yeah.
that's
Well, you,
because of Catwoman because that's because of Catwoman's prowess. This is her using her femininity to get what she wants.
Sex
Also,
appeal.
note the
yes.
cleavage window.
Yes, the cleavage window right there, and the way she's tilting her head, the neckline going up. She wants you to be looking at that.
Exactly. With her, it's different because, like you said, Scooney, she uses her sexuality to get what she needs to achieve. So this is more.
Mm-hmm.
This is.
Cat
It
pose,
is,
if you
but
will.
it works. It works for her because this is who the character
It's
is.
Catwoman using objectification, so as such, it straddles the boundaries.
It
Yeah.
takes down. It takes
Somehow the
down.
famous forgot about that.
It takes down who she has to defeat.
She
You
takes him
know.
down
Yeah.
mentally before she takes him down physically.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Now somebody with more clothes.
Oh, come on, that's idealization. In all poses, idealization. Okay, because oh boy,
I don't see. It's
going
neither.
more. Go ahead, go ahead.
Well, she is the leader of the rebellion, so I
Mhm.
wouldn't see her objectified. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to be more dressed like Wonder Woman or Catwoman because she is the leader of the rebellion. And also,
Could
you
you
have
say
to
no
think
those to
that
those eyes?
maybe sometimes she may have to disguise herself because the Empire is after her.
Mhm.
So she can't
Mhm.
stand out too much.
Right.
You know what I mean? She can't stand out. She's
Like you're
got to
part of the Rebel Alliance and the traitor. Take it away.
right.
Now
She
balance
has-
of the two.
Brian, just jumping in here. Just looked at your two photos right here. Those are total idealization. No way in hell are those objectification.
Well, thank you, man. I'm glad you like the designs.
Oh, that's idealization too, right here. I'm back looking at Conan. Idealization right there.
I didn't have a problem with her
What about
character in the movie. In the movie, she was. I
yeah?
didn't see anything sexualized
No,
about her
Share it
at
with
all.
Wolfie when you get a chance there, Scooney.
Yeah, I will.
I always thought she tamed Conan, in my personal opinion.
Exactly. I'm right there. Yeah, I'm right there with you because this right here, that little pose she has right there, that shows I'm his woman and he's my man.
That's
Right.
ride or die chick, like I've been talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah, Brian. I think that's what
Now
you
for
like.
live action.
Ah, Kevin Sorbo.
Sorbo. I think that's definitely idealization because
That's
it's again
idealization.
stomach in,
Personification
chest out.
of what evil Hercules would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what evil Hercules would be. Well, yeah,
Well,
but I think it fits. He's
Go
Hercules.
through with a dead
Especially
giveaway.
when you go to the gym and they tell you stomach in, chest out. That makes you look stronger and it keeps your posture the right way.
Right. And he's Hercules. He's Hercules. He can't look like he's sagging with his shoulders down. You can't present that. Oh, Ares. Okay. Now Ares, he's the god of war, so
Now, if
he
you look
has
at
to be
that
proud.
right there too, even that posture right there is made to look intimidating.
Menacing.
Okay,
Yep.
Yes.
that's an intimidating look that he's
Oh,
ready
yeah.
to fight.
Yeah, he looks like he's gonna kick somebody's butt right there.
Exactly. He has to. He's the god of war. He has to look like that. He's not going to come in and look reasonable. He's not going to stand, let's say, like Steve Rogers. He is going to stand there like I don't talk. I am just ready to kick some butt, kill, blood, slaughter. I'm ready for all of it. So it fits the character. It's who the character is. He's not gonna walk in there with hunched over. He's a warrior.
She-Hulk. That is.
Okay, that is objectification.
Yeah.
It's a line. There's a thin line.
Yeah, and that's a thin bikini right there.
Well,
Yep.
this is not the She-Hulk you're gonna get on the MCU. So
No.
guys, you're not gonna
Oh
get that.
no. Enjoy
Take
this
one
while
last
you
look.
can, boys.
Yeah.
Now
Okay,
that would be
that is
idealization right there.
That is idealization, exactly right there. Took the words right out of my mouth, Ryan. Because
And
that. Go ahead, Leia. Sorry.
no, Schooner, go ahead and finish.
Like I'm
Showing
putting you
her
guys through a
strength.
Rorschach test.
I'm just. Dang it.
I was going to say you're not going to get that either. They're going to put testosterone. You're going to get a woman's head on the Hulk's body. That's what the MCU plans to do. So
Yeah.
you're not going to see that either.
God
Idealization.
bless John Byrne.
Yeah.
Idealization.
Idealization. Yeah.
That's an idealization, but that's definitely a flirtatious look.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's on the line there, is what you're
Mhm.
saying.
Yeah,
Here's her counterpart.
that is objectification.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, she is showing her bicep.
She's showing her bicep, but that is totally in a seductive, like look at me in a very like
Well, it's
objectified.
incidental when you see that ass.
Yeah,
I'm reading this the wrong way. You're saying objectification used in a tactful way.
yeah, objectification in a tactful way.
There's actually such a thing?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Black Widow, Catwoman, and
Good
her
point.
and She-Hulk's evil counterpart here.
Now y'all
Cool.
ready for some wife material?
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Yay,
Best
Zoe!
girl.
Best girl.
Best girl.
Best girl.
Y'all can have y'all River. I want me some Zoe.
Bingo. I would have said
Though I would
Inara,
like
but
Kelly
I don't think she can commit.
Nah, I don't want no Honora. She's annoying.
Inara can't commit. Yeah, Zoe. Give me some more of those action poses.
That's
Yeah,
only
yeah.
one.
Yep. Once they know
Now,
the woman with the shotgun.
We're gonna get into Japan real quick. Let's start with My Hero Academia with Midnight.
Hmm.
With
Wow.
her quirk being that she when she rips off her clothes, or at least a part of her clothing, she exposes a pheromone that lulls people to a calm manner,
Mhm.
which is why she's like that.
I see. So that right there. See, I was gonna say idealization, not objectification. It was, what is she doing? She's using her strength. Yeah, that's idealization as well. She's using her feminine wiles, or in this case, her pheromones, which is her feminine wiles personified.
So she's
As,
like poison ivy. She's
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But she's a hero, though.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
But
what's unique about My Hero Academia is that there are even heroes out there that have powers that could be deemed
Villainous.
villain's power,
Right.
Mhm.
but they're there to use it in a good capacity. For one example, there's a character that has mind control powers, and
What?
they
See, that's deconstruction done right, if you want my honest
Mhm.
opinion.
It's a bad
Mhm.
powers,
That
good
would have been
people.
a villainous superpower and gave it to a good guy.
a guy who wants to be good.
Yeah.
And of course, there's a Mountain Lady. Now, here's another thing. Here's another thing that they brought up at My Hero Academia, and this is why they get into this fight in this scene, is the fact that
Yeah.
that Midnight's demeanor and choice of outfit degrades, in Mountain Lady's words, degrades women superheroes. She calls her a hag too. Even consider that Midnight's older than she is.
But the thing is that it's totally practical for her powers.
hmm
The costume she
But that-
wears is practical for her powers.
Yep. And she doesn't. She makes no apologies for it either, for
No.
what she wears. Consider considering the outfit that she wore in her heyday.
Mm-hmm. Nope. Here we go.
And of course, like I said, that was tongue in cheek when they get into that argument where she's like, like you give, you make a I forgot the argument. The argument was something about you make it hard for us to get. It's kind of like that poison ivy argument between
Basically, you know what she's
Batgirl and
doing? She's basically saying, "Have you no shame?" And usually, this comes in most stories because the anime girls are jealous of the other girls, assets.
Mm-hmm.
you coming back with us, Eloise? Is that what you're saying? See it endless. Good to have you here.
Endless Nocturne, farewell.
See you later, buddy. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting
And of
you
course,
all.
we all know who shirks the line a bit sometimes.
Ooh,
Deaf
this girl.
cosplayers.
Yeah,
Cos-
cosplayers,
uh,
cos
and
some
this,
cosplayers and some are cos. They're just there for attention. That
okay, and
is
this is really not helping the case of geek culture, by the way.
yeah, it
This
isn't.
No.
horribly stereotypes it that we're just a
Yes.
bunch of horny teenage boys. And it's like, you're just a bunch of horny teenage boys, and that's the thing. How is that horny teenage boys? I'm pretty sure that's a woman. That does too. That also there is women.
Although the one in the black hair looks a little bit more fierce. Is the one with the horns? That
Yeah.
the same woman that was? Oh,
Mountain
that.
Lady.
Oh, I don't
See,
know
but I'm
anime.
also going to make the argument right here that this could not.
The one
This
in black
could.
and white is Midnight. The one in purple and white, that's Mountain Lady Leia.
I will say
Okay.
that
Mm-hmm.
those two pictures are objectification. Why? Because those are made to accentuate and made people look.
Even though
Mm-hmm.
the first one was basically just emulating a scene in My Hero Academia that where she's in a somewhat
Yeah, go ahead.
non-compromising position, but she's like really insinuating her features just to get the public eye.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Oh, in context, Leia, Mount Lady grows to giant size. That's why she's called Mount Lady. That's her quirk.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
She basically just grows to giant size. Basically, what 2 3 stories schooner.
Yeah,
But she
three
also
scores.
knows her 3 stories. Yeah, she also knows her powers weaknesses too. Is basically if she's not careful, she can crash a building.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was hilarious.
Hey, Eloise, welcome back.
Hey, Eloise.
Thanks. Uh, you guys have no idea how the thunder, like the lightning, it just kept striking, and it really felt like the wrath of God was descending upon, like, my
Hmm.
neighborhood.
I get the
My
feeling.
We
dog,
were Go
huh?
ahead.
Oh, my dog was hiding under, like, he was trying to get to my room to hide under the couch.
As you do.
Poor little thing.
Yeah, then the storming finally stopped, and then I could go walk my dog, but he wouldn't do anything. He just kept leading me back to the apartment.
He must have known something. They usually know something.
Yeah, I kept dragging him to the park, but like he would drag me back. Like I don't know what was going on.
So Eloise, Mountain Lady or night or midnight?
Oh my god, that's a difficult question, but I think Midnight is better. Like she's more mature, like I guess.
Hmm.
Mountain Lady just kind of seems to be there for the attention.
That's why I got
Like
when I
at the
first appearance in the
yeah,
season one.
in the beginning, but then like
But her
after the
heart's in the
whole
right
thing,
place though.
yeah. Like after the whole thing with
Ah,
All Might, no spoilers.
yes.
All right.
We're focusing on well, I know if you had to, you probably will have to spoil a few things, so we'll just limit it to that. Or do you like some Cammy?
Um, I mean, I like her character design, but I don't like I wasn't drawn to her like the other characters.
Hmm. I definitely like her attitude. She's very Catwoman esque.
Hmm.
Mhm.
She's
She's
this
very
one.
T.
This is definitely a T. Even this picture right here.
Yep. She's very coy in that scene. It's a scene with her and Deku.
Mhm.
Hmm.
But we're talking about the idealization and objectification. We're basically playing idealization, objectification, Rorschach test.
Hmm. You have any
Or do
more
you like some
pictures?
shell?
Mm.
Going back.
I mean, I like her character design, but like I don't really remember much about the movie.
I'm asking the wrong person then.
I'm sorry.
Dang it, Eloise.
I watched the movie, I swear, but I don't remember what happened. I need to
I
rewatch it.
know, but we gonna have to Clockwork Orange your butt. And that's all the pictures I got so far. I didn't want to take up too much time before we start just to be looking all over the pictures, but those were the ones I got.
Well, most of these pictures, see, most of the pictures, idealization and objectification. Okay, like for example, we had that one She-Hulk that was clearly objectification, but then we had that was clearly
What are
made
you, a
for
male feminist? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
that was objectification. But then we had Catwoman
Scooter,
and
Scooter,
Yo.
what happened to your avatar?
He disappeared for a while and reappeared. He does that sometimes. He's Nightcrawler in that regard.
I
Mhm.
disappear and I reappear. I disappear and then I reappear. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you. It's just like your avatar is gone.
Yep. But what I was saying
Speaking
is that
of, I'm still working on his avatar right now.
there's still a difference between idealization and these idealized characters using objectification to their advantage.
Mhm.
Like for example, Catwoman, like we said,
Night Owen.
even even like Black Widow, and then we have other characters who do the exact same thing. I mean, what was it? We could see it in other movies as well. I was watching this other movie the other day. You guys have seen Major
Yeah,
Pain,
that'd be a
right?
good time to start wrapping it up.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
But
about to say I gotta wrap it up, guys.
I'm getting a
That's
little
why. That's why.
sleepy.
That's why I was bringing the pictures towards our final hour.
All
okay.
right.
Oh, I can stop. Yeah, we can definitely talk about this more
John,
later.
where you been at?
No, she's been.
Well,
She's.
I'm like, you were saying a lot of stuff, some really good stuff, but then you disappeared.
She came
Hmm.
back.
She came back. Remember,
Hmm.
she keeps me informed until I can get here, so that's why I can catch up to you. She does. She's my little spy. She keeps me informed of.
And where have you been, Dredd?
He's
Look,
been in and out of the chat, I think.
I think he warned us earlier about that, or was it Dominic Powell?
I think it might have been Dominic. I don't know.
He might show up and start talking again. Like
Oh,
this,
Endless Nocturne is here?
he
Cool.
was.
Oh man, I missed it.
He
Like
was
I
for the
it's
first
been a
time too.
while it's been a while since I seen him
Yeah.
around. He like disappeared and then
Mm.
damn.
Y'all want to take this before we start wrapping up?
You know what? Yeah, I can. Yeah, tell. You know what? Yeah.
Eloise, do us the honors
Honors of what?
reading this
Uh,
comment.
Yeah.
Oh,
reading the comment.
Chell was great, but any picture can be objectified if they're doing the pose for a significant other, so the argument just annoys me.
It is true, actually. I mean, because what was Chell doing throughout most of the road to El Dorado, using her feminine traits to get what she wanted?
Hmm.
Until, of course, was it Miguel? Yeah,
Miguel,
Till
Tulio.
Tulio. Until she and Tulio started having their thing, their little romance.
Hmm. If you put into context that one scene,
Mhm.
Yeah.
comes back up, hair all natted up. What do
Yep.
you think? What do you think if the high priest catches here, lucky God?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man.
Oh yeah, Who could not love Road to El Dorado? But a lot of
Hmm.
people say that she's an unrealistic depiction of indigenous women. I'm like, bitch, she's completely accurate
And that's another
compared
thing
to
is like,
Apocalypto.
can I just say too? It's like, how would you know that? Were you even there?
No, what I'm saying,
But
did you study the paintings of Aztec women
Yeah.
and
And even then,
the
do we
designs of
even
the
know if those
Aztecs?
were? By
um,
the way, do we even
isn't
know?
isn't she based like on a historical figure? There was this woman who betrayed like her own people because her own people rejected her or
Yeah.
something. I forgot what her name was, but it's like it's her name became so infamous that it's used as an insult in Mexico.
Uh-huh. Sort of like the name of Jezebel, huh?
Yeah, probably.
Either way, if you look back to Road to El Dorado and you look at the Aztec designs in true Aztec designs, I mean, they're pretty accurate to designs. Yes, to some degree, there is some exaggerations. There are some also some light depictions. But if you really correlate them next to the paintings, they are literally accurate to that design look. Same thing with
Yeah.
Pocahontas.
Right.
Yeah,
We, now, question is, are they really the Powhatan tribe?
exactly. And the question is too. You got to say, you're studying the painting of the Aztecs. Do we really know that every single Aztec looked like that,
Right.
or were they just projecting what they believed an ideal Aztec would be?
Right.
That's the question you got to ask. And no, it's a little. I mean, yeah, it's the only information we have to go on, so we have to take it as is. So
Yeah.
you got to say that at this time it's inconclusive. So this is the only information we have to go on, and go from there. If that makes any sense. I mean, that's just basically what history is too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think Wolfie stepped out for a bit.
Yeah, yeah, and that was just, and back to what I was saying. I mean, every culture was trying to project the best version of itself. For example, I mean, I know they lost the war, but the Nazis were trying to make it look. They were trying to show what it was like to be an ideal Nazi. Japan was trying to show what it was like to be an idyllic Japanese citizen under Emperor Hirohito. Know what I mean?
Yep.
I
Pretty
mean,
much
that was the
every
one.
nation has that.
Pretty much every nation, and now even America, we even still to this day, it was a diverse group of ideas, at least in
I
Western
found the name
civilization.
of I found the name of the woman.
Enlighten
Oh,
us.
It was Malinche.
Mm-hmm.
Malinche,
Hmm.
Malinche.
Alinche.
Malin,
She
Malinche.
she was an enslaved woman who was given over to her Hernan Cortez, and she contributed to the downfall of her own people out of spite because they enslaved her, betrayed her, and stuff like that. So she was basically a scorned woman, I guess.
As they say, hell hath no fury like a one scorned.
In
Yep,
other words, she was a FALTs.
yep.
Yeah.
Well, and you know what? That's another thing. Yeah, exactly. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. That's really what we get now with the feminist culture.
Yeah.
I mean, holy shit. But yeah, go
I
ahead,
think
Brian.
I'm gonna probably cut out right here because it's getting late on my end.
Now that we're
Yeah,
getting to that precipice, we should start wrapping up, and
I
yeah.
this will
think
be the
I'll.
earliest we wrap up. So let's start by saying I'd like to thank everybody for joining us. We had a high count today
Mm-hmm.
per our usual stuff, and of course Al comes by to visit here and there and everywhere and up there and right there and left, right, up, right, down, right, slash zero, A, B, whatever, start. Like to
Mm-hmm.
thank everybody for contributing to this conversation. This was a great topic to talk about. I know we went off the rails here and there and went on at length about Why the Last Man, but you know we can do a part two of this, and this time we'll have Trooper. Hopefully we'll have a
Well,
Oh
new
yeah,
guest.
yeah.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Well, the
Definitely.
reason we got to Why the Last Man is because Why the Last Man was idealization, and the TV show coming up is objectification.
Yeah, look, it has a bit of both in the story
I
too
I
here and
think
there.
I agree with Nerdrotic on when he said that the show should have come out like during the early 2000s.
A
It
Yeah.
would
lot
have
of
been a
shows with that kind of
yeah,
message, or at least that
Well,
kind
that
of
was the
story, that came out
well,
early
yeah,
2000.
like right
Yeah.
now in this current climate, it's
it's gonna
gonna
It's
get
be
gonna
butchered.
suck.
destroyed.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
butchered.
Oh yeah.
Gamer.
Enjoying
Well,
that test.
future gamer. You know what? We can make that a little special. We can say,
Did
is
I
this a
fail the test or whatever? What was that?
No, I was making a
Like,
joke when I was showing the images. I was like, man, I'm like, it feels like I'm putting you guys through a Rorschach chest.
yeah? Well,
Yeah.
I was
also
just
good.
confused, but I
It's
just
When I was
tried
pulling up the
answering the
images.
questions to the best
Ready?
of my ability. Yeah.
It also gives the chat. It also gives the chat and ourselves an idea of one another. You know, what do we see when we look at this? Do we see
Mhm.
objectification or idealization?
In your
Yeah.
own words, there's no right or wrong answer. It's your opinion about what
Exactly.
counts as objectification, idealization, and sexualization.
Hmm.
Right.
Which I should have retitled this as objectification, not sexualization.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it kind of just evolved into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went over a new word, right? Oh
Hmm.
hmm
God,
They're
really?
always
We're gonna.
moving the goalpost.
Yeah.
So, anyways, again, love everybody. Nothing but love here. Love that you guys have contributed, been here, for a time. Especially sticking here for the silliness and the madness of the Wolf Commander. I don't know. I tend to be the crass one of our bunch, and definitely keep tuning in for our next week. Will be. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm never prepared for this. Damn it. Hold on. All right. Next Tuesday's topic will be what day is that? That's oh, actually, next Tuesday is our long-awaited elevator pitch
Yep.
coming up.
Yeah.
So again, guys, if you guys see my email in the last one where we talk about not I relating to villains,
Right.
that will be my email if you guys want to contact us if you got an idea if you want to talk about. If not, you can just hear us talk about interesting ideas, or we play up the comedy and come up with the most stupidest ideas ever created.
Yep.
So anybody who's got any idea what they want to talk about, or make believe a pitch you want to talk about, we'll definitely be doing that.
Yeah.
Um, for those who wants feedback on their idea, we're here. We're our doors open. Step right in, and we'll talk about that. Don't be afraid. Bring your idea in, not your ego. Just hear us out. As far as like professional opinions, you will have to look to the professor or Ishi for your
Mm.
professional opinions on how to market your stuff, how to get your stuff out there. We're just here to try to help you, take in consideration on what your idea is. And another thing, if you write this for your mama, I got bad news for you. We ain't your mama.
hmm
We're going to be fair and hard in our criticism.
hmm But
Hard but
we ain't your mama. You wrote that for your mama, but we ain't your mama. You say your mama like it, but we ain't your mama.
Nope.
That's the thing that you're not getting. We ain't your mama.
You're not gonna be writing for your
See,
mama. You're gonna be writing for an audience.
exactly. You gotta keep that in mind, guys. If your family likes it, just remember, only your family likes it. The question is, do we like it?
Yeah.
hmm
Because good, because if you're gonna keep that mindset that, oh, my family likes it though, yeah, then
Well,
continue
that's
writing for your
good.
family for free.
Um,
Exactly.
I get the sense that I'm missing like some backstory here.
Inside
Is
joke,
Well,
the
yeah.
yeah. But another thing too is that if you really do believe strongly this of in your project, you got to believe in the idea of it. You
believe in
gotta
the heart of the cards?
if
So the
you're
inside
willing.
joke that we had in the back room, Eloise, and this happened in the back room. Um, this is the back room of our first fantasy studio office,
Right.
and I think it was Leia that that pretend to be the hopeful creator, right?
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And you still said, but my mama said she liked it. You know, I was
Yeah.
watching it, and her mom was watching a show, and she liked the show, so I wrote it just specifically like the show. And I was like, the thing is, I'm not your mama.
Hmm.
You wrote this for your mama. You didn't write for this for everybody else, or at least a certain demographic. You wrote this for your mama. So are you saying that you writing this for your mama? Okay.
You know, I wish Wolf's quotes could be like turned into like a poster. Like, have you ever seen those motivational posters at a counselor's
Yeah.
office? Yeah,
Yeah.
your quotes need to be turned into motivational posters or like a shirt or something. Come on, like monetize this
Mm-hmm. Put it on a shirt with
Yeah.
Oh
or
yeah.
a poster.
With the Will Commander avatar saying, the thing is, you wrote this for your mama. I got bad news for you, son. I'm not your mama.
Nope.
Oh, we also need one that has the wolf howling.
That too.
Or the
Yeah,
And
one,
and the
or,
and
or
the
the one from the famous Chelsea doll rat. It is not for me to decide or whatever. That one. Really.
Oh, you forgot the best one.
Yeah.
It's not my job to satisfy. I do a good impression of
Yes.
that, don't I?
Yeah. Yes.
hmm
That one. Yes.
That needs to go on a T-shirt, man.
Uh huh.
it is not my job to satisfy.
Yeah.
My job is to sell. If you bought it, that means you are satisfied with the product I gave. So it is
Yeah.
not my job to satisfy a minor demographic that don't like my product. You don't like my product, you don't have to buy it.
Yep. You have to decide for yourself if you're satisfied.
hmm I'm not gonna
Hmm.
tell you to be satisfied with my product. That is not my job. My job is not to maintain your lifestyle
Hmm.
or run your life.
Nope.
That is not my job. My job is to sell a product, and that's I love
Hmm.
when I did that when I recorded myself, and Victoria says, "What about the customer's always right?" Oh yeah, the customer will always be right when they tell me if the product is harming them physically, like skin disease,
Hmm.
skin rashes. Yes, the customer is right. If we get a lot of customers with that complaint, we're gonna pull it back and overhaul it. But
Yeah.
until then, I'm not pulling back any dolls because they're not gender fluid.
Nope.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. If you want to deface my product, you bought it. You can deface it and make it
Mm-hmm.
look gender neutral.
Right.
That's on you.
Yep.
But at the
And if
end
you
of the day,
don't like,
you know, I just pictured some random person like cutting up a doll, like a Barbie doll, to make it gender neutral.
well, there is that YouTube channel that turned
Eloise,
dolls and Bratz
they're
dolls
already
into
out
other
there.
characters.
Oh my god.
I say
They're,
we get ourselves, we make red pill Barbie.
they're
Oh
already out
wow.
there, Eloise. You weren't in the stream when I was showing the. I was showing some of the
No,
fans
no.
how.
I was there. I was there.
Yes.
I'm just picturing somebody like just grabbing like dolls and just randomly cutting
Yeah,
body
giving them.
parts off.
Yep.
Like, yep.
Trying to find a ding dong, as my wife calls it,
And,
but realize there ain't no ding dong to cut off to make it transgender. It's already transgender technically.
Mm-hmm.
You don't
Technically,
get it. Like, I just
I
like,
get what you're saying.
yeah.
Yep.
It's just like, how do I say it? Like, no, it would be something at home in a horror movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
like
that's what,
Sid removing hair or something like that, like from Toy Story.
yeah. I feel like this is something that like the Toy Story characters would definitely find horrific. Like a toy getting butchered.
Mm. Oh my goodness! Now that I bring that up, there's this YouTube video where there's a YouTube channel where they take toys and turn them into sculptures, and every time I see that, I'm thinking that toy is saying, "Help me." It's like that remake of House of Wax.
Yep.
Terrible movie, but nice concept how they did that. By the way, watch the original. Original's better
Yeah.
with
The,
with
ori-
Vincent
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 Price.
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 Yes, the original
Vin-
is much better. The remake is
Vincent
crap.
Price, yeah.
Yeah, but the original one I do like. Yes,
Look,
that's
the
true.
remake did one thing right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you what that one thing it did right. It killed Paris Hilton. The only the only thing it did wrong was that it didn't kill her soon enough.
Was this House of Wax?
Yes,
Yeah.
House of Wax.
Oh
Her
yeah, I
first
heard of that
horror
one.
movie debut.
Oh yeah.
Well, I heard in theaters when she died, the audience clapped, applauded.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
That's what I
Like
heard.
nobody liked Paris Hilton at all in those
No,
days.
Wait, who
nobody did.
died?
Paris Hilton in the
Not
So,
movie.
in real life.
oh,
Too bad.
In the House of
Nobody,
Wax remake.
nobody
Hey.
liked her. I didn't like her either. But I did read that when she died, people actually applauded when they. The only reason they went to see that film was to see her be killed off,
hmm
and they
And she
applauded
was
when
and
it
she was
happened.
dating Fez in that movie. Or what was that
wait,
dude's name from 101?
I thought Perez Hilton was a guy.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Paris Hilton, not Paris, not Perez Hilton. I know who you're talking about. The YouTube gossip columnist star. Why he named himself after her, I don't know. But Paris Hilton, the female, the
Singer, model, porn star, wannabe.
yeah,
Oh,
a star one of those star wannabes, but really ain't nobody with talent. They just want to get their name out
They
there.
only got her 40 hours of fame due to a reality show.
Yeah, yeah,
And a sex tape. Let's not forget that.
And
That's why I
then
said
she
wannabe
dropped off
porn
the
star.
face of the earth.
yeah.
That's why I said wannabe porn star because those sex tapes.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's where you should have been. That's where you should have been. You would have went real far with that.
Yeah, so desperate for attention, her porn tape. She thought that would make her a star.
Same with
Some
Kim
people.
Kardashian.
Oh yeah, same thing with Kim Kardashian.
You
Famous.
find no
They have.
shortage of enhanced women in porn.
Nope. Now there
No.
is
Don't
objectification.
ask me how I know that.
Now there is objectification.
All I'm saying is no different than OnlyFans either. You get no shortage of enhanced women in that one too
Hmm.
on that front. But anyways, yeah. So just to give where were we anyways?
We're about to sign off.
Yeah.
I know we're about to
I
find
think
out, but I know
Yeah,
I know I
my
know that.
page.
it is
Hmm?
getting late for me.
Yeah.
You guys are. Yeah.
What you were saying, Eloise?
No, I think I accidentally clicked reload. I don't know how long I'll be here.
Anyway, so thank you everybody. I'd like to thank let's start off with the Bear of the North, Eloise Dotto.
Goodbye, everyone.
And that's all she wrote. Like to thank the lovely Lady of Valor.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. And this is Leah Plus Size, your lovely lady of valor. And as always, please leave comments below if you like what we talked about, if you like what you hear. Again, if there's a topic you'd like us to ramble on, we'll be more than happy to do that. As you can see, we have a good time out here. And I thank everybody for coming and have a good evening. And I'll see you next time.
Coming at you live underground, the Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground. This is Schooner Tuna. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And if you have any suggestions, don't be afraid to hesitate to drop any comment down there in their comment section. And we will see you all again next week. So this is Schooner Tuna signing off. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Coming after him from another far off land of the Reploid Empire is the Maverick Hunter Saint, Brian Gilmartin.
Yeah, thanks everybody for stopping by, and leave a like if you've enjoyed the show. And this is Brian Gilmartin. No damage to report. Moving to next area.
Thank you everybody again. Offer still stands for elevator pitch. Definitely contact us through MeWe, through my email, any one of us, Leia, Schooner, Eloise, even also Brian. Anybody, the MeWe group is still open. The UN Spacey Wolf Fleet is still open. Definitely contact us through there if you would like to do that as well. Contact me through Minds or maybe Twitter. My Twitter handle is DreadWolf1990. As far as me is concerned, I'm the Wolf 10 Media. And again, mine's the same thing, Wolf 10 Media, if you want to look for me. Definitely. We also have some more stuff to go through as well. Oh yeah, another meaty topic: realism. On the 26th, on this Thursday, we will have Matthew Flynn for our talk of Ben 10.
Nice.
Woohoo! Nice to see him again.
I
Yeah.
really hope I have the day off on Thursday.
Pray for a girl.
Yep.
So thank you everybody, and you are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet. Ow!